There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Ready. It's finals day here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are live from Punta Rocas, Peru. And this is where it all goes down. Waves pretty much pumping today. Surfers are ready. Practice session looked lively. And I can already feel it in the air. By the end of the heats we see today, we're going to have medals draped around individuals as well as teams. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with surf icon, Sofia Milanovic. Sofia, you're one of the few people on planet Earth that know what it feels like to have an ISA gold medal around your neck. So what can we expect to see later today when that happens?
I'm sure all the participants are going to be pumped. Finals day today, history is going to be made here in Punta Rocas, Peru. Champions are going to be crowned, so what a day.
Yeah, and each and every surfer that achieves greatness like that will definitely have had to earn it. The field that we've been watching this week, the best ever in ISA junior competition. And we're going to start it off with semifinal heat number 1 for boys under 16. Anwar Chia, Tiago Passetti, and Pablo Gabriel. We're looking at 3 power surfers. 2 surfers representing Brazil. And that could be huge for their overall team standings. And the countdown.
It's on.
It's on. Let's do this. So you'll see a slight difference. 25-minute heats today for semifinals and finals. This semifinal, I mean, you can imagine the nerves in the lineup. First heat of the day on finals day. We're going to start with Pablo Gabriel. Great technique, lots of power. Obviously going plenty fast down the line. Good clean walls coming through this morning. Nice and glassy. Gabriel gets a big start. Energy in the water, reaching a pretty high level already.
Showing a lot of passion, Pablo Gabriel in that first wave. That was a really nice wave of him. It had a lot of potential.
And here's where the judges set their scale. Basically, they reset it every morning, and then pretty much before every heat starts. Anwar Chia.
This is a replay of Red's last wave. This left. Couple nice turns from Red to start this heat. And this is the replay of Green's last wave. Beautiful wave. Beautiful hack up the top. Nice second turn. Gets a little bit stuck in that second turn, but still really good to manage to that section. And then the waves keep standing up for him. And another turn to finish that wave. He likes it.
And that's exactly how you want to start your heat.
Exactly.
Here we go. Our first look at Tiago Passetti. Bashes it on the outside. You can hear the crowd going wild with every turn. Team Argentina, rise up. Tiago has been super clean, powerful, all throughout this contest, and it looks like he's continuing carrying his momentum through from day 8. everybody involved now. Judges have some work to do.
What a wave by Thiago Passetti in blue. Look at Team Argentina. So happy after that wave of Thiago. He was ripping that wave. Mixing his turns a lot. He looked really powerful, on point. Beautiful wave by Thiago Passetti to start this heat.
Yeah, he made a compelling case for the judges, didn't he? Nice and powerful. I mean, what, 4 or 5 completely different maneuvers down the line. The wave stood up for him perfectly. I mean, wave selection is going to be paramount in success today. Got to put yourselves on those waves that not only give you a good long wall, but also the sections that stand up, just like
exactly,
this.
just like this wave of Thiago. Beautiful turn up the top for that first turn. Smashing the lips, second turn. Third beautiful turn of Thiago. He's just like eyeing that last section. He knows it's going to be really important in this wave. Beautiful layback turn. Showing some passion. He wants it. He knows he's capable of getting that gold medal.
I see shades of Leandro Osuna in Thiago's surfing.
Yeah.
Leandro, 2-time ISA gold medalist. If you're going to be compared to someone, I would say he's a good guy to be compared to. See an overview there of the peak. So rights and lefts on offer this morning, which is a good sign. That means we're going to see the complete skill sets.
For sure. And I think the heats being 25 minutes is really good for the surfers too. I think they're going to be a little bit more selective with their waves. Those extra 5 minutes is something that is going to change a little bit that heat strategy.
Yeah, and how many heats did we see yesterday where surfers were really not involved for the first 10 minutes, and they had catching up to do. So hopefully this extra 5 minutes, I mean, the proof is here with the scores that are being dropped. Pablo Gabriel's first number comes through with 650. Anwar, 4-point ride. But I think everybody has the feeling that Thiago Passetti is in for a big number. Team Argentina. Anwar Chia, yeah, I would say his backhand, definitely his strength.
It's like Matt Wilkinson a little bit,
yeah.
Doesn't he?
And he gets the back 3. Right behind him, Pablo Gabriel comes around this big section, hammers it. I mean, I'm feeling a lot of energy from these two Brazilians. And with only one other surfer in the water, they actually can team up, and they can use their priority to potentially, put Thiago Passetti up against the ropes. But as it stands now, we're still waiting for that major score to come through for Thiago. It was a good air from Anwar. We haven't seen much like that. And there's a reason why you hear screams, hoots, hollers, whistles. That's because Thiago Passetti has come through with an 817.
What a start for Thiago Passetti. I think that's going to boost his confidence to the roof. Great surfing by the Argentinian. And we hear Team Argentina super happy about that score.
I mean, that's how you silence a crowd. And that's how you put Pablo Gabriel and Anwar Chia in a different situation. Teamwork might be out the window now.
Yeah, this is the replay of Green's last wave. This is a beautiful wave too. Wow, beautiful turn off the top, throwing lots of water. He's a really powerful surfer. Nice second turn. Unfortunately, he fails on that third turn. And this move was super progressive. It's like eyeing that last section to do this move that is crazy. Wow, beautiful surfing by Red. You can just see that he does that like easily. He's a really progressive surfer. He just has that style.
I'm all for a good claim. There's still 1850 to go. You almost want to like send a message to the judges that you do that, easily. Because that way, if you do something even bigger, even better, then you can pull out the claim and go, that's what we're talking about. This has to be a higher score than the first wave I rode. So you got a 4 for Anwar Chia. We think the second score, although the flow wasn't really all there.
Yeah, the wave kind of like had a big section in front of him at that first turn, and then he was just trying to find that second section. He was able to do it, but still like the rhythm was not really the best. But that was a great move to finish that wave.
And something different. We haven't seen very many backside airs like that, so I think the judges are going to appreciate it. The launch was clean. you're being hypercritical. There was a little bit of an edge caught as he was whipping around when his fins engaged. Of course, still radical maneuver, and the judges know when you're doing risky surfing like that, you should be rewarded. Pablo Gabriel, he gets a backup score, 517. Anwar comes through with a 627. So a message sent there from our judges. Go out there and get nuts. Put on a show.
He pretty much got that for just that single move. Some waves at the back. Priority number 1 is with blue, Thiago Passeri. He already has an excellent score of 8.17.
Well, you know who's winning gold right now? Punta Rocas. The waves are so clean, so rippable. I feel like this is the ideal size, especially for a contest where, you know, we're going to have heats with 3 or 4 surfers. So you want these sets to have, you know, 3, 4, 5 waves in them. You want rights and lefts. You want air sections. Pablo Gabriel now. His backhand has been lethal throughout the entirety of this event. It's turns like that that really get the attention of the judges. Wave kind of slowing down, but you can tell he's got vicious intent through this inside. The quick snap comes around with a good section in front of him. That was good, clean power surfing.
Nice wave by Pablo Gabriel from Brazil. Nice finish to it too. I really like that finish. That section popped up for him.
Great style too. I kind of like that part of the middle of the wave where he didn't, you know, he didn't have to do anything. It's almost like you just relax, let the waves start to form up. You know, don't add anything extra for no reason.
Totally.
I think, you know, he in his mind, he had the word flow
Exactly.
on the top of his mind in this wave.
This is a replay of that last left. This first turn was a beautiful opening turn. He's just waiting for that section to stand up for him. Kind of like set up turns here for this last beautiful turn. Good surfing by Green. He likes that. This is another angle, the drone angle. This first turn was really nice. He almost catches the nose in that first turn, but he manages to come out of it. He's just waiting for that section to stand up for him. Another nice turn, super smooth surfing, beautiful style on his backside. And that last finish, really nice turn.
I feel like he expertly matched the tempo of that wave. He surfed with it. He didn't rage against it.
For sure.
So again, that speed, power, flow equation is what the judges want to see. They're going to be rewarding progressive surfing. We've seen that already from Anwar Chia. Basically a 1 maneuver wave for a 6.27. So Pablo Gabriel, score comes through pretty quick, 6.5 and a 6.10. He's throwing away a 5.17. This is a well-served heat so far for Gabriel. For Anwar Chia, now he's going to try to get busy, improve on a 4-point ride. Hopefully, you know, as a surfer, if you're sitting on a mid-6, you want to make that mid-6 your backup. If you do that, I mean, you're doing something pretty great.
For sure, especially in the semifinals of an event this big, you know that, you know, you're looking for excellent scores.
And if you could pass through a semifinal, having contained yourself just a bit, giving you kind of room to grow in the finals, that's something that we've seen from Lucas Skinner throughout this contest.
Yeah.
You know, doing enough, doing just enough, but knowing that he still
Exactly.
has, you know, a ceiling he can blast through.
Yeah, like you want to do some really good scores, but you don't want to peak too early, right?
Exactly. So all week long, we've been watching beautiful surfing from 57 nations. Thiago Passeri, smart decision to go around that section, but it did not pay off for him. You know, I feel like that was one of those instances where you're looking up the lip and you're thinking, do I have a chance at this? And the last second he cut down, came around the section, but the wave just kind of died off in front of him. So definitely won't be anywhere near the 8.17 that he got in his opening wave, but he only needs a 2.10. I feel like he got it with that first turn.
Yeah, I think He's going to go to that first place with that last left, but I'm sure he knows he's going to have to get a best backup wave just to make things harder for the rest of the field.
It's a perfect peak wave on that one. Pretty clear the left, way better than the right. That left stood up all the way through. Talk about ample opportunity to attack. That left was holding. So 12.5 minutes now. Waiting for the score for blue to come through. And it is more than enough. A 3.97. Tiago Passetti comes through in second place. Pablo Gabriel still in the lead. Anwar Chia now needs a 5.88.
Pablo gets a 6.1 for that last left. He's having a good campaign, Pablo Gabriel from Brazil. Playing it smart, building.
Yeah, I feel like Pablo Gabriel is giving us just the essentials, right?
Exactly.
He's surfing each wave as it should be surfed, staying in the pocket, plenty of power. You can tell he's real steady, no nerves. Mental fortitude is huge in the semifinals. You know, you have to keep it all together. You can't let your emotions get the better of you in these heats.
Exactly. You are so close to that final.
So what started as a marathon is now a sprint. In just a few hours, we'll be crowning world champions and overall team champions. Will it be Team Brazil? Well, it's looking good right now with two incredible surfers in the water, and especially Pablo Gabriel, who's really just displaying beautiful power surfing. Everything is done right in the perfect spot. I like that he surfs with patience, and he's able to just apply the pressure through these turns. A good, clean style. I would say an appropriate fist pump right there.
Really good timing to all his moves. Pablo Gabriel.
Right?
He's liking those lefts.
So if you're getting ready to paddle out in the next heat or the one after, what's your takeaway so far with 10 minutes and 40 seconds left?
I think there's a lot of waves, both rights and lefts. You can get excellent scores in going both ways. So just be selective with your waves. That's the only thing I would do.
Yeah, it feels like that extra 5 minutes really adds your ability to, you know, toy with this lineup a little bit more, to search just a little bit more.
Exactly. Plus, in these stages of the contest, you know that everybody is capable of doing excellent scores. So if you don't do them, your rival's going to do them. So you have to pick that wave, right?
We've seen the level of competition for the last 8 days just reach all new heights. So if you've made it to the semifinals, you've done something that not a lot of surfers on the planet would ever even imagine. To surf your way through this field of over 427 surfers representing 57 nations, I mean, you've already achieved greatness, but you know there's one final step. So if you put yourself in the finals, you get a medal. Gold, silver, copper, bronze, gold, silver, bronze, copper.
And you're part of history.
Exactly. Team Australia came down as our reigning champs. They're still in the conversation. We have 4 teams, mathematical chance of getting a gold medal for your overall team. And, you know, there are no checks. There are no oversized checks at the end of this event, right? There's no money being exchanged. It's all for pride of country. That being said, though, if your team brings home a gold medal, you know, your association is definitely going to reap the rewards of that. You know, we know the IOC is watching. We know, you know, the scouts are all watching.
Plus, it's just like great for your career, right? Like, probably directly you don't get money, but indirectly probably you'll get a new sponsor. You know, like it's just such a good event to do good at.
And you get to be introduced to new friends as a world champion. And once a world champion, always a world champion, right?
Exactly.
And you probably get really good tables at restaurants.
Sometimes.
You call in and say, "This is Sophia, world champion." Gonna get that good seat. 8 minutes left. Pablo Gabriel, convincing lead right now with a 6.5 and a 6.10, but Thiago Facete say he's in a really good situation. Sitting on the highest single wave score in 8.17. He's backed it up with a 3.97. Anwar Chia started strong. That 6.27 gone a little bit dormant, but good news for him. Still has 7 minutes 40 seconds left. He's still in that top priority spot. Thiago's out the back with second priority. Here comes Pablo Gabriel. So we haven't really seen, the Brazilians team up on Thiago yet. I expect to see that in the last couple of minutes, regardless of what the situation is.
It's just hard to do that too, knowing that Thiago has an 8.17, right?
Yeah, I feel like you just got to make your presence known in the lineup. You got to apply the pressure. Here's what we're going to see throughout the day. Perfect swell size, 3 to 5 feet. I like the look of the wind we have right now, as in there is none. It's just sheet glass with oily surface to the water. It's just beautiful. Tide's going to be dropping out and then pushing up, which I think is also a great sign for Punta Rocas. Air temp, water temp right there in that 65, 18 degrees Celsius range. I mean, these are all numbers that you want to see on finals day. 6.5 minutes left. Looks like we could see a split peak. It's going to be our two Brazilian surfers. Going to follow Pablo Gabriel. He blasts the fins out. I mean, Pablo's feeling it.
He's pumped. He wants it.
Yeah,
That was a nice turn, right?
He's getting pretty celebratory. I think he's raised his hands on every wave ridden, and you won't be, you're not going to have points taken away or anything for that.
You need to save that claim for it.
Because you can use claims, right? I mean, the judges, they're not going to fall for it, but we are all human beings, and when you see a surfer who is celebrating their achievement on that wave, it's really impossible not to get involved. This is pretty radical. I mean, I'd put my arms in the air if I did that.
Wow, I would be so happy if I do that. Beautiful surfing.
I didn't see that going down. That was pretty close. It looked like they were on kind of separate peaks. We do have a list of rules that when it comes to these surfers are looking for. So it's a single peak with occasional multiple peak situations. So what does that tell you for priority and for potential interferences? That means you can go right or left, but there's also a chance that both surfers can be going right, like we just saw there for red and green. I think they were pretty far apart, so that tells me the multiple peak situation came into play there.
While you don't interfere with the ride, I think it should be fine.
Score drops for Gabriel. It's a 5.67. It was a great air, but the judges have been privy to some of the greatest airs. So if you want to get a 8 or a 9 on the strength of just one radical trick like that, you got to make it real big, real risky. And, I think the judges like to see tail high airs. Those are oftentimes the highest rewarded type of aerials. Spinning it all the way around, making for the complete 540. Team Argentina. They were real loud when they saw that 8.17, but it's gone pretty quiet. That's a menacing wall to look at if you're paddling out for your next seat. You're looking up and you're going, okay, Team Argentina. I mean, they're looking real serious.
They are. I think they're a little bit nervous too. But Thiago has priority number 1. I think he's a smart competitor. He knows he needs to improve on that backup, and there's going to be plenty of opportunity for him.
Pablo Gabriel has 5 waves ridden. Anwar Chia with 3. Thiago keeping it chill. He's got an 8.17. 3.97 is the number right now that He needs to concentrate on 3 minutes left. He's got priority. Still think he's in a real good position right now.
Beautiful wave.
Here we go. Argentinian is about to strike. Now he's fading right. Quick slash to start. Goes up into the foam climb. Team support coming from the bench. Thiago Passetti. That was a good wave, but I feel like it didn't really stand up for him.
Yeah, it looked better, but then he kind of closed out. For 1 second, I thought he was going to go left.
Yeah, just a brief millisecond of indecision. Now, the first turn was cool. Kind of a half power, half progression type of turn. Snapping into a tail slide. It's enough to better his 3.97. It's a 5.07. So that puts Thiago Passetti in the lead. Pablo Gabriel would need a 6.75. Anwar Chia would need a 6.34. So a tempo change. Thiago grabbing the momentum here. Now all eyes on Anwar Chia. You know that this team was hoping for an absolute Brazilian blowout to get in those 1 and 2 spots, but now we're going to see Pablo Gabriel and Anwar Chia potentially competing against each other to stay in that second place position. Both of them have high sixes in their arsenal. We know that. But will a wave come in time? 1 minute, 30 seconds left.
And Anwar has priority number 1. He's an amazing surfer.
Here's a look at Team Brazil. Super talented squad. Your under 16 boys and girls.
What a hit.
I mean, I've been so impressed with the Brazilian girls team as well. They are a force to be reckoned with. Here we go. Thiago Passetti. Kicking the tail out there. I'm really impressed with Thiago's nerves, you know? He locked in when he got that 8.17, and he just knew exactly what he needed to do. Obviously, you would want another 8, right? But strong score, the 5.07. I feel like he got that on a wave that had a pretty tough read on it.
And he's still searching to improve on that wave. You can just see him. He's really active.
30 seconds left. Yep, look at the watch. Now, he's put himself in a front row seat to potentially see his demise as we have a set rolling through. Thiago Passetti in the lead. Gabriel's looking for a 6.75. Chia looking for a 6.34. 5 seconds. Are these waves going to come in time? 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Team Argentina rejoices on the beach. Thiago Passetti.
We have our first finalists. Thiago Passetti and Pablo Gabriel. Well
oh my
done.
gosh, it's starting early down here today. You love to see it. I mean, that's what it's all about right there. Team camaraderie at an all-time high for Argentina. I believe this is their final male surfer left in the draw. Brilliant surfing from Thiago Passetti. It all came down to this 8.17. Best wave of the day so far. Give it up to Pablo Gabriel coming through in second place. We lose powerful goofy footer Anwar Chia. But 2 finalists now set for your boys under 16. Right after this break, we're going to see who will be meeting our 2 under 16 finalists. Semifinal heat number 2 coming up next for the boys under 16. We're live from Punta Rocas. It's the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We'll be right back.
Hello everybody in Peru for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I'm sure you guys are having already an incredible time with the beautiful waves of Punta Roca. I'm very, very happy to see this record amount of countries, record amount of competitors, and record amount of participants between surfers and their support team is almost 700 people in Peru. This is amazing. So I wish everybody the best time in Peru. I wish they enjoy, reconnect with people they already are friends with, and find new friends. Of course, that's the key of the ISA World Championships. Finally, I would like to thank our host, Fenta, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, and in general the government of Peru and the people of Peru for such an amazing hosting of this event. Thank you everybody, good luck, and enjoy the competition. Goodbye. Muchas gracias a todos.
Welcome back to Punta Rocas. It's the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. This is boys under 16 semifinals, heat number 2. You got Bastian Arevalo representing the home team of Peru, Ocean Lancaster and Caden Francis, the Irikanji's Team Australia. So a similar situation to the previous semi. These two Australians got their work cut out for them because we saw what Bastian was capable of yesterday, an incredible surfer, but here's the start from Ocean Lancaster.
Beautiful first turn by Blue. Second nice turn. Unfortunately, the wave kind of flattens out for a little bit. He was able to do a really nice turn, find another section, goes for it on that last turn. Lots of power. He gets a 6.67 for the Australian in that first wave. Great effort.
It's a nice start. Our second place surfer in the previous semi had a pair of 6s to get himself through. To Team Argentina. Rushing down to the rocks to congratulate Tiago Passetti. We've seen Tiago in a lot of ISA competition over the past few years, and he's always a standout. Well, he made his team proud and some. And he was able to split the difference between these two Brazilians. Both medal threats, but only one got through. As we see now, Caden Francis, laser sharp down the line. I mean, the board looks perfect under his feet. The wave kind of dissipated at the end, but he got some work done on that outside section. 21:30 to go.
Lighting fast surfer. Caden Francis, beautiful style. That's gonna be a pretty good score too. Just a replay of his last wave. This first turn right on the pocket, throwing lots of water. Second beautiful turn up the top. And he does this cut back, but he kind of gets stuck on the top of that wave. Good start for him, for the Australian.
Like both of these Australian surfers are really just following in the footsteps of previous Australian greats before them. You know, Mick Fanning's, the Joel Parkinson's, really just good, clean style. Super technically sound. Ethan Ewing. These are surfers that you can tell, got all the basics mastered first and then started learning the airs and doing the tricks, laying down that solid foundation. I feel like Lancaster and Francis both have really sound technical abilities.
Yeah, they have really good technique, both of them. I think Blue is a little bit more raw. Caden is a little bit more like...
a little looser, right?
Yeah. And we still need to see Bastian Arevalo in a wave. He's been surfing so good, the Peruvian. So much power in each turn. He got like 2 excellent scores yesterday. So he's on fire. I'm sure he's waiting for that right wave.
And here we go, Bastian Arevalo. Strong turn to start. Yeah, that wave just kind of flattened out in front of him.
Yeah, that wave didn't really offer opportunity for him.
Gosh, can you imagine, though, when you're seeing these peaks coming at you, they all look really similar as they're coming in from the outside. It's just going to be really hard to figure out exactly which right is going to stand up down the line. You almost want to find the wave that looks like a closeout.
For sure. He's so good at the pocket too, Bastian. Yesterday he got that scores by those like pocket turns. So he's going to have to find a wave like that.
Now I'm kind of curious why no one's looking at the lefts right now in this heat. almost feels like, well, they're standing up pretty tall on the outside. Like even that wave, that's definitely not the best wave of the set, but it looked like it had a couple impactful sections. So with 18 minutes and 50 seconds to go, our surfers are making their way back out to the takeoff zone. That gives us the chance to catch up with Tiago Passetti on the glass now with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thiago, congratulations. Back-to-back finals, one in the U16, now in the in the U16s once again. You're graduating next year, though. It's your last year here in the U16s, and this is obviously a big moment for Argentina, a big moment for yourself. Anybody that started off with an 8 is excellent stuff. How about the confidence going in after that 8-point ride?
Yeah, for sure it was great to start with an 8-point ride. I was really scared before the heat. My legs were shaking before the heat, so starting off that good, it's amazing.
It took you a while to get your backup score. What did you see from the beach, especially with the people that are supporting you here?
Well, Anwar and Pablo are two amazing surfers, and I saw my dad just like calming down. I knew a little wave was gonna come, and the requirement wasn't that high to go into first, so just keep calm and ready to the final.
A great year for you so far. You've won 2 open events back-to-back as well, and now, of course, another final right here. What is it going to take? You're 2 waves away from winning a gold medal.
I don't know. I'm just happy with my performance this event. I want to bring the gold medal to Argentina, but I'm going to give my best.
Un mensaje para la gente de la patria.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos los que están apoyando. Vamos con toda la final y vamos a cerrar el año como se debe.
Felicidades, suerte.
Gracias, Mitch.
I mean, already a great stat next to his name as a ISA World Junior Surfing Championship finalist. So guaranteed a medal. Just depends on which color. That 16-year-old from Mar del Plata. That is a city of champions. A lot of great surfers from down there.
He's such a good surfer, Thiago. He's just been surfing also in the Alas Global Tour, and he just won 2 events back-to-back in the Open Division, so that says a lot.
Yeah, I think momentum is huge in competitive surfing. You get on a winning roll, you bring that with you to an event like this, as we see Caden Francis now. Such great style. And a nice read on that wave. Fitting into solid turns out the back. Could have a little inside reward here. Like how he leaned down on that back knee, kind of compressed his body, added a little bit of extra flair to that turn. There's the Irukandjis. They have come through with just such a rad squad. Not only bringing coaches and managers, and they got about extra 20 or so chaperones, grandpas, uncles, aunts, sisters, mothers. It's pretty rad.
Yeah, that was beautiful surfing down the line by Green. Nothing spectacular, but it's going to be a good backup wave.
Just pure flow, right?
Yeah.
15 minutes, 37 seconds to go. The wave machine is on. Punta Rocas definitely come alive for finals day. Beautiful conditions, sheet glass, rights and lefts. I mean, there's your screen grab right there. I'd like to print that out and put it on my wall. It's a moment of perfection with 3 beautiful right-handers rolling through. Second score comes through for Ocean Lancaster, 493. Caden Francis, 550. And I feel like this is a pretty dreamy scenario if you're Ocean and Caden, right? You've locked in 2 solid scores, giving yourself the freedom to get out there and hunt.
For sure, and we see this last wave of Caden. Beautiful 2 turns down the line. Trying to find that last section. He does one little hack to finish that wave. That's going to be a really good backup score for him. He gets a 5.5 for that last wave.
I think a really cool element of style that we're seeing from Caden is in his shoulders. You know, it's not really something you think about that often when you're watching someone surf, but kind of the way his shoulders are dropped down and it keeps his arms really nice and loose. And he's able to kind of like swivel through those turns.
Yeah,
Got that drop knee stance. You know, like a la Mick Fanning.
He's super technical.
We got Ocean from Newcastle, Caden Francis from Coolangatta. I mean, how many champions have come from those two cities? Jeez.
13.5 minutes to go. We have Ocean Lancaster in that first place with 6.67 and a 4.93. Second is the other Australian, Caden Francis, with a 5.67 and a 5.5. And we have the Peruvian just with a 3. He doesn't have a backup score.
Are you worried yet?
I'm not. I think he's an experienced surfer. He knows what he needs to get. He has priority number 1. Still plenty of time.
A lot of experience out here at Punta Rocas?
Yeah, they have a lot of experience in Punta Rocas. They have so many events here.
The Irukandji's Tunnel of Love, literally and figuratively launching their surfer into the lineup. You gotta love team competition when you get to see something like that. So not only are they launched out to the lineup, that boost of positive energy before they hit the water, when they come in, the ring of fire, every heat, no matter what, win or loss, win or lose. So you see Bastian now.
Wow.
Bashing it down the line and gets the end section completion. He does not. So maybe just leaving a little bit of a sour taste for the judges at the end of that wave, but I really like those first 2 turns. So he'll get full credit for those, but I mean, we've seen the judges putting a lot of emphasis on your finishing maneuver.
Yeah. That was sharp surfing, that first turn especially. That's actually that second turn, because he did a little setup turn and then he did like a huge sharp turn through a lot of water, but the wave was a little bit small. And he didn't have a strong finish. He gets a 4-point ride for that last wave.
Yeah, I was looking for a 717 now. Plenty of time left, just inside of 12 minutes to go. Here you see Team Peru. That's a dangerous team, and it's gonna be cool, kind of foreshadowing to 2026, where you see a lot of these surfers in that 16-year-old division making the jump up to the under 18s. Bastian Arevalo,
Wow.
slamming the first section. Nicely timed for the second. And you knew he was not going to make the same mistake twice. So clean things up. Got the finisher. Good for a 717.
That was better. He's building on his course.
I like that idea to turn around and turn and burn on a kind of an insider halfway out. It really gave him a good launch pad all the way through.
He's so good on the pocket. He gets a 5.6. So he needs to find those waves that
that's how you grab the momentum back from your competition as well.
Exactly.
Get that good feeling. Every surfer knows when you do a good turn, that has a way of hyping you up. When you're able to just unleash a little bit of frustration or aggression on a wave. Ocean Lancaster linking into a beauty. First turn was massive. Tight arc for the second. He gets to work on the open face. So 4, 5 potent maneuvers down the line on this wave. Gets the strong finish.
Wow, that was really good surfing from the Australian. Lots of different moves too on that wave. Beautiful, smooth surfing.
Caden Francis right behind him. Nice whippy carve to start. I love when surfers have the ability of doing those turns like in the top quarter of the wave, whipping it around. Team Australia. Looks like they're all kind of caught in the middle, like,
Yeah. That wave by Ocean was really good. I think that's gonna be the best score of the heat. This is it. That first turn, he threw so much water. So sharp. Second, beautiful turn. Third turn, so smooth, so fluid, perfect timing to all his moves. Showing patience too. Good finish. That's gonna be a great score. And this is last of green. Beautiful first hack. Nice second hang. A little bit too repetitive, maybe.
This is really interesting. I'm seeing a style. We'll get back to that, but Bastian Arevalo comes around this section. Wave got a little weird, but he's going to stick with it. That was an appropriate maneuver for an awkward section. So a lot of work done through the mid portion of this wave. He's hoping for a big finish here. Nails it. A lot of speed, some good raw power on that wave, but the flow was kind of interrupted with the chunk coming up the face.
Yeah, that was, I mean, by the end he did a last good move, but yeah, like the rhythm on that wave was not the best. Still, he didn't need much. He needs a 5.77. He's going to improve on that 4 for sure, I think. Yeah, he gets a 4.47.
He's chipping away, but he needs to start swinging for the fences here. You know, I would say for Bastian, all right, the 5.6, great backup. Now you got to surf for an 8.
Plus, also Green improved by a little on that last wave, so Bastian kind of needs that same score still.
Sophia, tell me if you see this. Okay, Ocean Lancaster, Coolangatta. He's got a Coolangatta style. Same goes for Caden Francis from Newcastle. He looks like a guy from Newcastle on the waves. So when you see these guys take off, when you watch Ocean Lancaster, you know, you're seeing a Fanning, you're seeing a Parko. When you watch Caden Francis going, you're seeing that kind of Morgan Siblick, that more blue-collar, power-based surfing.
For sure.
It's
and he gets
cool.
an 8.57. Ocean Lancaster in that last wave. It was such a good wave. So well served.
I flipped the names there.
So much precision.
Yeah, that was a dagger. So Ocean Lancaster, surfer from Newcastle. I mean, you can see his power base come alive on his last wave. The 8.57 looming large in his scoreline. Caden Francis, Coolangatta surfer. Got a 5.7, a 5.67. He's in a similar situation as Bastian Arevalo, representing Team Peru. Bastian with a 5.6 and a 4.47. Boys under 16 semifinal 2. Right now, the dream scenario for Team Australia. But Bastian, I mean, he's lethal out here, and he's got time as he makes his way back to the lineup. He's kind of been hovering around the inside a little bit. Do you think you need to catch a set wave to give yourself a chance at getting an excellent score?
It doesn't really have to be a set wave, but it has to be a wave that offers you those like sections, those pockets. This is the last wave of Ocean Lancaster. Beautiful surfing. Wow, that second wraparound was amazing. Such a powerful surfer, but yet so smooth and stylish. I really like his surfing. It reminds me a little bit also of Felipe Toledo.
Yeah, I see that.
But this first turn, wow. Second, really nice turn. Great timing. Not 1 ounce of water out of place in that wave.
Strong surfing there from Ocean Lancaster. Catching up with Bastian.
Bastian doesn't have priority, so he's just taking advantage of those waves on the inside. They can sometimes be good waves. He's eyeing this wave, decides not to go. And priority number 1 is with the Australian Caden Francis, and priority number 2 is with the other Australian Ocean Lancaster.
4.5 minutes left. Ocean Lancaster, the commanding position, sitting on an 8.57 and a 6.67. Irakanji's studying the lineup right now. Pretty calm this morning so far. You know, we've had one explosive celebration from Team Argentina, but you know If this semifinal ends as it is right now, that team is going to go wild, as they should. I mean, fielding 2 surfers in a final is huge for your overall team standings. Team Australia, the returning champs. They've tasted gold as a group. 3:45 to go. It's going to be Caden Francis now. Ooh, the wave went nowhere. Here goes Ocean Lancaster. Quick snap to start.
Wow.
That was a beautiful turn for Ocean. Another. Lays it back up into the lip. Gets the strong finish. Newcastle represent. Ocean Lancaster.
He's on fire.
Can't
That
you
was
just
a
you can just
beautiful wave.
tell he's on a roll.
Just feeling so confident.
Now it's up to Caden Francis if he wants to try to defend what's happening in the lineup right now. He's currently in 2nd place, Bastian Arevalo. He's still in the mix, only needing a 5.77. His last score came through just a .50, just stood up, pulled out real quick, didn't like the look of it. 2.5 minutes left.
This heat is gonna come down to the wire again. I bet both Australia and Peru are super nervous right now.
Yeah, Team Peru still in medal contention. You know, obviously things change because the stakes are higher in the finals, more points awarded.
This last wave of blue was, look at that turn. I really like that wraparound cutback. Another beautiful turn, mixing his moves a lot too. Judges are really gonna like this wave too, I think.
I mean,
He gets a 7.33 for that last wave.
It's the complete package, right? He told a full story on this wave. So fast, so
Wow.
much power.
That was the money turn. I really like that. We haven't seen much of that, the whole event. And it's just really good to watch.
He's a power surfer.
Yeah. And all his turns were different on in that wave.
Yeah, I think creativity maybe should be a word in our judging criteria, because that was just, you know, he composed that wave so perfectly. Even the little like speed float he did off
Yeah.
the whitewater.
So much speed, huh?
That was like a turbo booster.
Yeah.
It sent him out to the open face, and the wave just had that perfect cup to it. Engaged his rails, fully wrapping around. Probably one of the most
Yeah, that was dynamic.
solid cutbacks we've seen. The cutback doesn't even do it justice, right? It's power gouge. 40 seconds left. Oh, this could be huge for the Irukandjis. Bastian's in the lineup, first priority. Caden Francis right by him.
I think there's a wave at the back. I don't know if it's going to be there on time. I think Bastian already saw that wave.
Oh my gosh, here we go. 14 seconds left. Will this wave come in time? Bastian has priority. Does he have the time to turn and burn on this wave? 5 seconds left. His hands have to leave the rail before the buzzer blows. And there it was.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, you got to leave it up to our judges to see if this wave's going to count. I mean, Bastian's making it count, ripping his way down the line. He would be looking for 5.77. Oh my goodness. Was it in time? Well, Australia has something to celebrate, no doubt. Ocean Lancaster went out there and laid down the law with an 8.57 and a 7.33. Caden Francis comes through in second place. And it's just, did the last wave come in time?
I don't think it did, because it would be refreshing there to see the score. But that was great surfing from Bastian Arevalo, the whole event.
Well, give it up to the Irkonjis. 2 Australians now launching themselves into the under-16 boys final. More semifinal action to come. We got the girls under-16 up next. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
Welcome to day 2 of competition here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Goes for the alley-oop, he pulls it too.
It's keeping things really smooth. It's giving him all that speed and momentum through each section. Vertical, turn on the opener, which is now allowed. He's feeling that passion.
And a lip line floater at the end. He loves it. Yeah. Love the attitude.
Our team's amazing. Everyone's been super supportive of each other, and the vibes are really good, so just excited to keep it going.
Ellie Timperi from Finland, up and riding on his opening ride, looking really sharp as usual. He's a surfer out of Encinitas, California.
Tahiti's Miliani Simone with an 8-point ride. From the United States, Bailey Turner with an 8.1. The Peruvian Catalina Sarique with a 7.33. Tune in tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. local time for day 3 of action at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Welcome back to the action here. It's finals day for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and the teams are all up on the bluff. They've staked out their zones for the day as we are working our way towards our final 4 heats, where we'll see gold, silver, bronze, and copper awarded across each division. Under 16s has boys and girls, and the under 18s has boys and girls left in the event. As we take a look now at the semifinals, we're in the under 16 girls. Out in the lineup, Peru, Australia, and Hawaii. As we take a look at Zoe Kaina representing Team Hawaii, she goes down on her opening turn. Just bites that outside rail and she'll take a fall. In the lineup up against Catalina Zarique, representing the locals here in Peru, and Charlie Hatley for Australia. So just 3 surfers, top 2 will be advancing into a medal finish here for the World Junior Championships. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by ISA gold medalist, reigning gold medalist, Rachel Tilley in the conversation today. And Rach, it's great to have you on the call as we see some great looking waves running through.
Yeah, this can be maybe the most nerve-wracking heat of them all, because this is where you are so close to that medal finish. And I think that is definitely plays in the back of your head. At least it did mine earlier this year, or before any of my medal finals. As we take a look at this replay of Catalina, nice opening ride for the Peruvian. We're still waiting for this score to drop, but she opens with 2 nice turns, adds in a third. Love her technique, love that variety there at the end. I think she is looking so confident. You can see all of these heats that these surfers have been surfing. This is at least their 7th heat of the week, and they're surfing with much more confidence. And when I talk about the heat being nerve-wracking, I think that doesn't translate into the athletes surfing so much as it more does just with their mind and making decisions. So surfing looking really confident by finals day, that's how you want it. But in everything else, you're just hoping the uncontrollables in a heat goes your way, like those priority situations and those waves coming through, because at the end of the day, you really just want a medal. Of course, a gold, but to walk away with a medal feels like a success.
Well, at this stage, it looks like Peru's going to have a medal for their taking, with Catalina Zarique opening up with an 8.83 for that wave just after the buzzer. An incredible start for the young Peruvian, born in Oslo in Norway, but has been living here in Mancora, surfing for Team Peru for a long time. As we see celebrations and the Ring of Fire, Australia continuing to move through.
Yeah, they just had 2 athletes go through in that last one, so they'll be receiving at least 2 medals there in the boys U16.
Charlie up and riding with a couple of great hooks on her backhand. She's offering a lot of power to those opening first turns. That wave's going to soften out for her on the inside section. She could probably hear that ring of fire as she was out in the lineup with her team on the bluff. And exciting to see the Australians get those 2 surfers through in the last rounds. Now, of course, we know that battle for gold is tight as we take a look at Zoe Kina up and riding. She's going to wash off that opening fall and now set herself up with a great opportunity on her backhand. Couple quick turns as she looks for this finish here. The surfer who splits her time between California and Hawaii, Honolulu and Costa Mesa specifically, has been looking really sharp in competition throughout this week. And we'll see how that score fares amongst that first of Charlie Hatley as well.
Yeah, I'd say Catalina is sitting in a league of her own right now with that 8.83, and right now those 2 waves from Zoe and Charlie will be a little bit more comparable with each other's.
Well, there's just under 19 minutes on the clock. We do have 25 minutes on the timer for our semifinals today. Once we hit those final heats, it's going to be up to 30 minutes, which is awesome just to see that increase of time, give these surfers really the opportunity to kind of let things play out, wait out more waves to come through of a decent quality as well. So we've still got plenty of time. In any other heat, things would just be getting started, as we're down to just over 18 minutes on the clock. Scores are dropping across the board here. While we wait for that, let's go down to check in with Mitchell and the Australians.
Yeah, thank you. Here with Ocean Lancaster into a final right here, but what an incredible way to set the standard for the boys U16 out there. Tiago won his heat with an 8. You did the same exact thing. World-class stuff. Congratulations. You're into the final here.
Yeah, I'm lost for words. That was magic. Just being able to share a heat with Kato. I felt like we were just so connected out there and knew exactly what we had to do. So, yeah, we went out there and did that, and, yeah, stoked to see both of us in the final.
I mean, getting the reception from your team must be one thing. I met your parents. They're extremely proud of you. They're elated for your performance. What kind of moment was it like sharing that with them once you made it up the bluff?
Yeah, it's absolutely magic. It's kind of the first time Mum's travelled overseas with me to do a competition, and yeah, it's just been amazing having her over here. She's so supportive, and yeah, she's so just always loving, and she's just the biggest part of the team. So she loves being down here, and yeah, I don't want to get teary, but love you, Mum, and yeah, I'm doing this for you guys, and yeah, see what we can do.
Couple more to go. Anything you want to say before you paddle out, especially in the time between?
Yeah, just a big shout out to all the crew at home. I know you guys are watching. Thanks for all the lovely messages, and yeah, we'll keep pushing through, and yeah, I'm here representing Newcastle and representing Australia, so love all you guys back home, and let's bring on the final.
Well, it's looking good. Congratulations.
Well, an incredible performance from Ocean Lancaster, his teammate and Caden Francis advancing through as well for the Australians. And we do have the word in from the tower, the magic man upstairs who's crunching all the numbers on those team standings, is that Australia still has not secured the gold medal. It's still open based off of results from these next few heats as well as the finals. And Rachel, a lot of that is due to the fact that other teams have been very strong in their performances. USA, Brazil, and Peru were in that conversation coming into today for the top 4 with a strike at gold. But also because those medal heats, specifically the finals, have a lot more points to them on offer than anything else. So a gold medal finish versus a silver has a big points difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And Australia has 5 surfers in the draw going into finals day, which is more than double any of the others. Peru, USA, and Brazil all have 2 surfers going into finals day. Brazil has already lost 1. And Peru has already lost 1 in the boys U16, so really helping those chances. But Peru looking and feeling good in this heat right now. Catalina looking to be their final chances and hopes to at least even securing an individual gold. But like you said, it really comes down to how those final team standings play out. Individual standings play out in each final. And we have 4 finals, 4 4 medals, 4 gold medals to award today.
That's right. That's a lot of points available, which is why still all 4 of those top nations, Australia, USA, Brazil, and Peru, have that shot at winning the gold medal. Every single heat matters, and every placing in each heat matters valuably. You know, at the end of yesterday, we had some of those teams. Throughout the day, we saw the team standings shifting as each round would finish out and surfers would be eliminated. Then we would have, okay, we know that exactly this many points is going to 3rd and 4th out of those heats. In some of those positions, after some of those rounds, it was like 15 points dividing team from 2nd from team from 3rd. Those kind of situations continue to unravel, which is why it's so important throughout all of competition to finish out even just 1 placing higher, even if it's not an advancing position.
Yeah, interesting conversation points too is that Hawaii actually has 4 athletes still left in the draw as well, but 3 of those athletes are in, 2 of those athletes are in boys U18. So we see Mila making her way down.
And paddling out for the next heat. In that blue jersey, we'll have Lucy Dara for Team Australia. An exciting round coming up next. And of course, the under-18 girls will be finishing out later on. But back to what you were saying about Team Hawaii.
Yeah, so they have 3 athletes still left in the draw in the boys U18. And then they also have 1 athlete in girls U16. She'll be in the next heat. But the fact that they have 3 athletes left in only just 1 division means that they're vying for a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd spot, where the athletes like Australia, as we'll get back to that.
Zoe now up and riding. The 5.33 she opened up with is now being built on with 2 solid turns on her backhand. Setting it up now for the inside, and she'll kick out clean.
So basically, Zoe and 1 more Hawaiian are their 2 chances. They have 2 opportunities at gold, where Australia has multiple opportunities at gold because of their spread across divisions.
As we take a look now at Catalina with a huge re-entry for that single maneuver, looking to back up her 8.33. So essentially, Australia's got a lot of chances at gold, not necessarily to sweep the field because their under-18 boys have fallen out of competition up until this space, but across all of their divisions, they have that opportunity. Where for different nations, there's maybe 1 or 2 surfers in the draw who could be continuing their run for that gold medal.
Yeah, but I think that's what makes that big difference is that Peru, USA, and Brazil all just have those 2 athletes left in the draw. Hawaii has 4, so double, but the fact that 3 of them are in that 1 division makes a huge difference to those point components.
That's right. So a great opportunity for them to, essentially be walking away with lots of medals, but in the same divisions, it means those medals can't all be the gold medal with that 1,000 points on offer.
Yes, exactly.
So out in the lineup right now, it's the Hawaiian and Zoe Kaina in the lead, but she falls down to 2nd as the last for Catalina Zarike drops in as a 3.83. So Zoe with a 5.30 on the board now to back up her 5.33. And then Charlie, the Australian, she's sitting, waiting for that next opportunity, holding on to priority, chasing just a 5.31 to take the advancing position. So essentially a very close heat here between 2nd and 3rd. First place in a great position off the strength of that excellent score in the 8s, the high 8s specifically. And if she can get another score, even in that mid-range, she's going to be looking very solid. As we take one more look here at the 8.83, this was taken off during the break. We came back from it to see a massive score dropping.
Yeah, and the judges, knowing that these waves are out there for opportunity, loving or variety. This is the first heat of girls U16, but we've already had the boys U16 take place. So knowing that this wave is not super consistent. The fact that she found it, the judges are rewarding that in her wave selection as well. Just finding so much opportunity and putting in such confident surfing, Shannon. Look at that spray. I love this angle for analyzing the spray coming off the tail of the surfers' boards, meaning that they're having great timing with where they're meeting that board to that lip of the wave. And she, again, I can't get over the variety that she included on that wave.
Yeah, incredible wave selection, so well ridden. adding in a variety of maneuvers on her way in. So the Peruvian currently in that leading position, and now Charlie for Team Australia on her backhand. Hooks it up into a great looking turn for the start, gets those fins completely free, manages to maintain that control and speed coming out of it. The wave really letting her down after that, as she does a great job to just work her way through to the inside here, hoping for that finishing critical section as that shoulder tapered off.
Wow, but for a wave like that didn't give much opportunity, it was so important that she went big on that opening maneuver if she wanted it to be a keeper score, and she did. That was a great opening hit. As we take another look at this on her backhand, she really just gets those fins above the lip, grinds that lip, and releases that. As she comes back in through the inside, not as much opportunity like you said, but she did well to keep that board speed up, keep those turns looking really powerful. So that will be her second ride, Shannon. She's looking for a 5.3.
Scores are in. It's a 4.53, essentially from the strength of that first turn, connected together a couple flatter turns after that. And it's not going to jump into her top two, but it's going to be that confidence boost, even noting that if she's able to get a wave that offers one more critical section, she could be going huge.
Yeah, absolutely. And so just noting now that 8.83 that Catalina got at the beginning, judges having a more awareness, this being the third heat of the morning, judges having that awareness of how consistent it is, how often we're seeing those sets that are really offering those great sections. I mean, the swell 3 to 5 foot today, not too much wind yet on the horizon, only 2 miles. It's super glassy, looking beautiful, but judges rewarding that wave selection. That is showing me that is everything today.
Priority sitting with the surfer who has had phenomenal wave selection off the start of this heat in Catalina Zarrique, the Peruvian. Really controlling this heat so far, looking to improve on that 3.83. Zoe Kina sitting with second priority just next to her as it's a little quiet right now. We can see that next little lump coming through. And for Charlie, she's just paddled back out, but she's also staying well wide of the rest of the pack.
Smart. Looking
to pick something off under that third priority for the surfer out of the Gold Coast from Burley, loves, surfing out at Burley Heads. Longtime member now of the Surfing Australia High Performance Program for the last 4 years, and it's led her to a position like this. As we take a look now at our priority leader in Catalina, drives through that first turn, but she buries the rail too much, and she'll go down. That could leave the door open for Zoe, currently chasing down a 7.34 to take away that leading position, as Catalina is going to get busy on the inside here. And we'll see surfers out the back as well, as Catalina just gets that first check, wraps it around. That wave not having so much speed for this finishing section. She's going to generate some of her own, though, as she looks to kick out. And a huge turn for Zoe. She goes down as well, pushing so hard.
Yeah, I love that she was pushing hard, but at this point in the heat, Charlie needing a 5.3, that's not a huge score for finals day. Let's see how this opening turn looked. Really beautiful, gets a little bit hung up, and so I think at this point that's where she was thinking, all right, if I want to make up for that, I need to go big. Really pushes on that tail and comes unstuck, so that won't go into that scoreline. Potential opportunity though for Charlie coming in.
That's right. Charlie's only chasing a 5.3 to take the advancing position. She got the 4.53 for, it was a 3-turn combo, but it was off the strength of that opening maneuver. And now if she gets a wave like this that opens up and gives her multiple sections, she's going to be stealing away that advancing position from Zoe. Wraps it through on the first section, now setting it up with a great looking pocket. Huge critical section that she capitalizes on and has more opportunity now down the line. Just weaving her way through, setting it up here for this finish, hoping this wave stands up. She's throwing so much spray with each of these turns, and she's able to tag an oncoming section. Takes a deep breath as she finishes out. I would say job done for the 5.30. As we see Zoe now, she's going to be looking to put a better score on the requirement, and she's driving hard down the line as she makes it past the boil into this next section with a two-turn combination to finish that is absolutely flaring.
Right in front of Charlie as well. So that deep breath that we saw from Charlie, I think that's her showing a little bit of like nerves and, okay, I've completed a wave that went all the way through. I think that's going to be my best score. And then to see Zoe have that right in front of her. But let's take another look at this ride from our Australian. Second turn, looking really critical and really laying her upper body into it, putting that head down as she wraps it around, just showing so much power. And this wave stood up nicely for her, Shannon, for her to get that hit all the way into the finish. And there she takes that sigh of relief, but that sigh isn't going to last long because she paddles back out and sees Zoe's wave. Taking another look at it from this angle, what do you think of this one, Shannon?
Yeah, I really liked it. You know, that second turn was so sharp, and she pushed it just like we've seen Zoe and Catalina trying to push their maneuvers, but also was able to hold on to it for the finish and then connect it through, keeping all that flow within her surfing. You can really get that feeling now, and I love this. It's finals day. Every surfer needs to be pushing their surfing to the throttle, and that's exactly what Charlie did on that last wave.
Yeah, and Zoe pushed it maybe even a little bit more. Huge turn there into this next one. Second huge turn. So less quantity of maneuvers, but two major maneuvers.
As we see Catalina now up and riding, she locks in that opening turn. Now sets herself up for a similar one, is able to get a little more extension out of it, and now that critical pocket is in front of the Peruvian. She's going to capitalize on the in section as well. And with 4 minutes on the clock, we have 3 important scores dropping, all to be counting scores across the board for Catalina, Zoe, and Charlie. Our leader looking only to improve on a 3.83 to make the question into the excellent range on our bottom 2 surfers. Both staying active here, not worrying about the fact that they have scores to drop. They're looking to continue fighting for improvement as we take a look at this last one.
Yeah, looking to improve upon the 3.83. I think it's safe to say this really well served and got that opportunity at the end there to really bash it. I think, Shannon, that is showing her knowledge of this break and being a local Peruvian and being here, spending time at this high performance center is really shining through. And how much she understands this, she's just had a great heat so far.
Well, scores to drop across the board. We're down to 3 minutes on the clock. In any other heat this week, the timer would have already sounded and Catalina would have won, but we've got that extra 5 minutes for a 25-minute heat for the semis. We'll be heading into 30-minute heats for the finals. As scores are coming through, all right, first score in from that last exchange. It's a 7-point ride for Charlie Hatley out of the Gold Coast. The Australian momentarily jumps into second, would need a 5.67 on a next wave to take the lead away from Catalina for now. We've got another score to drop for Zoe Kaina out of Hawaii. She is looking for a 7.0 on her last ride to take away second from Charlie. And we're still waiting for a score to drop in for Catalina out of Peru, which will likely improve her 3.83. Now Zoe jumps into the lead with a 7.43 on her last wave. Takes her into first place as Charlie's up and riding. Charlie kicks out of that ride. Charlie now finds herself in third. Guaranteed she's going to be chasing a score to take an advancing position. Catalina Zarrique only needs a 3.93 for her last wave now to regain the lead, and she gets it with a 6. So scores are now locked in. We've got another score to drop for Charlie. It would need to be a 5.77 to take away the advancing position, and it's just that in and out of a 0.37. We also have another score potentially to drop for Zoe. A 7.43 was her previous wave that came through as her top 2. And you can see the surfers just sitting, I mean, neck and neck on top of each other. At this stage, it seems like our situation will remain with red in the lead, green second, and blue in third.
Yeah, Zoe's not giving her an inch. I mean, that is maybe some of the most strategic staying on her I have seen all event. Like, they're literally touching shoulders and arms as they're paddling. Zoe not wanting to give her any more opportunity. because we have seen great surfing from all three surfers. I mean, Shannon, these are now some of those first heats that we're seeing surfers with 7s in their score lines get knocked out.
45 seconds on the clock and massive scores across the board. This was an extremely good start to our under 16 girls division for the day for the semifinals. 30 seconds remaining, and unfortunately for Charlie Hatley, chasing down that 5.77, she's under third priority with both Zoe and Catalina staying very tight on top of her. And Zoe's gonna have to go on this wave to keep Charlie off of it, and she doesn't. That could have been an opportunity for the Australian. We'll see if that is in question on priority at the moment. We don't see any change to the priority situation. It will stay in favor of Zoe as we're down to 5 seconds on the clock. And it's gonna be Team Hawaii locking in that second place position and a medal here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships behind Catalina Zardique, the local for Peru. And a sweet moment here between these three out in the lineup. They're gonna leave their surfing where it left at the buzzer, and celebrations all around for Hawaii and for Peru. Charlie as well, I mean, put together some incredible surfing in that. That 7-point ride was just exceptional and would have had the opportunity if this buzzer just didn't sound too quickly. Catalina Zardique with the win. We'll hear from her right after this, and we're into our next semifinal, Canada, USA, and Australia in the water.
Welcome to day 3 of competition at Punta Rocas for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Montero out of Italy with a huge backhand attack. Already incredible performance, and he tags the end. And he's got some power to his surfing. Driving hard off the bottom into that next turn, setting himself up just turn after turn, throwing so much spray. And Bastian Arevalo for Peru is already up and riding. The local surfer can see within every ounce of his surfing that he knows this break like the back of his hand.
The waves are absolutely pumping today. Like, couldn't really ask for better waves. Yeah, there was a lot of build up to the first heat, a lot of nerves, so really happy to get that one out of the way.
Australia's Mila Coco Brown with a 6.67. That's it for day 3. Tune in for day 4 tomorrow, starting at 7 a.m. at isasurf.org.
Welcome back to the action. It's finals day here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. This event has been taking place at Punta Rocas in Peru, and it has been so awesome to see Osha Green, Lucy Derrig, and Bailey Turner get an opportunity to make it into the semifinals. Canada, Australia, and the USA represented. Still for a shot at gold for Australia and for the USA. Canada with that hopes of individual medal now here with Osha Green, who's been putting together some really beautiful surfing on her road to the semifinals. And Osha has a look at that first wave, unfortunately isn't able to get into it. And with that, she'll now be into third priority. No priority established yet between Lucy or Bailey out in the lineup. Shannon Hughes alongside Rachel Tilley for the call.
Yeah, not really the way that you want to start your heat, but that move has separated her from the pack. Maybe she'll find another opportunity here.
Yeah, at this stage, having a paddle, she's going to have a look on her backhand, connects into the lip for that first turn, and then redirects and is looking to see if that left is going to give her a little bit more than maybe what she was seeing on the right. So just a quick redirect, and she'll set herself up with a first proper score on the board as we're down to 22.5 minutes on the clock. Lucy and Bailey now just paddling themselves as we see Green having a look, tries to get into that wave, can't quite get there. And you can see that with some of those waves, there's just that bit of extra water still underneath them, challenging to get into. And really hoping that, you know, as surfers paddle in and have a great opportunity, that the wave just sucks and draws off of the rocks really well, gives them some nice shape to work with. That's what we saw in that last heat for all three surfers actually locking in 7 to 8 point rides.
Yeah, it was a huge heat and something we were talking about. One of those first heats now that we are seeing surfers with 7s and great scores get knocked out of advancement position. I mean, this is finals day. These surfers are here on finals day because they've earned it with great surfing over the past 8 days.
Paddle now for Lucy out of the south coast of New South Wales. Connects into that opening turn, finds the second and can't get the projection out of her turn. Bailey on the outside will now be sitting with priority and has yet to get into her opening ride. And I've got to say, you know, losing a heat with a 7 and a 5 point ride is a decent way to lose a heat. It's the way you'd like to bow out, surfing well and noting that your competitors just happen to, you know, get into maybe the better waves, have something with a little bit more opportunity to it.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. As we take a look at this opener from Lucy, really nice first turn. Goes for that second one, releases, and unfortunately just mistimes that a bit. Not enough weight on that front foot to keep her moving in that forward projection and get back down. And there's our Peruvian Catalina that had a spectacular opening heat.
I mean, basically just off the buzzer while we were still at the commercial break, she was dropping an 8.83. And that was so exciting to see. I love that team cheer with, you know, a tight circle around her, but you notice all of the Peruvian media down there and everyone else shouting along as well. It's like the whole community is coming together, which we've noticed for the Peruvians since our opening day, but now as we're into finals day, even more numbers down on the beach, and it's going to be tough to get any shouts and cheers any louder than what the Peruvian contingency has down here.
Yeah, that is for sure. I love their team chant. That has been really fun to see, and really fun to see them include people even beyond their competitive team into those team chants, and the way they've been having the athlete go in the middle. Very similar to Australia's chant as well. They have that winning athlete go in the middle of what they call the Ring of Fire, and that has been just super cool to see as we see another Australian out there. So we saw one Australian bow out in the last heat. Another Australian out there now. She is holding that lead and that hope, but with 25 minutes now, 19 minutes remaining, in every other heat that they've surfed this week, the heat has only just started.
Yeah, there's still so much time remaining on the clock, which is awesome as we come into finals day, and nice that we are at this stage of competition as well, where we have had so many different heats running throughout the week. We've been surfing multiple podiums for, I think, 7 of our 8 days of competitions. We had double podiums running. That is a lot of heats to be done. With 18 minutes on the clock, though, let's cross down to check in with the local Catalina Zarique taking out a victory.
Yeah, thank you. Finalist Catalina Zarique, how does that sound, especially after maybe competing here hundreds of times at Punta Rocas? You're into your first ever ISA final. Congratulations.
Yeah, I'm super happy. It was my goal to reach the final, and I'm super happy I made it. The waves were really good and really fun. I got a really good wave at the start, but then I kind of didn't find a backup real quick, but at the end I got another good wave, and I'm super happy to be in the final.
What about the 5-minute difference today? 25 in comparison to 20-minute heats. Did it make a difference to you?
Yeah, I think it helps me like a lot because I get like more time to catch waves, and I don't know, it's super fun.
Ahora un mensaje para la gente del Perú. Obviamente una victoria muy grande. Estás a 2 olas de pelear por la medalla de oro. ¿Cómo te sientes especialmente aquí en casa en Punta Rocas?
Nada, súper feliz, agradecida de tener todo el team Perú acá, todo el apoyo de todos los peruanos. Ya estoy en la final, ahora a concentrarme para ese hit y con todo.
Felicidades, buena suerte.
Well done to Catalina, setting that goal and achieving it with ease through the semifinals.
Yeah, that was a huge heat, and to hear her talk about also, you know, that 25 minutes making a big difference for her. She did struggle to find that backup, And that saw her jump down into that second position, and within those last 5 minutes got a 6-point ride, which helped her take that lead back. So these 25 minutes making a huge difference.
Out in the lineup, it's the Australian with Lucy Darragh sitting in that leading position. Surfer out of Gerringong, just on the south coast of Sydney, and an incredibly wave-rich region of the world where Sally Fitzgibbons, the 4-time ISA gold medalist, is from. Now one of the VPs as well for the ISA. And it's been a great little community for these two to grow up in. As we take a look now at Osha Green, having a paddle, and she decides just to let that one pass. Bailey Turner currently sitting with first priority now as this next wave approaches. And she's going to have a look. She'll lose priority likely on that wave as under priority Osha Green gets up and she takes a fall. This heat is starting in a very, well, it's in a very different way to how Catalina started her heat. However, I have to say for both Charlie and Zoe in that last heat, they had those falls on their first waves, and then from there were able to click into rhythm.
Yeah, they did. But at this point, they had those 5.33s equally.
By 15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So interesting to see this slower kickoff. And, you know, something we talked about in Catalina's heat as well. She got that 8.83 within that first minute. And those judges really rewarding, noticing that the wave that she got the 8.83 on, a lot of opportunity on that wave. It was really well surfed, but those waves not super consistent in coming through. And I think we're now getting a more demonstration of that consistency or lack thereof in this heat.
Yeah, it's a challenging position when the waves just aren't coming, or that shape's a little bit funky when they do, and you're trying to decide, do I go on a wave that maybe only has the scoring potential of like a 4 to 5? Do you wait out the ones that will come through at some point that have that excellent scoring potential on it, noting you only need 2 waves to take away that advancing position, as we can see surfers paddling now.
And Lucy, in first priority, she has that 4.17. That was off that strength of that first turn because she went down on that wave as well. So we've seen a mistake from all surfers out there so far.
Bailey now up and riding on her backhand. The surfer out of Huntington Beach, California, locks in a 2-turn combo for the start. And she's looking for even more opportunity down the line as she drives through that final turn. That'll be the first completed wave of the heat.
Yeah, and for her, making that paddle mistake earlier, losing that first priority, didn't ding her too much. Finding that now under priority was great. So we see her on her backhand, taking a look at this again. Just under the lip there, times that one a lot better, gets all the way up there, makes it look really major, really critical. And she gets back around. Nice timing in the pocket to get a third turn before she cuts out. So that will skyrocket to the best score of the heat.
Taking another look at it here from a different angle. And score still to drop now for the first of the Southside Seal out of Huntington Beach, Bailey Turner, as she drops in a 5.83 and takes away that leading position.
Yeah, so now putting a little bit more pressure on Lucy and Osha to open their accounts, especially Osha. 3 waves ridden, but all falls. And we see a paddle and a miss from her. Again, not a mistake in priority, but I think that would be starting to get her frustrated.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. As we take a look now at Bailey, smart decision to take off on the paddle back out, lock in that second score. Gets those first 2 turns looking smooth, connects through as she's able to just drive a little harder off the bottom into that top turn for the finishing couple. And she'll now be looking to drop another score behind the 5.83 that she just had for a slightly longer wave. We've seen some great scoring potential rates come through for surfers just on the way back out as we take a look here.
Yeah, getting around that boil, and this one stood up really nice through that inside reef. She took full advantage of it and got 4, 5, 6 maneuvers. So that will be a great backup. And, you know, her competitors don't even know that she's gotten this second ride now. Most likely, they're going to hear 2 scores drop, and it's going to put them on high alert that Bailey has first place on lock at the moment.
That's right. It's going to increase their requirements as well. That's the most important information they'll hear from that situation that will be dropped from the beach announcers upstairs. It's a 4.73. It sits her into, that double-digit heat total in first place. And now for Lucy, she's chasing a 6.39 to take away first. She is holding on to first priority. And then for Osha, she still only needs that 2.18 to take away second, but noting that she doesn't have a keeper score yet, where we see already that 4.17 could be a keeper score for Lucy with the opportunity to just improve on the one.
Yeah, Osha just needs to take a deep breath and wash off what has been the first 15 minutes of this heat. We know that she can bring it back around. I mean, that's why she's here on finals day. So just not letting the pressure of now an 11-minute heat get the best of her. And this is where we need to see a strong mental game from our athletes in order to pull themselves out of these situations.
Lucy with the paddle uses first priority on this. She's chasing down a 6.39 to take away the leading position for the Australian. Wraps it through those first two turns. Drives hard as she's trying to just find some more speed. This wave continuing to give her that opportunity as she drives around the section. And she's looking to back up that score of the 4.17. And regardless of where it heads, it's going to put a decent requirement on the board now for Osha Green.
Yeah, so now 2 surfers with 2 scores on the board. That was a really nice wave, really well surfed. Everything looking really crisp about her surfing. Great placement on the wave. Nice use of her upper body. Got a little tiny bit hung up there, but that's just a pedantic little takeaway. Judges will notice it, but they won't dock her for it because she rode out of it so cleanly. Everything looking really nice. I love this wave, Shannon.
Yeah, the wave itself just turned out so clean. It gave her so many different sections to work with.
I love her style as well. Her use of the rail and the way she puts it together. Not a huge score, but I just love the way that she packaged that all. It was really pleasing to the eye to watch.
It's a 4.40, and Lucy will stay in that second place position, but importantly increases the requirement significantly on Osha Green for Canada. Osha out of Tofino, she's now sitting with that first priority next to her name, so she's in a commanding seat. She's chasing down a 6.57, and we have seen her drop some big scores on her way here into the semifinals. So she's just got to tap back into that mindset, knowing that she has so truly earned her position here in the semis. She's got that taste of a medal right within grasp for the longtime competitor here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Mm-hmm. She is, up until now, her best result has been making it into this round with that 7th place finish overall at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And so for her now as a semifinalist, that's massive. She's into the top 6 overall instead of, make it into that top 7 conversation. But she's got that opportunity to walk away a medalist now for Team Canada. And I hope she's able to use that priority to her advantage, lock into the wave of the heat, and get herself a great looking ride. As we see this wave, it's not going to break in time for where Osha is sitting. It might give Bailey the chance to scratch into it. And for the Huntington Beach local, she's now up and riding. It's a really frothy wave, as that wave before was a bit bigger and has left that froth on the face. Got that opening turn. Now hooking it up for the second. That was a great finish considering she was kind of slowly trying to make it around the section. And Osha, she was able to get a piece of the action as well. We're not sure what happened at the start of that wave, which would have been the more important part of it.
Yeah, smart for her not to paddle on that earlier one that Bailey ended up going on, because that you could see how hard it was for Bailey to get into that wave. Osha would have made a priority mistake if she had really committed to that. So great to see that there's an opportunity behind it. We'll see if it amounted to much on the outside, because we know it didn't have that inside section that some of those heftier scores are really providing. And at least we do know that it will surely replace her 2.0 as we take a look. Nice outside carve, bringing it back around. It already starts to shoulder off a bit, but she has some good energy behind it, staying nice and compact, hoping that it stands back up. It doesn't, and this is that replay of Bailey's wave. Really just that one outside turn. She did well to make it around, and just a tight turn in there, looking powerful and sharp, but that one doesn't go into her top 2. So the situation remains the same in terms of Bailey in first and Lucy in second.
That's right. Now the nice thing for Osha's wave, though it's only a 3.6, it's her biggest and it does chip away at the requirement. She's now chasing just below that 5-point ride to take the advancing position. As you can see the Canadians there on the bluff, hands on the head, hoping that Osha gets herself into the right wave here to really battle for that advancing position into the finals.
Yeah, I think they're watching themselves probably on their phones right now and just realize, hey, we're on screen. Where's the camera? And you saw them all just make eye contact with us there.
They go from like stress to like de-stress in an instant.
Yeah, like, hey, wait, what?
Oh, check to what's actually happening around.
Okay, back to heat action.
Okay, back to action. Osha Green has that opportunity. The surfer out of Tofino. And she's been a long-time competitor here, has had that opportunity competing up the divisions as well and at the World Surfing Games. And I think for the Canadian team, she's one of those surfers that we've really had a close eye on with that big expectation for the future of her surfing. She's also just got so much grace and style in her surfing. I really love getting to watch her open up on the right wave.
Yeah, as we saw them just sitting pretty stressed there, you know, and going into those final 5 minutes. Previously, this would have been the end of that 20-minute heat with 36 seconds to go. So Osha is thanking everything that there is another 5 minutes to go, because we haven't seen anyone really run away with it like we saw in that last heat. We saw 7s from every single surfer on the board. We saw an 8 and a 6 for our heat winner. So a really different heat as compared to this one. The fact that Osha's struggled to really find that rhythm, but that hasn't made her, you know, that hasn't taken away her chances. She only needs a 4.97 is kind of showing how this heat has played out so differently.
Down to 5 minutes on the clock. And we've got a nice looking line coming through here. It's Bailey Turner in the leading position under priority, but she separated herself from the pack. And with a wave like this, she could have the opportunity to improve her leading position. That 5.83 and that 4.73. Now asking to be surfed up as we see those first opening wraps. And she's working hard to make something of this ride. She comes through to the inside. 3 nice turns for the start. And Team USA there on the bluff.
Yeah, they're just hoping every little bit is increased, because 4.97 being surfed for here.
Here we go with a 2-turn combination. Chasing down that 5-point ride. That last section was just a little awkward and off timing.
Yeah, but Team Canada's happy about it because they see Osha's building up her confidence. I think we actually could see that improve upon that 3.6 as well and continue to decrease that requirement. Let's take another look at this. Gets around. Nice first turn. Looks really good. Gets there just a little bit late to that second turn. That lip was already coming down. She made it halfway as she was coming up to it, but she ran out of it clean, and it only just improves her situation.
Oh, well, a 3.63 just sets her up with a 4.94 now as her requirement for the Canadian. Of course, you know, Team Canada has had that gold medal taste as a nation before with Erin Brooks taking away that gold in 2022. She's also a former silver medalist. And now for Osha in the lineup, her teammate going to great success now on the championship tour. And Osha's got a big requirement in front of her just based off of kind of how this heat is unfolding. For Lucy out of Team Australia, she's got that opportunity to continue adding valuable points to their gold medal campaign as they came in with a jump on the rest of the field by about 1,000 points in the conversation. Now, having said that, there are still those 4 nations with the opportunity to walk away with gold between Brazil, Peru, USA, and then, of course, Australia coming in today.
Yeah, so both Canada and USA only have 2 surfers left. The thing that's removing Canada from that conversation of the overall team points is that USA has had a bigger team that have collectively done better. But now both of them in this situation, hoping that they can walk away with two individual medals. That's what they were hoping for at the start of this day. Things looking more favorable for our American as she's sitting comfortably in the lead, not running away with it, but pressure is on that Canadian to turn this around.
1:45 on the clock. And the other scenario that we've just received from upstairs is that both France and Hawaii are the only teams that have an opportunity to jump into that top 4 and steal away the copper medal. Outside of that, it's going to be those top 4 still fighting for gold that would be sitting in those finishing medal positions. But we could see that bottom nation actually get bumped away by France or Hawaii. Ocean now with the opportunity to find herself with a final berth here, chasing a 5-point ride to take the advancing position.
Oh, no.
And she just gets stuck on that last turn. That wave hits that extra kind of wobble and fills out with an awkward amount of water. And we'll see if Bailey and Lucy are going to decide to take off on another wave. I mean, at this stage, Lucy trying to improve on a couple of 4s. Would be hunting down wave quality specifically that would offer that for her. And Osha on the inside. She's putting together a significant effort here. That was her 6th wave caught overall. For Lucy, off the strength of just those 2 waves, she's sitting with the 4s. And Osha now with the opportunity. 30 seconds on the clock. She's linking together a couple of great turns. Smooth style as she comes through for that finish right into the rocks. Putting that board on the line as she kicks off in the shallows. The team is so proud to see her just fighting through to the finish here. And currently needing a 4.94. As Bailey Turner has a paddle, she won't be able to get into it. Lucy Dara up and riding though for the Australians. She's looking to improve on a 4.17 to put a bigger requirement on the field. This wave is growing. It's giving a lot of potential as she heads down the line. And she's looking for a big finish. She could easily be looking at an improved situation for herself as well.
Yeah, okay, so we remember Bailey's 4.73 was after that 5.83 as she was paddling back out. Kind of similar to Osha's, but judges were quick to drop it, deeming Osha's score not enough, Shannon.
Wow, well, last of Osha Green, it's a 3.97. The 3.03 before that didn't factor into her top 2. And so it will officially be Bailey Turner taking out the win for Team USA out of Huntington Beach. Lucy Dara for Team Australia out of Gerringong holds on to 2nd. And they'll be advancing through into the finals. We're going to a quick break. When we return, more action here from Finals Day at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared. But still don't do it.
Welcome back to Finals Day. It's the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We're live from Punta Rocas. Quick start from Dylan Donegan representing Team Spain. Chris Cote and with Sofia Milanovic. Sofia, I'm hearing the beach go wild. That means the performances are out of this world. As you see, leaning into it, Donegan. Okay, chance to take a breath here. Hawaii, Spain, Finland represented. Jacob Turner, Dylan Donegan, Ellie Temperi. I mean, these 3 guys have been standing out head and shoulders above the competition throughout this 8-day period. But here on Finals Day, we can only take 2 from this semifinal into the finals. 25-minute heats.
Beautiful heat we have in our hands. 3 of them are great surfers. They've had some amazing scores during the event, so It's going to be a show.
Yeah, this heat's going to provide fireworks, no doubt. Jacob Turner up and at it. The left-hander. Looks like he's eyeing this section. Blasts through. Nicely rotated front three for Jacob Turner. Born in Florida, but raised on the north shore of Kauai. You know, he is a star of course, heats, but also his videos are incredible. As you can see right there, that was video part surfing. He got some clips and snapped 5. Dropped an edit called Mirage. This guy is so talented.
This is that replay on that last left for Red. He's so talented. Makes it look so easy. Wow, that was a great move by Red. I've seen him do a couple moves like that, progressive moves on that left. He really likes that left. He's been getting some really good scores on it. This is another angle. Look at this turn. Wow, so progressive, so much ease.
So casual. I mean, that was not an easy section to hit, but he made it count. Now let's take a look back at the first wave from Dylan Donegan.
Beautiful hit at the top for Dylan. Trying to find that second section. Second section stands for him. Getting some speed down the line, and wow, huge turn to finish that wave for Dylan from Spain.
He's got a rad style and an impressive resume. He's your ISA World Junior Champion from 2025. Excuse me, 2024. He's your European champ. He performs very well under pressure. And as we saw in a previous heat, he's willing to chuck his carcass straight into the rocks if it means he's going to get the score. He's one of those surfers that went all the way through to the end, literally came down from the lip, straight onto the rocks. He laughed it off, paddled back out, got the heat win. He's willing to do whatever it takes. Super motivated. Saw an interview with him. They asked, where is his ISA gold medal? He says it's right in the middle of the living room. Can't go into the house without seeing that.
That's great motivation.
Right? Every day you just look at it and go, 1 looks good. 2 looks even better.
That first wave by Blue is a 5.33. And that last wave of Red is a 6.5.
Incredible surfing by all the women that just came in from that semifinal battle. So we have 3 finals set. Now we're looking to see who we will be fielding in your boys under 18 finals. I mean, all of the surfers in the semifinals deserve it. They've all worked so hard to get here. At the moment, scores coming through. Jacob Turner packs a 6.50 on the strength of a radical frontside air. Now we see Ellie Timperi representing Team Finland. Gets caught up in the white water. He's trying to fight around it. There's a lot of time taken away on that wave. It looked like it was going to be a gem from the start, but then it just kind of clamped down in front of him. Team USA fired up for Bailey Turner, Huntington Beach, California, a finalist at the World Junior Surfing Championship.
You have a great final.
I can't wait.
It's going to be amazing. We see the Peruvian getting the highest score of that last round with an 8.83.
Come on, guys. Team effort this week. Nice and loud. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. U-S-A! USA!
Well done.
I love that Coach Ryan Simmons for Team USA said, team effort, because we've seen these teams really come together, support each other, you know, dawn to dusk. Talking about surfers that may have lost out earlier on in the week, but they've been back here on the sand, getting loud every single day. I mean, that means the world to the surfer in the water. Win or lose, you come in and you have that good positive energy from your team.
For sure, you feel that support. It's a long event. They've been there every day cheering for every surfer.
You know, I think for those of us that are have the privilege to be here on site. I had a friend ask last night, where are you getting all this energy? And I said, the surfing's giving me the energy. It's so entertaining. Boys under 18 semifinals, heat 1 in the water right now as we wait for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to the glass. We've got Mitchell Salazar with Bailey Turner.
Yeah, that's right. Here with the pure local. Bailey, congratulations into your first final. First time ever competing here at the ISAs as well. How did it feel getting that score, especially after a point? You drop the 5, paddle back out, you get a 4 halfway through.
Yeah, when I saw that wave, I was just excited because it looked like it was going to roll up, so I was just excited to surf.
And what about the experience being here in finals day? Of course, 25 minutes, the difference between 5 minutes. These are plenty of amateur heats. Did it feel a bit different today?
Yeah, it's definitely different. Just like it's like one of the coolest contests I've ever been a part of, like with the team and like cheering everyone on, and it's like about the team, and yeah.
All right. It's almost 6 a.m. back home. I'm pretty sure your family woke up. Ryder, Colby, your parents, what does this mean to you, but for your family too, especially being from such an incredible place in Huntington Beach?
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot. I'm excited to be able to surf another heat because it's so good out there, so it means a lot that they're all watching and supporting.
Congratulations. Best of luck in the final.
Thank you.
Guys.
Great answer there. She's just excited to get back out there and surf. I mean, that's the mark of a purist, of a surfer who's doing it for the right reasons. You know, she didn't say anything about winning or, you know, her competition. She said, I just want to get back out there and surf.
Exactly.
You can tell she loves it.
She's just having so much fun.
All right, we see Jacob Turner now on his backhand. Expect big things from this power surfer representing Team Hawaii. Blast the tail out, fins free.
I love his approach. He's always pushing it.
He's
Lots
a free
of
surfer,
progression.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
he's a free surfer
He's
that
having
just
fun.
happens to have a jersey on right now. So that's a completely kind of new look, a new trick that the judges haven't seen yet. What do you think they're going to send the message for this one?
This is the replay. I think they're going to really like it. Look how much he pushed through that turn. Total control. Lots of progression. That first turn was really nice too. Really vertical turn, and this second turn was just so fun to watch.
You can just tell he's feeling loose.
Yeah, he's just having a good time. Almost like he's free surfing out there.
That's a very dangerous surfer to have in your heat when you can tell they're just feeling the flow. You know, I see shades of Ian Crane. I see shades of Corey Lopez in his style. He goes so fast. If you look at his Instagram, it's just packed. Giant fish and giant barrels. This dude charges. We're talking waves like, you know, Jaws, Chopo, Pipeline. There's a clip of him ripping on Alaya. He really is the, you know, complete package of a surfer. I'd say it mostly focuses on free surfing and filming video parts. You got the shout and snapped 5. It's a big deal, and here he is again. This is a surfer that has entered the flow state. Goes for the upside down inverted reverse with the grab.
So much fun to watch. He's just the kind of surfer that just goes for it. Like usually his scores are like or a 2 or a 9, you know? 'Cause he just goes for it. He doesn't play it safe.
So with 14:24 to go, Dylan Donegan out the back with priority. He's got a 5.33 to start. Tim Perry, Team Finland, second place. Ellie Tim Perry, I mean, this kid's a perfectionist. He's really a student of the game. Got the U.S. Championship back in 2023. He's had some recent big results in the WSL qualifying series. I mean, he's a real hard worker, too. I'd like to say he's a Seaside Reef lot troll, but he doesn't spend a lot of time in the parking lot like the rest of us. He's always in the water. I mean, he's constantly filming and reviewing the tapes. And this could be our first look at L.A. Tim Perry. His backhand is lethal. As you can see right here, 2 solid turns. So he selected this left, right in the middle of the peak. Can't you just tell that he puts a lot of work into, into his surfing, into the technical aspect of what he does? Dylan Donegan now, Team Spain, your reigning ISA junior gold medalist. Whipping through a series, backhand carves. So that was a great look at two similar waves, but felt like Ellie Timperi going a little faster, a little bit more power. He had better sections to work with, so it wasn't necessarily Dylan Donegan's fault, but that was a great exchange for us armchair judges at home to decipher. Who do you think got the edge there?
Ellie Timperi, for sure. That was a beautiful lift. And it offered that last section too that looked really good. Lots of precision in his surfing. Beautiful surfing by Green. Dylan's wave was also a nice wave, but I think for sure in that exchange, Ellie's gonna get the best wave.
I think the judges, not to get too metaphysical here, but they see energetic surfing, and they can feel the energy coming off the waves being ridden. And you could just see the needle moving a little bit further over for Ellie Timperi, and there's the result right there, a 6.43. So a great start for Ellie. Jacob Turner sitting on a 6.50 and a 5.90. He's way into the lead right now with a 12.40 total. Donegan still sitting on that 5.33. Waiting for the second score to drop through. Most likely to just be a little bit under that 5-point mark. So 11:42 left here in semifinal heat number 1. These are three, well, I don't even want to call them future stars of our sport because they're already stars now in their respective regions. Ellie Timperi from Encinitas, California, representing Team Finland as the flag bearer in the opening ceremony.
And I just love the different approaches too from all these surfers. I think both blue and green are a little bit more technical. And we have also Jacob Turner. It's a little bit more unpredictable, kind of more raw surfing.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that too.
I like when you see a surfer paddling into a wave and you have no idea what they're about to do. And on the flip side of that, I can totally appreciate Ellie and Dylan. You know what you're going to get when they take off. Precise, powerful surfing, everything in its proper spot. Ellie holds himself to a really high standard.
Yeah, I like good surfing. So I think all these three surfers are amazing surfers.
We're down to 10.5 minutes. Ellie's in third priority. Sneaking around a little bit through the inside. Jacob Turner, these surfers are getting the information from our technical beach announcers that they have 10 minutes, 20 seconds left. Jacob Turner in the lead, Donegan second, and Timperi needs a 4.67. Beautiful glassy conditions here at Punta Rocas today. I want to thank our host nation of Peru. Not only, opening up this spot that is absolutely perfect for an event of this magnitude, but also the only word I can think of is aloha. Is there a Peruvian word for aloha?
Bienvenidos,
okay.
Welcome.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
Y'all have been very welcoming. 9.5 left. Timperi taking a look at that one. I mean, you can feel the pressure, right? The pressure's starting to build. Timperi, again, just taking a good hard look at that little right-hander. He didn't like what he saw, so he got out quick.
He just needs a 4.67.
Another medium insider under priority. Quick vertical snap to a hard slash. And I feel like when you're watching Ellie surf, you can tell how focused he is on all the subtleties and on just keeping everything in perfect control.
Yeah.
So
he has
looking
a great
for
style, aggressive style. And that second turn was super sharp on that wave.
I was going to say, looking for a 4.67. I mean, this wave kind of came out of nowhere, but definitely made it count.
This second turn, wow. So much extension, throwing lots of water. Smaller wave, but she surfed it really well.
Yeah, got a little gift section on the inside too. Great overview of where these surfers heading into these rocks.
Here's a replay. First nice wave. This was a money turn. That was such a good turn, that second turn.
I feel like this is just a great illustration of a mid-range score. Smaller wave, but he did everything you could have possibly done on that wave. Yeah, exactly. 5.37 for Ellie Perry. He's now in second place. That drops Dylan Donegan to third, needing a 6.04. You have 7 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Looks like a nice looking set rolling through. Jacob Turner kind of in the zone for it, but it did get a little weird. You see that ridge coming up. A wise decision for both red and blue. Ellie's making his way back in the lineup. Look at this, nice and calm. Just holding it all together. He's mentally tough. He's been through all the ups and downs already in surfing. I mean, you know how great a win feels, but you also know how bad a loss can sting.
Of course, he's an experienced surfer.
Sharp eye board looking perfect. They suit his style so nicely.
Some waves at the back. Priority number 1 is with red. Priority number 2 is with blue.
I love that Ellie's just cruising back to the lineup because he knows he's going to be in third priority. So why not, just reserve your energy. These heats have all gone down to the wire.
And there's some wide ones that offer a lot of potential.
Yeah, I mean, that 5.37 he got, that was way on the inside. And he got lucky here because none of these set waves produced a really meaningful wall for any of the surfers. And he's going to be right back in the zone.
More waves at the back.
I'm so blown away by the maturity that we're seeing from these 18 and under surfers that it's like they have it built in. Like they're ready to surf under pressure. It does not look like it's affecting anyone in this heat. And I mean, this is a huge global stage. Fans from all over the world watching. And I feel like once you put that sticker on your board of your nation's flag, that's got to increase the pressure right there.
For sure. Here comes Ellie. Was like paddling super hard to see if he was in good position for that last ride, but unfortunately a little bit out of position. Those last waves go on reading. They look like good waves.
Here we go. We're down to the critical 5-minute mark. Jacob Turner's in the lead, but everybody's got scores. Tim Perry with a 6.43. Donegan's high mark of 5.77. He's looking for a 6.04 now. Priority is with Jacob Turner. Donegan looks like he's potentially making a break for the inside as Tim Perry in third priority. With a deep paddle for this wave, and he gets it. Quick snap getting around the white water. Oh, great carving slash right there for Ellie Perry.
He's a specialist doing those carves. Throwing so much water.
And a turn like that will always be rewarded. It will never go out of style. It's always going to look cool. But you got to do it like that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not easy to do. I mean, Ellie, literally, like I said, he's been working on his surfing day in, day out. And it's paying off. Currently in second place. There's a set rolling through here. Jacob Turner having a look. And he must have heard some whistles because he saw that quick reaction time. And this one rolling through the lineup. Gosh, just nerves of steel. Because you know all these waves look pretty good on the outside.
I just feel like Jacob's being a little bit more selective with his waves. First half of the heat, he's been really active, just trying to find opportunity. And just pretty much getting the scores by single moves, But now I think he's just looking for that wave that is going to offer him more sections.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like he's looking for a specific type of wave that's going to give him something to launch off of. You can tell he's an entertainer, you know? He likes to put on a show. And he doesn't seem weighed down by the jersey at all. So another wave for Tim Perry. He's speeding down the line. Another great carve. Identifies the inside section. Snap float, 2-for-1 turn there. His last wave came through at a 4.73. I feel like that wave's probably going to be right in that area as well. Yeah, so Ellie's been super busy in this heat. It's the 7th wave ridden. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left. Here we go. Something wicked this way comes. A major set approaching, one of the biggest sets we've seen of the morning. Looks like both of the surfers out the back with the potential to get a little caught inside. The wave flattens out, so it's going to be no problem. I mean, if you've seen any of Jacob Turner's video parts, you know that this dude can take a beating. Seen him in wild waves, free falling at Jaws and laughing about it. I mean, that's the type of guy he is. So with 2 minutes left, you can feel it, right? You can feel it. It's like a bow and arrow. You're pulling back the bow right now. Somebody's going to unleash. You just know it's bound to happen. 1:45 to go. Ellie just back at it, cruising back out to the lineup.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to have a good exchange soon.
So do you think this relaxed paddle is kind of twofold, conserving energy, but also potentially giving him a chance to find one of those medium insiders?
Yeah, I think he had already a couple of those wider waves. They have potential. So he kind of wants to stay out of the pack. He has third priority, so he will have more opportunity by staying wide. When this looks like a good wave.
All right, here we go. Jacob Turner's in the top priority spot. And it looks like he's interested. Oh! Close call there. No priority switch. Turner maintains the top spot with 53 seconds left. Oh, this heat's been a bit of a mystery, hasn't it? Donegan started off that 5.77 and a 5.33. And then went into tactics. Now you see Tim Perry applying pressure to both surfers in the lineup, making sure that they know he's right there. 35 seconds left. Opportunities knocking. Who's going to answer? Donegan now. Deep paddle. He drives it off the bottom, nails it. Perfect turn in the perfect section. Comes around it again, rips through the inside, almost loses his fins there. So with 8 seconds left, Dylan Donegan. Some solid surfing there from the Spaniard. Needing a 6.40. I think he thinks he's got it. Showing lots of heart, lots of passion and excitement there. Right behind him, Turner. Up in time, whipping through a series of backside hooks. It's the stylish little backside roundhouse. Huge, huge surfing here from Jacob Turner. But what about that wave from Dylan Donegan? You talk about clutch performance. Oh, and the switch snap.
Yeah, that was a close heat. Wow, that last wave of blue was a really nice wave. That first heat was super good. Then he kind of got stuck in a couple moves. He kind of lost that rhythm, but he regained control after that. And I don't know, that's going to be a really close call. I think he might get the score.
Yeah, I was looking for a 6.04. I mean, the energy was there. So we'll see if the judges felt like the flow was all taken care of. Ellie Tim Perry, I mean, he surfed a great heat, a 6.43 and a 5.37. He got all those waves pretty much in third priority the entire time. Now he's just in the tough position of having to wait for a score to come through for Dylan Donegan. Okay, was this a 6.04?
He's going through the section. This first turn was such a good turn. That was a beautiful turn. Second turn was okay. It was a good turn. Third turn, he kind of loses control a little bit there, but still really well served. attacking every section. He also has a good finish, so yeah, I think he's gonna get the score. This is the replay of last of red. How was that first turn? Wow, that was an amazing first turn. Beautiful surfing by red. Just always adding some spice to his surfing.
Well, it's safe to say that Jacob Turner has 2 new fans, in you and I.
8.33 for blue. He got the score and way more. That's an excellent score for blue. Well
More
done.
than enough.
We have Jacob, Zoe, now we're about to have Trey in the final. Let's go!
Yeah. Team Hawaii's fired up. They should be. Jacob Turner just went off. 7.90 and a 6.50. Give it up to Dylan Donegan. Impressive surfing. An 8.33 in the last 30 seconds. Unfortunately, we lose one of our best competitors in Ellington Perry, but he's got a big future ahead of him and much more to come. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. More action right around the corner. Stay tuned. After yet another incredible day of competition here on day 6, let's take a look at your top performers. High speed, big score. Aisha Rato with an 8.50. Bailey Turner from Team USA shreds her way to an 8.43.
Range and unleashes on the biggest turn, the biggest 2 turns that we've seen in the heat.
Really happy to have got in that last wave because like I had 2 good ones, but I really wanted to show how I can surf.
Tiger Abubo from Team Hawaii came through with an 8.50.
Yeah, it's cool. I mean, representing Hawaii is sick. All the boys are so cool and it's a fun trip. And we're here, we're surfing, we're having fun.
Tune in tomorrow at 7 a.m. We will be live from Punta Rocas here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Well, we've got 2 finalists here in your boys under 18 division. Now we need 2 more. This heat is going to be radical. You just know it. You got Jay Phipps, you got Lucas Skinner, Tiger Abubo, Hawaii, England, and France represented. This lineup is stacked. Chris Kotean with Sofia Milanovic, Lucas Skinner, 2-time silver medalist. I mean, you know he wants that revenge to get the gold. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with silver. That's an incredible medal, but we all know what his intentions are.
Yeah. Silver's amazing, but it ain't gold. He wants that gold one for sure.
And this is this would be the dream finish to your junior career as you make the next step in your competitive journey with 22:38 to go. 1 wave ridden yet, just 0.50. Jay Phipps from Team France. Coming through on the inside, makes the decision, fades to the right. Goes down on a floater. Happens. So back-to-back no-goes for Phipps. Leaves Lucas Skinner and Tiger Abubo at the back. Nice looking couple of waves rolling through.
What a great heat we have.
So now it's all about who's going to strike first. Both surfers just barely having a look at that first wave. Uh-oh.
What happened?
Situation here for Jay Phipps. All right, so with 21:29 to go, we'll assess this situation. While we do that, let's go down to the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you guys. Here with Jacob Turner. Congratulations. A couple of really close moments right there at the end. Do you keep them off? You eventually improved. You got the 7-9 right at the end, but Dylan was able to get his score too. How do you just tell yourself, be present at the moment, be calm, make sure you're doing what you're supposed to do?
I don't know. It's working out good. I'm happy. It's fun.
What about coming in? Everybody's like, oh, free surf guy, now a comp guy right now. You have a chance to win your first gold medal here at the ISAs. What's that like?
It's pretty cool. I don't know. Still don't like contests that much, but we're doing it.
Well, it's working out. Anything you want to say for your family watching back home right before you pal out?
Yeah, Mom, Dad, love you guys. Alana, everyone who's watching, love you guys so much.
Congrats. Best luck.
That was rad. He's like, I'm just surfing. I don't know.
He's never going to admit he's loving it. He's performing so well. It's so good to watch.
Yeah, he's a dangerous surfer right now because it's almost like he has nothing to lose. So it looks like just a board swap situation there. You see that back right fin. Not a good time for equipment failure. But it looks like he's got a solid backup. This is just a time suck right here. Frustrating, you got to climb across these rocks. And this whole time, he's just telling himself, he's like, there's plenty of time, there's plenty of time. I'm getting right back out there. Definitely one of the worst ways you could start a heat. You could tell something was off, right, when you went in and did that floater.
Yeah.
But there is still 19 minutes, 25 seconds left, so all is not lost. In fact, Jay Phipps is such a vet already at this level that I'm sure we're more nervous than he is.
Yeah, no one has caught a wave.
Yeah, that's kind of like when life hands you lemons, you make lemonade, because the good news is no sets rolled through, no scores came across, so he didn't have to hear the crowd cheering for the other surfer or see, a surfer flying down the line right at him. So basically, I think this is a heat reset for all three of these surfers. 18:40 seconds.
We just have two waves at 0.8 and at 0.5.
This one's starting off weird, but all three of these guys are so good.
Still plenty of time on the clock.
See Tiger Abubo out there in the green jersey, 17 years old from Kauai. Born and bred Pine Trees Ripper, two-time NSSA national champion. And here we go, Tiger Abubo. We'll see if the claws come out on this wave. Deep bottom turn, straight up into it. Second turn was impactful. Third turn was a whip. This one's growing on the inside. Finds a nice little section. Great surfing
What a
from Tiger Abubo.
start.
Yeah.
What a start by Green.
Skinner now. Lucas Skinner, a.k.a. Skin Pup. There's Dad. Team England has fielded a really strong team, probably their best team ever. And here's team leader, Lucas Skinner, waiting for a score.
This is Lucas' wave we didn't see. Beautiful setup turn there. Wow, throwing so much water in that second turn. Third good turn. So much flow in his surfing. He just decides to kick out.
That was exciting.
Yeah, and this is Abubo's last wave. Beautiful carve. This turn is so good, throwing so much water. Another amazing turn, like pushing a little bit harder on the tail in that third turn. Great wave by Green. This is the backup of Lucas. Wow, unleashes on that third turn. Great last turn too. So much speed. He carries so much speed in his surfing. Lightning fast surfer, Lucas Skinner.
He feels like the complete surfer. He's got that just amazing mix of speed, finesse, and he's got a lot of pop. And not just, you know, his air game. You could tell when he's blasting his fins out through those turns, he adds a little something extra every time he winds up into his kind of like roundhouse snap. I think Lucas is a threat at any level.
Yeah.
I'm kind of shocked that he's still a junior surfer because, I mean, he's had already some huge results. Of course, you know, finishing runner-up in the ISA juniors, back-to-back years. So score starting to come through. Tiger Abubo fires up the team with a 7-1-7. And they know how good Tiger is, so they're definitely not surprised, but they're absolutely enthused because Tiger has put himself well into the lead. Phipps trying to recover from a blown out back fin. Still sitting on a 0.80 and a 0.5. I feel like Lucas Skinner has done some great work. Judges agree, a 6.27 to start, and now he's waiting for the backup score, which, well, I think it's kind of close to that 6.27, if not better.
Yeah, similar score. It's just amazing how he can get scores like that in waves that really don't offer that much. His surfing is just so sharp. This is a 7-1-7 by Green. This turn was really good, and this third turn coming up, that was a money turn, throwing a lot of water, pushing the tail. Beautiful surfing by Green, the Hawaiian, Tiger Abubo. Shout out to Megan if she's watching the webcast.
The 14.25 Skinner back at it. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The kid's got pop. Boom. Just a little slip there. So proof that it does happen to the best of them. So Skinner looked like he was on his way to potentially matching another 6-point ride. It's unfortunate end section fail. Oh, Tiger right in the sweet spot. Look at this section in front of him. Digs his fins in, smashes the oncoming closeout. So it was a great two-turn combo for Tiger Abubo. He's sitting on a 7-1-7. Watch out. Phipps is back in action. Strong surfer representing Team France. His backside has been pretty flawless throughout this event. Now, as we'll just see, this is going to be a test of his mental fortitude, recovering from having to come all the way into the rocks, switch out boards. Maybe got a little bit of guidance from his coach or the caddy on the beach, saying, look, you got this, just remain calm. So 13-11, 2.67 comes through for Jay Phipps. What do you think of this wave of Tiger?
That was such a good carve for that first move of Tiger. It was a two-wave combo, but two really good moves for the Hawaiian. He really risked a lot in this finish turn. Beautiful surfing by the Hawaiian.
It takes a different kind of power to be able to stand up in a tumultuous section like that, doesn't it?
Yeah. Punta Rocas is a powerful wave. This is another angle. Beautiful carve, then finish turn.
I really like the extension he gets through those turns. Tiger Abubo just dropped a video called For the Love. You should check it out. It'll make you want to surf. Jay Phipps now. Super smooth French surfer. His backhand. Oh gosh. This heat is not going Jay Phipps' way.
You can just tell he's such a good surfer, but unfortunately he's kind of like a little bit out of rhythm in that last wave. He hesitated a little bit.
Here's where you can't let your emotions get the better of you. I feel like, so 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth wave rated. 4 of them probably going to be sub ones. So a painful start for Jay Phipps, but we've seen it in the past. We're going to see it again. All it takes is one feel-good turn to switch everything around. You know, you give yourself the chance to get back in this heat. Really on the strength of not even necessarily a big score, but just a wave that makes you feel better.
Exactly. And the Hawaiian, Tiger Abubo, gets a 7.03 in that last wave, just with 2 big moves at the back.
Yeah, he's showing us a lot of tenacity in this heat. Every section's been smashed. I mean, he's got a really, you can tell he's got a really good read on this wave. So out the back, Lucas Skinner paddles over the first wave of this set. So he's in the top priority spot. Bubo, second priority. Jay Phipps, add insult to injury, has to paddle back out to the takeoff zone, and now he's going to get third priority. You can't crash out. You know, you got to just erase that first half of your heat. Just reset, restart. 10 minutes, 26 seconds left. And this is a sign of respect from Tiger Abubo. He knows how lethal Jay Phipps is on his backhand, so Tiger's going to make his presence known. Kind of exercise his authority in this lineup. This has been an interesting heat. And Lucas Skinner has shown flashes of brilliance. He's got a 6.5 and a 6.27, but the pace was set early on by Tiger Abubo, that 7.17. Perfect pairing. Get him a 14.20 total, still with 10 minutes to go.
I think his wave choice has been really good for Tiger. He's just got 2 waves, and they're both 7s. Both waves offered him a lot of good sections.
And there's a reason that he is such a respected surfer. You know, you look at his social media and the names of people commenting and, you know, throwing likes on his clips, the best surfers in the world. You know, when you get that respect from your elders and from your, you know, from the surfers that you're going up against in these heats, you know you're doing something right. He carries himself in a, you know, proper way on the beach as well. Here are all your ins to get the information that's happening right now. ISAsurf.org. You can read all the bios. Here's what's happening on the gram. It's a really cool shot of our host nation celebrating a heat win. And there's your slogan, keep having fun. You're back-to-back under-16 silver medalist Lucas Skinner now competing for a under-18 medal. Fun should be in the judging criteria, shouldn't it? Are you having fun? Here we go, Lucas Skinner. Beautiful opening snap. Comes around this section, whips up into it. Great combo of turns. Searing all the way through to the inside. Ooh, we could have a section to work with in here. Blows out the tail. Can't quite get the finish, but wow. Damage done out the back.
Ben, super happy about that wave. He knows it's going to be a great score for Lucas. That was, I was going to say flawless surfing, but then he fell on that last move, but that was pretty much perfect. Like, such good surfing from Lucas. He looks so sharp in every move, throwing so much water. Lots of compression in the bottom turn. Beautiful extension up the top. Here's the replay. Beautiful turn. This second turn is just mind-blowing. Wow, throwing so much water. So much speed in his surfing. Super sharp. And unfortunately, he fails in this last move, but I think he's still going to get a great score for that last wave of blue. There's another angle. This second turn is just perfect timing on that second turn. Just ripping this wave to pieces.
I like that idea of just blast that end section. And this was the wave that was behind Lucas Skinner's wave, Tiger Abubo again.
Beautiful hack up the top for Tiger, and then he just decides to kick out.
Here we go, 6 minutes, 40 seconds. 2 surfers out the back. We got green and red. And this could be an impactful set. See Lucas Skinner on the left of your screen, making a break over to the right. interesting looking pair of waves here. This one's starting off kind of shouldery.
I think Lucas is going to be really close to that excellent score in that last wave, even if he fall on that last move.
I think so too. So Tiger saw something he liked in this one. Second section's looking good. Hard carve back into the pocket. Another big slash for Abobo. Ooh, he's got a good inside section to hammer. He does. Good, clean power surfing from Tiger Abobo. Team loves it. So at the 5-minute mark, Lucas Skinner's score drops in. You're exactly right, Sophia. 8.93.
That was just, if he would have finished that last turn, he would have had probably like a high 9. That was just such good surfing, so smooth, so much speed from one turn to another. Just made it look so easy, so in sync with the wave.
You know, I wouldn't say he's peaking yet. He's getting close. He's gonna kick it into his final gear if he makes the final. And I feel like that wave, that score, that sends a message to the rest of the field that Lucas Skinner's going for gold.
This is the last wave of Abubo. Beautiful turn up the top. Second amazing turn. Beautiful carves. Third turn. And he's eyeing this last section. We see Red at the back doing some damage to that right. Wow, beautiful surfing by Red, the Frenchman.
Yeah, I mean, and then look, you see the difference in his body language, right? 8.33. So just like that, all it took was one great wave to change everything for Jay Phipps. He was having an absolute shocker. 3 zeros in a row. 2.67, 2.73 was his high mark, but that is all changed on the strength of that 8.33. France is back in this one. Just when you thought that Tiger Abubo was in complete control, things switched quickly. Lucas Skinner with that 8.93, paired with a 6.53 for a 15.46, massive heat total. Tiger's right there with a 14.2. And Jay Phipps now back in the conversation, into the double digits with an 11.06. We've got a heat on our hands. This one's going to go all the way.
5.87 is nothing for Jay Phipps. He has a lethal backhand. So this is such a good heat we're just watching.
3 minutes, 25 seconds. Lucas Skinner's out the back with priority. Jay Phipps, he got into that second priority spot, and he had the wave behind Tiger, so a bonus for the Frenchman. Tiger's last wave drops. He does increase in his scoreline as well, a 7.93. So now that means Jay Phipps needs a 6.77. And Tiger's going to keep him honest. Jay Phipps now activating on second priority. This wave just got a little flat through the midsection.
Oh.
Cleans things up through the inside. I mean, great style.
Yeah, I would be kicking out of that wave after those couple turns. He lost control in a lot of those turns.
I like that show of passion right there. Was it a 6.77? Is that enough to flip this heat?
What a heat. Wow, look at the scores.
Yeah, it's getting wild in the lineup right now. So this score drops to 5.40. What do you think kept it from being that 6.77 he needed?
Just, he didn't really carry that much speed, I think. This wave didn't really help him. That was still a beautiful turn, beautiful surfing, but then loses control there. As soon as I think he lost control there, he should have just kicked out, go for another one, because it just takes a lot out of the wave. It subtracts a lot if judges see you lose control in a move.
Oh, look at this. With a minute 35 to go, Tiger Abubo making a beeline towards Jay Phipps. So he's basically realizes, okay, Lucas, you just take the outside. You got the win, but I got to defend my second place position now. So a little smart competitor here.
Wow, we are in the edge of our seats, Chris.
Literally. The minute 12. And you know that Jay is just paddling back out, seeing that green jersey coming right at him, going, oh no. Tiger's about to be a menace for me. But he needs to be. I mean, we've seen how great a surfer Jay Phipps is. That 833 was just incredible. And Tiger knows full well that anybody still left in the draw is a medal contender. So he's not going to let Jay Phipps out of his sight for a second. 44 seconds left. Set rolling through. Another one of the biggest sets we've seen of the day. Skinner's way out the back. This wave rolling right to him. He's going to duck dive the first one. When he pops up, he's going to see a potential wave that could have a good double up on it. It's real foamy out the back. Jay Phipps now escapes the clutches of Tiger Abubo. Still looking for a 6.77. His final chance. Time's winding down, and that's going to be it. Well, I love that Jay Phipps got through it, dealt with a lot of adversity, put up a solid effort with an 8.33 and a 5.40, but at the end of that heat, it's Tiger Abubo and Lucas Skinner ripping their way into the finals here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Are you kidding me with the 4 names we have in the under-18 finals? This is going to be amazing.
Oh my God, I'm so excited to watch that final. It's going to be mind-blowing.
It's like Team England. They're gathering up a bunch more fans, creating a super cheer squad. Great job from Lucas Skinner. 6.27, 6.53, 8.93. That was an elite level performance from this English surfer out of Cornwall. Surfing like this, well, I see a medal in his future. Will it be gold? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. We got more action right after these brief messages. We're going to bring Shannon and Rachel in on the call. And I know you're not going anywhere. This is so entertaining. Incredible junior action. We'll be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to Finals Day here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Punta Rocas is providing excellent scores heat after heat, and we are so excited to now be calling the action of our under-18 girls semifinals. 2 heats in the water, 3 surfers per heat, 6 in total, and 4 will be walking away medalists with a shot at gold. As we take a look now at Linnea Mons for Team USA, who's up and riding on her first wave here for the semifinals, driving through the section on a beautiful looking wave to start out her campaign here on the hunt for a gold medal. As we take a look now at Sol Borelli for Spain, up and riding on her backhand, getting a lot of extension out of those first couple of turns, and she'll kick out clean. That will leave Clément Scorch for Team France in that position with priority, waiting out what looks like an incredibly good set as we've got 22 minutes on the clock. 25 minutes in total for our semifinals today. And we'll now see surfer for France, Clement, up and riding on her opening wave as she hooks it up into the pocket to start. This wave offers her a great looking section for the second turn, and a little bit of a bobble here as that wave just has some water moving from the one before. Scores to drop now across the board as we see a great looking start to our semifinals of the under 18 girls. My name is Shannon Hughes, joined in the booth by Rachel Tilley. Rachel, what an incredible start to this heat.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, we have seen incredible surfing all morning. Excellent scores dropped in every single round so far. We've done boys U16, girls U16, boys U18, and now the last round to lock in their finalists is this round. And we have seen 8s dropped in almost every heat, but definitely every round. Waves are firing for finals day.
So exciting as we're waiting for scores to drop for our opening exchange. Out in the lineup, we do have 2 former medalists looking for the opportunity to hang a few more medals on the wall towards the end of this week. Linnea Mons for Team USA, a former silver medalist, had a look here at this opening ride.
Yeah, really nice start for our surfer from Florida as she gets her account open. They're watching at home, feeling really good about that one. As we take a look at this replay, really nice style from our Spaniard. I really like the style that we have been seeing from her over these past few days. And Clement starting her account strong as well. This has been a really nice 1, 2, 3 start for all of our surfers. These last 2 waves for Sol and Clement's not having as much of that inside opportunity as Linnea's. So judges to drop an opening score for each surfer. We'll see who wins that opening exchange.
20 minutes on the clock. Judges taking their time to drop down the scores for the opening exchange. First locking in at a 4.27 for Clement for Team France in the green. A 4.9 now on the board for opener of red, Linnea for Team USA. Now waiting for that first wave of Sol. Well, Team England very excited that Lucas Skinner has another shot at a gold medal today.
Yeah, plus Team South Africa, as they have joined in to make a super team. I love seeing them together. That is the ISA spirit right there, you know, to have those teams be of competitors at the beginning of the week and now be working together at the end. We don't see any South Africans here on finals day, so I love that they're still here supporting, getting amongst it, and being a part of the action. And they've picked a good person to get on board with, Lucas Skinner dropping an 8.93 in that last heat.
Yeah, incredible. That was a wild heat to watch unfold with Lucas taking out that lead. Tiger in second, but Jay Phipps for France losing out, and he had an 8-point ride in his scoreline as well.
Yeah, he did. So there's 2 French, 1 Frenchman, 1 French woman, and this is that second one. So they're hoping they still get a medal through Clement's here.
That's right. 2 French surfers coming into that last round were still left in the draw. Now they've lost Jay, and now they have the opportunity for Clements. Well, that last heat, though, was dominated by Lucas Skinner. He's got a shot at gold. We'll see if he's able to grab it.
Yeah, definitely. Back-to-back, I mean, silver medals, looking for the gold. But, I mean, I just want to talk about the near 9 right there, the 8.9, even with the fall at the end. That is just world-class stuff, in my opinion. And here in the U18s, you've provided a lot of power. Congratulations into your first final in the 18s.
Yeah, thanks so much. The waves are absolutely firing right now. It was just real nice to calm the nerves this morning. Obviously, it's a big day, finals up next. But, yeah, I mean, 3 finals in the RSAs back-to-back feels amazing. And yeah, just focus on gold. I mean, the almost 9 felt amazing. I just felt super calm and smooth, and I fell at the end, but I was still stoked. And yeah, I'm just gonna try to go a bit bigger in the final and have have as much fun as I can.
So today's a bit challenging, isn't it? You have a 3-person semifinal, a 4-person final. How do you manage, especially with the addition of the 25-minute semifinal and now a 30-minute final, Lucas?
Yeah, you've got to adapt really fast, but I mean, it's kind of the same out there. There's so many waves today, so it's super nice. But yeah, just kind of focusing on myself a bit more, and I just want to do some good surfing, and that's all I'm going to be happy with, is if I can just surf as good as I can and have as much fun.
Not only a year of growth, obviously, in rankings and surfing overall, how much muscle mass have you put on since the beginning of the year right now? It seems like you're way bigger than I've last seen you.
Yeah, this year I've definitely got a bit bigger. My boards have gone up, and I just feel super good. I've been eating well this year and training well, and yeah, I'm super happy with how I'm feeling. And yeah, I've probably grown about 4 inches in the last year and a half. So yeah, it's been some big changes, but some really good ones, and I'm feeling really good.
Change is always good. Anything you want to say back home before another big one?
Yeah, just thanks to everyone at home, boys at Skin on Surfboards. I'm sure you were watching. And yeah, just to my brother and sister. Yeah, stoked, and my mum. You.
Congrats, best of luck.
Well, Lucas Skinner a little taller, a little closer to reaching that gold medal hanging out in front of him. We'll see how he goes in the final after an incredible semis. And Rachel, we've got another of the locals have come through the lineup once again. How many dolphins were just swimming around Linnea and Seoul?
Yeah, that is so incredible. We've seen dolphins every single day here. I finally got a surf in for myself yesterday afternoon, and dolphins came through as well. I mean, they're just all around. Actually, I was talking to some of the water safety, and they said that the dolphins have been charging at them on the jet skis, protecting them from the little baby dolphins, or protecting the baby dolphins from the jet ski. And so that there's been like dolphins swarming around them as they've been working hard off to the side. As we take a look at this replay, Clement's getting a 6-point ride during that interview with Lucas. Really nice opening start. Second turn, a little bit of downtime, set back up for that nice third turn. And finishes this one out with a few more opportunities, but it's really off the strength of that first and that third turn, Shannon, that brought it above those 4s that we see across the board now to give her that nod into the lead.
Well, the 6 and the 4.27 now sitting in that 10-point heat total. She walked away with her very first medal for the under 16s division back in 2023 with a copper. Better that the following year, just last year in El Salvador, again in the under 16s division with that silver medal. So she's a 2-time medalist. As we can see, the Dolphins really are right underneath the jet ski right now.
I can't believe we have footage of that right as I talked about that. I mean, that is crazy. Look at that. It's actually beautiful. What an amazing experience.
Wow, that is so wild. It's been really cool just to see how many Dolphins have come through the competition zone this week, and I hope they know that we're not after their little baby dolphins. They're safe, and yeah, what a crazy experience for our team on our water safety team, doing a phenomenal job this week as well, especially in those early days when the surf was massive. Taking a look though now, we've got a great set approaching. An opportunity from Clement on her forehand. She takes a fall on the takeoff. It's going to be red with first priority, and she's going to have a look at the left here for Linnea, the East Coast surfer representing the U.S., drives up into the lip line and attacked what would have been a huge finish had she been able to time it well. Sol Borelli now with the answer back. So 2 falls for the waves just before this. She could capitalize on this exchange. She already has with that successful first turn, hooks it up for the second easily.
Yeah, that will just be a basic add into that scoreline for her. We'll take her into that advancing position for a 2.88. Really love seeing that look at that left for Linnea. We saw Linnea get an 8.5 yesterday on an incredible left that ran down, and she went big on that one. I loved that pause on that bottom turn. As we see another look for Sol on her way back out.
On the paddle back, locking into this one. We're waiting for her last score to drop in. A little bit of a wider turn as that wave just tapers off with the shoulder. Quick in and out. She's already going to have that 2.88 advancing score from the last wave. And there it is, a 5.5. So second highest wave of the heat so far for her previous wave. And that puts her into that second place position. Requirements now into the 5-point range on Linnea, who easily would have been sitting, with a chance at the lead had she landed that last turn.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see a score still to drop for Clemence, but that, I think, was just that fall, unless she's gotten another one, but I don't think she has.
Yeah, from what we have seen, at least, it was just that first section where she went down, unfortunately. She had that real, aggression in her surfing on takeoff, and it looked like she was going to be driving through a great-looking wave.
So, Shannon, both our surfer Clemence from France, Linnea, USA, went excellent in that last round that they surfed, getting an 8.5 and an 8.17 respectively. Sol, not as high of that heat total. She just advanced into this heat with a couple of 4s. So I think this is really nice for her, getting her account started a bit earlier. That's something that she probably would have taken away going, all right, it's finals day. Now it's time to peak.
Well, the time to peak is, yeah, exactly today. I mean, if anything, this is the day that you want to be surfing well, dropping big scores like we saw from that last heat with Lucas advancing through off of very solid performances. And those small scores have dropped in. Last of Sol, a 2.53, doesn't factor into her top 2. Last for Clemence was just that 0.4. So it was definitely just that in and out. It's a bummer when you see a surfer peak, though, in the semifinals and then get to the finals and fall flat, unable to get themselves into the right sections. As we take a look there at Mila Coco Brown, she'll be coming up in our next heat against the Puerto Rican in Myanmar Soto Perez, and China's Olympian here competing in Yang Suchi.
Yeah, that will be a great semifinal number 2. We talked about it this morning, Shannon, but surfers that will be going home in these rounds, upsets. Every person we could absolutely see a gold medalist by the end of this event. So it's, a shame that we still have to send 2 home before talking about those medal conversations. And another big conversation that we've been having today is those team medals as well. And as we just saw Team Australia going through, they are working really hard. They have the most athletes now in those medal rounds. They have 3 athletes guaranteed medals. Hawaii also has 3 athletes guaranteed medals, but they don't have as big of an overall team, so they're not in that team gold medal conversation.
That's right. They do still have the chance to walk away with copper. Themselves and France had a shot at that coming into this next round. So we'll see how it all filters out with still Oz, US, Brazil, and Peru at a chance at gold, depending on how those final heats play out. These are our last 2 heats now for the girls under 18s semifinals. And from there, we're straight into our 4 final remaining heats of the day, starting out with our under 16 boys final that'll be coming up in about 35 minutes, I believe, if I've just done my math correct. And after our finals finish, of course, we'll have the closing ceremonies here, which is a great way for everyone to just come back together. All those teams that have had early knockouts, will be showing up to support, to celebrate, and to just have one last memory together before heading to the airport and going back home and celebrating the holidays with their families.
Yeah, I love being a part of events that are right before holidays too, because you get to be here. There's excitement going into the end of the year, the end of 2025. And what a way to finish it off is representing your country on the world stage. And then you get to go home and have some really great family time, whether you're going into winter or summer.
Yeah, it's a really fun time of the year to be back at home, wherever that is around the world. And I have just received a little update on our team standing. So as of that last round finishing, now sitting into the girls under 18 semis, Australia, US, and Brazil are the only teams with a chance at gold. Peru has a maximum opportunity of taking away the silver medal. France no longer has the opportunity to medal as a team overall, but Hawaii still has that maximum opportunity of taking away the copper.
Wow. So Hawaii, with those 3 surfers in the finals, that's been huge to see them potentially jump up and bringing that conversation now back to Australia, USA, and Brazil. Australia already has 3 surfers locked in. USA, this is their 2nd surfer in that conversation. So if they want any chance at that gold, it's really crucial that Linnea advances out of this heat.
She's sitting with priority. She's chasing a 5.14. As we take a look now at Sol having a paddle. It's been a few minutes now between waves, and Sol's going to just get her feet back into the wax on this one. Connecting through for her 2nd turn. She's got such a beautiful style. I love just watching her pacing, and the timing for each of her turns just seems to be, you know, really on point. That, of course, was a smaller wave. It didn't offer anything massive and explosive, but just really well surfed.
I like even her claim there, look back to the beach, was pretty composed as well. She just looked back, gave that a nod, going, okay, I'm satisfied with that. Look, team, we're building. So we see potentially an opportunity for Linnea to build now with first priority.
Yeah, she's in a good position with this wave coming through. We'll see if the situation changes with Last of Sol, but for now it's a 5.14 requirement as Linnea unleashes on that opening turn. That next section just drops down a little bit quicker than what she would have been hoping, so it takes her a bit to find this 2-turn combination to continue on. And great surfing from Linnea. She looks to finish through on the inside section here. It might stand up and give her that critical pocket. Not quite.
Right as you said that.
I always think it's going to happen because it looks like it's getting nice and bowly and then hits that deep section. It's like the rocks are more shallow and then deeper actually the farther you get in.
Well, I think that's been confusing for the athletes too. Now they're really comfortable. So missed that 2nd turn opportunity there. Had to just dodge it. Finally gets it there. Navigating this foamy face of the wave really well. Everything looking really crisp. No wobbles or bobbles. And that's where most of that work was done. She did well to get a few turns in here as well. But that score is going to come majority from that outside section. 5.14 is that requirement. Does that, and even if she doesn't get that, if she betters that 4.9, that requirement goes down. But with 5 minutes remaining, she's going to hope that that switches that position.
5 minutes on the clock. And we're waiting for a score for last of blue and last of red to drop through. Second to last of blue was that 2.53, so it didn't factor into her top 2. And a 5.93 now drops in for Sol Borelli. That smooth linking together of that backhand surfing does well to put her up into a leading position. Now takes France into 2nd. USA's requirement has grown to a 5.38 to take out that advancing spot. Judges now taking their time with that one. So Sol well rewarded for that last wave. It did offer her multiple turns through the inside section. You could see that quiet confidence from her as well, like you said, when she kicked out to get the job done. Now the threat is sitting on Clement for Team France in that 2nd place position, though she's sitting with priority for the 3 that we're looking at there on screen. Green will have the opportunity to better her 4.27 with this next set coming through. And a 5.2 drops in for last of Linnea. It's just shy of her new requirement. It would have been the old requirement, but then that requirement increased, and she's now chasing a 5.08. However, our surfer in green now up and riding, looking to improve on a 4. This is a great-looking wave. Hits that first section, just holds on to it as it continues to open up for her here, driving around the pocket. And will she have another connection through to the inside? She finds that little lip line to smash, and that was beautiful wave selection, beautiful surfing. She's pumping through. She's going to hit the in section as well, and this could be a difference maker in the heat.
Yeah, I can hear Team France cheering at every single turn that she did. They're so pumped up. So I think that's going to be throwing away that 4.27. Shannon, that was a really nicely surfed wave, especially that opening turn. Went pretty critical there, and she surfed out of it really smoothly. So that pressure really building on our USA surfer as we might see that requirement continue to build.
It would have been so cool to have the audio for the live call on that wave just be Team France. And their cheers. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
That's like turn 1, turn 2.
When we watch the replay, I can give a reenactment of it.
Okay, perfect. As Sol Borelli is now up and riding, she was able to sneak away to the lead, now looking a little more freed up with her surfing as well as she drives through that opening turn, really buried it, and now has this opportunity to just finish off strong. She's going to check behind to see if anyone else is up and riding, also maybe to see if there's another set coming. She's going to decide to just put on that finishing touch here, trying to improve on the 5s that she currently has. As we take a look at the replay for last of our surfer in red. Little check up into the lip. And she's going to climb the foam for that second turn. Drives through the third as well. Sets herself up down the line here.
Oh, wow.
With a great looking opportunity. And this heat is really going to come down to the wire with the surfing that we're seeing across the board from each of these competitors. Linnea now looking just for that tight finish. It might stand up for her. I've got all the hope that she's going to have that finishing section to tag.
Say it.
And she does. There we go with the claps on the kick out. So that score we're going to have dropping through now, and an important score for last of Sol Borelli, as a 7-1-7 has just landed in for the previous wave of Clément Scorch for Team France, and France moves back into that leading spot.
Yeah, and Linnea wouldn't have known that new requirement for her is 6.23 before taking off, but really smart that she took off on that wave, because at that point you don't know if you're going to get another opportunity. As we're seeing these sets now, she would be paddling it going, okay, I would have had another opportunity. But, you know, you only think that if you don't get the score. If you do get the score, you're so relieved, hoping that Sol doesn't get another opportunity. So it all comes down to this last one from the American, because Shannon, from memory, I don't think we're going to see Sol improve her improve her situation.
Well, Clément is going to have one last look here. She had a lot of wave to kind of get through before hooking around for that first turn in front of the boil. That's not going to factor into the situation. So the more important will be, does Sol get herself on another wave? And with 15 seconds on the clock, there's just nothing else coming. And she's going to have a strong paddle for this. But a wave of substance is likely going to be not in her favor. Her last wave was a 4.93, so it didn't better her situation. And now the question marks lands on this wave, last of red, chasing a 6.23.
Nice opening hit. Love that. Great foam climb. Love that. Really nice open to the start. Love that. Yeah, Shannon, sound like Team USA right now. They were also yelling at every single turn here because she did great surfing at the buzzer. When it counted, she needs a 6.23. With those opening turns, I think we might see it go into that range and see a situation change potentially.
Wow, I mean, what a way to finish out this heat. Such phenomenal surfing from all three surfers. The style and grace of Clément and Sol coming through in their surfing really set the standard, but now the power surfing and the opportunity to find different sections, offer that variety to the judges from Linnea could give her that opportunity to take it away.
Yeah, really important she got that foam climb in between those first two maneuvers, because it took advantage of another section on the outside that changed from what might have been kind of downtime to really crucial maneuver, critical maneuver adding to that wave. So judges taking their time. We know they're watching the replay, and Linnea has her heart beating high, as does Team USA with that little red circle spinning.
Wow. Well, what we can guarantee is that France has a surfer going to the finals. Clément Scorch, regardless of where the scores fall through for Linnea, she's in that leading position. So the worst that could happen is she gets bumped down to second if Linnea's score is high enough to take away the lead. It would need to be, I think, close to the 8s to do that, though. And the scores have just dropped in for last of the surfer out of the USA. It's a 5.90. It chipped away at the 6 requirement, but it wasn't enough to get her the 6.24 she required. And officially, she will bow out of competition as Clément Scorch for Team France takes away the win with a 7.17 and a 6.00. And Sol Borelli for Spain walks away in second with that 5.93 and that 5.5. Spain and France sending surfers to the medal round.
Yeah, what a huge finish painful one for Linnea, as you can see her just sitting and accepting that, knowing that she was close, but she had a great run this entire event, went excellent in multiple heats. We saw her get that 8.5 in that last heat, and so we know that she has excellent surfing and results to give on this world stage. Our surfer from Florida has just been looking so strong, so sad to see her go, but Clemence and Sol would be really celebrating with their teams now. Huge for them to get medals.
That's right. Well, with that, we're going to actually stay with the action because our next semifinal has already kicked off. Scores were dropped in quick. It's semifinal number 2 for the under-18 girls, and these three surfers, have the opportunity to fall in the top 2 and advance alongside of Clement and Sol, France and Spain, into our under-18s girls final. Out in the water right now for Puerto Rico in red is Miamar Soto Perez. For Australia is Mila Coco Brown in the blue. And for Team China in the green, it's Yang Suchi. Each of these surfers putting together incredible performances on their road to the semifinals now. And as you said for that last heat, Rachel, any one of these could be a gold medalist right now. 2 of them are going to have the opportunity to fight for that in just a little while.
Yeah, absolutely. And Puerto Rico, this is their only surfer in finals day, as is for China, as opposed to Australia. Started the day with 5 surfers on finals day. We've seen a few get knocked out. We've seen 1 get knocked out, girls under 16, and we've seen 3 boys advance into those medal conversations. So Mila Coco Brown trying to add her name to that list, as we see that list there of their under-18 team has just been so strong all event.
Yeah, that's right. It's been a great run to watch these surfers out in the lineup. Team Australia with that strong opportunity to take away a gold medal today, though we still have USA and Brazil with an opportunity.
And it's been huge, actually. All 5 of those surfers coming from every division except for boys under 18, which is not what we would have expected. Last year, we saw Dane Henry take out the boys under 18 gold medal, and that really helped them, along with Ziggy getting that girls under 16 gold medal, helps them get that overall team gold. But we did not see any of Australia's, out of their 5 competitors, none of them are those boys U18 competitors on that finals day, which I'd say is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it was a surprise considering the run they were having on the way towards, yesterday specifically, and to see them kind of bow out over the last few heats today as well was definitely a shock, but speaks to the quality of surfing from everyone they were up against and putting together some really incredible performances. Now out in the lineup, the only former medalist for the juniors here, being Mila Coco Brown, took out the under-18s copper medal last year, and she'll have a chance to try and grab at least that once again. As we see a little paddle battle to start, it's going to be Mila Coco Brown with a takeoff and keeping Yang Suchi off of that wave. Just a quick in and out though, so priority is going to land in just that was kind of interesting decision.
Yeah, no, I think both girls having that look at that, sometimes you can get so caught into, well, my competitor wants this wave, so actually I want this wave. And you could hear maybe my little gasp there as we saw that paddle battle. Yeah. I was really worried that the girls were going to be too competitive and we'd see a double interference or something like that. Thank goodness we didn't. I don't want to see any interferences today. I just want to see great surfing, and I want to see it laid out to great heat strategy as well.
That's right. I mean, yesterday there was a lot of interferences, and a lot was decision-made interferences. It wasn't accidental, where you could look back and be like, wow, I had no idea that was happening, like a full mistake, kind of unaware. It was quite intentional things that continued to unfold, whether it was those opening paddle battles or both surfers really trying to assert their dominance, and unfortunately it just, worked out to really not be in the favor for a lot of those scenarios for surfers taking the advancing positions. As we just take another look at this, that was a great little opportunity, and I like even that Green just backed off for a second just to get out of that. Although she was asserting herself in the conversation, the smart decision there to just avoid anything that could potentially throw that less opportunity of 20 points on the board. Right now, each of these surfers has a chance to walk away with a perfect heat of 20 points. The moment those interferences are in, that surfer can't do that anymore.
Yeah, great point. And depending on whether it's a non-priority or priority interference, those priority interferences see the athletes lose their entire second score.
Yeah,
and
so
so
hectic.
if your competitor just gets over a 10-point heat total, that person is barred from trying to advance through. So a set coming, these girls taking their time, finding their positioning out there. Will we see maybe this second set looking really nice, potential opportunity for our Puerto Rican as she's sitting on that farthest inside?
That's right. She might have a chance to take a look at this one. Decides not to, and instead it's going to be our surfer out of China. The Chinese Olympian in U16 has a dedicated paddle for that. Can't quite get into it, unfortunately. She'll now just look to reset on the inside section. Well, already a two-time medalist here for the Junior World Surfing Championships for the ISA. Clémence Scorch has another medal already. She's got that third. Now she's got that chance to go for gold as well.
Yeah, as before that cheer, we saw Yang Suchi paddle for that wave, but she won't get docked for that as no priority is established. So this is kind of that time of the event that of your heat, that you can freely paddle for anything and not get a priority change, which is a kind of nice place to be in. Same for Mila Coco Brown. She's sitting in third priority, so a slight disadvantage to maybe when those sets come through. She can't pick them out from the other competitors, but she also has that freedom to just move around, paddle for waves, check them out, and everything.
Well, Yang Suchi has had an incredible journey in her young surfing career. At just 15 years old, she became the youngest ever Olympian for surfing specifically, by competing for Paris 2024 Olympics in Tahiti at the deadliest wave of all time of Teahupo. And it was really awesome to see her get that opportunity. And she was absolutely charging. She was one of those surfers that, due to some visa issues, wasn't allowed to take some trips to really get to know that break in the lead up to the Olympics. And so she really only had the week before to get in the lineup and start trying to catch waves. At that stage, it was already in the pack with all the other surfers competing. And so it was that heat surfing that gave her really that first opportunity to get up and riding. And she got a couple of great waves. It was really exciting to see that opportunity. But you could also see that, that opportunity for her to just learn so much more on such a massive global stage. With that, let's go down to the beach, though, to check in with Chris Cote with another one of our finalists.
Congratulations, Clémence. You surfed with all your heart. Do you have more to give in the final?
Yeah, really. Just I'm going to surf like I never surf, so we will see, and so we do the best of, and just.
You must be very proud. France will be represented here in the finals, the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. I know you have a lot of support back at home for people watching. You want to send them a message. What are you about to do?
Bah ouais, je suis super contente d'avoir gagné ce hit. Franchement, je suis super contente. Genre, ça va être la 3e finale que je vais faire. Donc là, cette fois-ci, on va essayer de viser la première. On va tout donner et franchement, l'équipe, elle est là, elle est derrière nous. Elle nous soutient, donc super, et on va tout donner.
Calm, cool, collected. Clémence is ready to take on the world. Vive la France! Let's go!
Well, the surfer out of Vaiboku has the opportunity to walk away a gold medalist. We're so excited to see her through to the next round. And in the heat right now, 2 of these surfers are also going to have that opportunity to fight for gold. And so far, we have not seen a counting score on the board besides the 0.4 of Mila Coco Brown, as Myanmar Soto Perez is now going to make the difference. Connects into that opening turn, snap under the lip as she just gets stuck on that second turn. She's going to continue with some momentum, though, looking to build and finish off a little stronger as she kicks off on the inside.
Yeah, nice opening turn. Unfortunately getting bogged. She saved it, but not much action after that. We'll keep that score to be a pretty small one.
Just a 3.67, but at this stage, it's the highest score of the heat, 10 minutes down, and not really the way anyone would have wanted to kick things off, but let's take another look at this.
Yeah, I loved that opening turn. This is where we just saw that her get a bit disengaged from that rail, that board flattening back out, and she did well to recover from it, gain that board speed back up, but then the wave just disappeared for any more opportunity for her. It looked like lines were coming, and there in that shot we can see, and Myanmar is paddling hard to see if she can make it back out in time for a piece of this. And I like that you see her direction change. Look at her paddling out now towards that wider opportunity, because we've seen surfers on their paddle back out get great rides about halfway through from some of these peaks.
Yeah, right where that boil is at, and she's angling for it now as the Olympian is up and riding in Yang Suu-chi. Beautiful opening wrap, drives through for so much power in the second, and seamless connection into that third corner. Dropping so much spray behind the wave. She is finally able to unleash and get that campaign started as Mila Coco Brown, the Australian powerhouse, is up and riding. We don't know how she started this wave, but we know how she's finishing it, and it's with a little bit of style.
I like that smile back. I love that reaction from both of them.
Me too. That was great.
And that is a frustrating place to be for Myanmar, who was sitting with, she wasn't sitting with priority. Yang Suu-chi and Myanmar were both sharing that non-priority situation. But when you maybe just get a little bit too eager, I mean, I wouldn't say she necessarily made a mistake. 15 minutes ago, she was plenty patient. It just didn't work out in her favor. As we look at this replay of Mila Coco Brown, nice opening turn, wrapping that around. Second one, even bigger commitment from her there. And that third one banging off the whitewash. So much fluidity in that surfing, and we can see that little cheeky look back. Yang Suu-chi's opening wave, so crisp and clean, staying nice and high, compacting those legs. Big wraparound there as that second turn gets a nice one to add into that arsenal. So much spray coming out of that. So you can see these surfers with their look back towards their teams. I think it's also a little bit of frustration. 12 minutes remaining. You know, they're kind of, everyone's looking back at their teams being, I tried, and as we look at this other replay of these lines coming through, this is what they were patient for, Shannon.
Oh, it was so well weighted. You know, this was the moment that's going to allow for two big scores to be dropped for both Australia and for China. As we just get to see that back-to-back, it is so unfortunate also now looking at it that Myanmar just wasn't still in that question because there was, 5 quality waves in that set. As we take a look now at Young up and riding on the inside, she's going to drop a second score very quickly. I love that as well, building on her campaign with a big finish on the inside here and locks it in under the lip. You can sense from her just that like, okay, job's getting done. She's got 2 scores to come. She's going to have 2 scores within about a minute of each other as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think until you get that opening ride, your stomach can kind of sometimes feel like it's in your throat, especially then when these heats are as long and slow as they have been. To wait for essentially what's been 15 minutes to really get started, it's really nice for her to get this second ride here on the board as she's been paddling back out. And she got a lot of great work done through this inside section. We've seen good scores given to athletes that bring it all the way in just like that. Ideally, you get that wave that links all the way from the outside to the inside. That's where we've been seeing those 8s and those 9s awarded this week. But 2 healthy scores, I think, will be awarded to our Chinese surfer.
Great description of that. 2 healthy scores on the way, a healthy score as well on the way for Mila Coco Brown. And what an exciting minute 12 of this heat specifically.
Minute 12. If you want to go back and see some great surfing, just go into minute 12. So much action that took place.
All right, there it is, a 7.67 for the first wave, the opener of Yang Suu-chi.
Whoa.
Cheers starting to come, a 7.17 for Mila Coco Brown. So China takes out the exchange over Australia for that last wave, as now a 5.5 drops in for the second of Yang Suu-chi, and China is sitting in a leading spot with a chance to go for a very first medal in any ISA event ever.
Wow, and those girls wouldn't even have known potentially that Suchi got that second ride, and so hearing that she's already backed it up really puts you on lock.
Now the Sydney surfer up and riding on her forehand. She pulls out a crazy turn. I did not see her reappearing while still standing. I just thought she was kind of get like pushed out onto her face. Incredible finish as that wave just swallowed her whole.
Something I see from Mila Coco Brown is she loves surfing. I think that's the crux of it. And big push, and I can't believe she landed that cleanly. And I love that look and that excitement, that jump off the end there. Look at her meeting that lip. She came a little bit late and actually got sent back up with the whitewash, back down, out cleanly. That is amazing that she landed that. Judges, only one maneuver will reward that heavily, I think.
We're down to 9 minutes on the clock. China is sitting in that leading position with the opportunity to be advancing into the finals, but now it's going to be the question mark really on Myanmar Soto Perez. Can she get herself into this heat? Because that's where she's going to have to begin, is just getting herself on the board. That 3.67 now is really not going to be enough to really have her finding some momentum, chasing down an 8.33 just to take away second from Mila Coco Brown. Mila's last score, a 4.83 for that single turn, well rewarded, and sitting close behind our heat leader as we take a look now at Myanmar with the opportunity to get herself back in the equation. Hooks around that first section, sets it up for a second turn. Hasn't been able to do anything very explosive yet. That opening carve was really beautiful, though not super critical. And she'll take a stumble on the third, so that's going to hurt her chances, unfortunately, for the surfer out of Aguadilla in Puerto Rico. And now out in front, it's our surfer in the leading position, holding on to priority, wearing that green jersey.
Yeah, so a 4.83, a great backup. I could have even seen that going a little bit higher, but judges really communicating to the athletes that they really like the full length of rides, that they want to see multiple maneuvers to get above that 5 range, as we saw for Yang Suu-chi. Myanmar needing to get at least a 5 or a 6, I think, to truly get herself back into this heat.
7.5 minutes on the clock. Green sitting in first priority with a great looking set approaching. She's already dropped an excellent score in that 9.17 from her opening round for the young Olympian, as Young is now up and riding and sets herself up with a big opening wrap. This wave holding for her down the line. It's got a great looking wall as she cuts it back into the second, adds variety in for the third. Coming in under the lip, and she'll kick out with control. 3-turn combination rate. She's looking to improve on that 5.5.
Sometimes you're in the flow with the ocean, and sometimes you're not. We're seeing Yang Suu-chi completely in the flow right now, and Myanmar, unfortunately, just seems to be out of rhythm with every single set. And man, I've been that surfer. It can be frustrating because you're trying everything. You're trying to make good decisions. You know, there's nothing been overly, she hasn't made any major mistakes. She had a little stumble, but it didn't have that same face of the wave anyways from that last look at our Puerto Rican surf, at the Puerto Rican's wave. And she's just out of rhythm. She needs a great wave to come her way to get her back into this conversation. She needs an 8.33 as a high score, but just to give her another opportunity to break that down.
Mila Coco Brown now up and riding, last year's copper medalist. And she drives through that first turn, has so much power and aggression as she slides through the second one. Gets a little hung up on the foam, but then is able to find that finishing maneuver. She's looking to improve on a 4.83 to put a bigger question mark on Myanmar, who's already chasing an 8.33. Last score of Yang Suu-chi is a 5.47. It's just shy by 0.03 of improving her situation. But it is still that showing of being in rhythm with the ocean. Putting a 5 down as a score that you're dropping is a nice thing to be doing.
Yeah, for sure. And Mila backs that one up. That doesn't go into her score line either. So those standings stay the same. Let's take a look at this. So judges gave this one a 4.6, racing around this first section, wrapping it around, really nice opening turn. Love the style that she has of that big opening carve, that big S turn. Goes for the roundhouse there, and that wave just loses energy. And she didn't get to go quite as critical on as many maneuvers as we saw from Yang Soo Chi, which I think is that separation of just about a point difference in between those two waves.
We'll take another look here just at the finish for Milla. And yeah, really close scores between, you know, their second opportunities. Not a lot dividing their backup scores at the moment. It's just Yang Soo Chi who's been able to inch ahead by, you know, kind of a half point on both scores that have her in that leading by just more than 1 point with that 13.17 heat total on the board. We're down to 4 minutes on the clock. And as you said, the situation has stayed the same for Myanmar. Chasing down that 8.33, she's holding on to priority. She surfed such a beautiful run into the semifinals so far, a great representative for Puerto Rico and also for her family. She actually has a jewelry business with her sisters, and I feel like at an event like this, she can make quite a bit of money because all the girls are paddling out with their necklaces on, their rings on, their, you know, a little bit of their earrings shining.
Outside of watching great surfing, that's the second most thing I've been excited to see because I love looking.
You would love this.
Yeah, I know. I love looking at, I'm a jewelry person, love jewelry. So Myanmar, I'm definitely going to be checking out what you're creating because it's just so fun. I love the femininity from the girls that are wearing their rings and their bracelets while surfing. That's very much me as a surfer too. So I'm always like looking, oh, where'd you get that ring? Where'd you get that bracelet?
Well, in this heat, you could see Milla with like the necklace around her, kind of dangling as she's doing her turns. Yang Soo Chi, we've seen her show up with some diamond earrings in this year, adding in her own personal flair. It's exciting to see that kind of stuff just coming in. It's really fun. It's a fun, different aspect that the girls are bringing into their kind of repertoire.
For sure. Obviously, it has nothing to do with their surfing, their performance. But I think for me, coming as like an athlete, I love having and feeling like myself while I'm going out there and trying to compete and do my best. And part of just having my personal style and feeling comfortable and feeling like I'm presenting how I want to, then helps me present on the wave how I want to.
Totally. As we take a look now at Milla, Coco Brown with that pink board on the surface of the wave, really standing out, snaps through that first section, drives through the rail on the second. So a variety of maneuvers so far as she looks down the line. She's trying to build on that 4.83, and we'll see if she's able to do that with her surfing on this last opportunity. 2 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yeah, you can see she's I'm not going to say desperate, but you feel that like energy from her being like, I just want to build upon this. I want it to turn into a combination situation. That's what she's trying to do because we know this surfer can get what is now a 9.23 requirement.
All right, it's a big requirement, and she knows she needs to surf to something huge. Unfortunately goes down, but really tried hard on that first turn. As we take another look at this wave, it's a 5.73 for Lasta Milla.
Yeah, great opening hit, second wrap, really nice. And again, this inside section just not offering a whole lot of opportunity. Great that she got those 3 turns in, but it's from the strength of that opening ride that was just so beautifully timed.
Now, it wasn't enough to get her into the leading position, but like you said, it increased the requirement, and it nearly has Myanmar in a combination situation. I feel like the only benefit to Myanmar's situation is it's still a single score she's chasing as we approach 1 minute. But at this stage, it's our 2 surfers with a lot of heavy experience in competition so far, be it the Olympics or making it into the final round already here at the World Junior Surfing Championships. As Yang Soo Chi is now up and riding, finds that opening carve, drives down the line to put on a powerful finish on that in section. She is looking so sharp and primed as she is about to make her finals berth here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Yeah, big debut for her as we've seen her have success on the opens and in doing both U16 and U18 here.
That's right. Milla on her final wrap on the inside section. This is the kind of surfing that just sets her apart so often when she paddles out in any lineup around the world.
Yeah, we haven't even seen what usually sets her apart, which is her air game.
Yeah.
And Team Australia is still looking a little bit tense because they know it's not over till it's over. But I think at this point, with the buzzer sounding, we now know.
Well, we do have a score to come through for each of our 3 surfers in the water. Myanmar does have a last score to drop. We haven't seen our eyes on it. She got a 1 for that previous wave. But at this stage, chasing down a 9.23, it's going to be a massive requirement on this last wave of Myanmar.
Yeah, nice opening turn, but a little bit slow. She's having to be patient with this wave as it sets up. And Shannon, I think we would have needed to see something a lot bigger already by this point to know that it's going high. So that won't meet that excellent requirement that she has in front of her.
Beautiful smooth surfing to finish off with. Excellent job for Myanmar advancing to the top 6 here, but it's going to be Mila Coco Brown and Yang Soo Chi advancing through into the finals. For Mila, surfing like this has taken her now to the opportunity to win another medal here. And for Yang Soo Chi, for Team China, she is officially going to be the first Chinese surfer to ever win an ISA medal. More action right after this.
It was an impactful day here at the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Here are your top scores.
Yang Soo Chi on the outside. Sharp eye looks great underneath her feet. Oh, how's that turn? That combo on the inside.
I'm just really glad to keep making heats. That's all I can do right now. So, yeah, I just want to keep going.
Haro Matsuno from Team Japan came through with an 8.5.
So Osha Green locking into a great looking wave to start things off with. So much power, drives off the bottom.
It's been one of my favorite for sure. I love these events with all the team because everybody's doing all the adventures with you. So yeah, it's been really good.
Tune in tomorrow for day 8, the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Finals time right here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. Waiting on the official results from the second semifinal of the girls U18. It seems like Mila Coco Brown able to take away the win, but advancing will be Yang Soo Chi in second. Great results for Puerto Rico with Myanmar Soto Perez making the semis. But we are into our first final of the event. It's the Boys U16. Returning medalist Thiago Passetti from Argentina is in the red. Caden Francis, Ocean Lancaster, 2 Australians out there, and Pablo Gabriel from Brazil in the white. Mecho Salazar here with one of the all-time greats, former ASP world champion, 2-time ISA gold medalist Olympian, Sofia Milanovic. Sophie, talking about the 4 best surfers in the event in this division. It started, 30 minutes on the clock for these 4.
What a final we have in our hands. Exciting times, Mitch. Cannot wait to see these surfers go for it. They all won the gold, so it's going to be a really good heat.
Everybody's proven, too, that they got what it takes to get to this point. Now, 30 minutes, though. It is a big increase in time. We saw 5 minutes added during the semis. Another 5 minutes. Obviously, time management being one big thing right there, Sophia. But another thing, too, are you able to fend off those people if you are in the lead from overtaking you?
Yeah, for sure. It's a longer heat. It's a final. I think they're going to be a lot more selective with their waves. They all have the capability of doing excellent scores, so they want to make sure they're in the right wave to do it.
And as of right now, I mean, you look at the countries out there, it's no surprise that Australia is in the final. Brazil, Pablo Gabriel, at least to me, he's kind of been one of the most under-talked surfers throughout the event. Kid has a ton of power. We saw Felipe Toledo back in 2011 win the Boys U16. Right in the same area here in Peru, that was over at Punta Hermosa. And Thiago Passetti, he has truly gone from being a boy to a man. The kid's huge now. Has a ton of power, Sophia.
They're all powerful surfers. Thiago's surfing is impressive. And we see the Australian coming up the stairs.
Mila Coco Brown taking away the win.
If you got time, I'm going to stay with you the whole way.
And she is moving through into her second consecutive final here in the girls U18. But be hearing from her with Chris in just a few minutes. So 28 minutes to go right here. It is a peak. The right, really the wave that has surfed a lot more, Sophia. We've seen most of the best scores of the event. I would say most of the waves that have been ridden going right too, but the left has a lot of quality on it, and I would not be surprised to see more people go left with more time available. Blue, red, both looking. This is Francis, and Caden's deep on this, but it's a roller. First wave of the boys U16 final. Long drawn out roundhouse cutback. Wave goes pretty flat. Generating speed. Throws the tail around, so impressive stuff considering that it was a lackluster wave in the second half of it. It'll be a score though, Sophia. And now Gabriel outside. Talked about his power. Springy surfing right here from Pablo. Into the lip. Great combo. The Brazilian going through the motions. A lot of flow. And another one of those waves that could potentially be a backup score at the end of this heat. So both blue and white, they're on the board, Sophia. 26 minutes and 40 on the clock. And you can see the intensity right here with the paddles. They know what's on the line at the moment.
Of course, good exchange for both surfers. The Brazilian got a really nice looking wave, for sure.
So an impressive exchange. Let's go downstairs. Mila Coco Brown, back-to-back finals, Chris.
Thanks, team. The gold medal dream is still alive. Clutch surfing there. What was going on for the first half of that heat? It got really weird out there.
Yeah, it was super slow at the start, so I was stressing a little bit, but Siki baited me in really well to a bad one at the start, so it was pretty smart of her. But then, yeah, we just sat out there, and there was just no waves till like 15 minutes left, and then got 2 quick scores, but had to sort of safety surf. Just there wasn't enough time left if I fell to really get a backup, so just get it done, and now finals time. Let's go.
Well, that was incredible. Let's reflect a little bit on your 9-day journey here at the ISAs. You're surfing against 57 nations. Team China went off in that heat. Tell me about your journey to the finals.
Oh, well, I had a shocker in round 1. I ended up in the repo, which was a bit of like, I know, just big reset, and was just like, settle down, like it's a long 9 days, like don't cook yourself too early, just heat by heat, and just take it heat by heat, I guess, and it's all you can do really when it's such a marathon of an event. And yeah, just keep supporting all my crew. They're over there watching Ocean and Kato in this final right now, so better get over there and put my captain hat on and start supporting before my final.
Get over there. Mila Coco Brown now in medal contention. Good luck in the final.
Thank you, Chris, and congratulations to Mila Coco Brown. Team captain for the Aussies. She has 2 surfers out there at the moment, also representing Australia. Caden Francis, he drops a 4.33. We saw Lancaster with already his second wave right here, an incomplete turn. 3.73 on his opener. And this is the first wave of Francis. 4.33 on this one, Sophia.
Yeah, first beautiful drawn turn by Francis from Australia in blue. Then we see that the wave kind of loses a little bit of speed, gets a little bit flat, but he manages to keep the speed in that wave, and does this really nice turn to finish it. Good start for blue.
Then this wave, 7.67, best of the heat so far.
Wow, great wave by the Brazilian. Beautiful opening turn, smashing the lip. Another beautiful turn. Gets a little bit stuck there, but he manages so well to regain that speed into those last turns he did here. And just a beautiful wave, offered a lot of potential. He surfed it super good. And that's going to be a great score for the Brazilian, 7.67.
Another angle right here. He's just so strong.
Yeah, that first turn was such a good turn. So much power. The second turn was really good too. Third turn was amazing too. Just so much power, pushing through every turn. He knows he needs to get good scores to get that gold medal, and he wants it.
There's a misconception about surfing in Brazil, isn't there, Sophia? Everybody thinks only airs. You look at a lot of the best surfers they've ever had, both Teco Padarats, power surfers, of course, the great Bandinha, William Cardoso, and another one right here, Pablo Gabriel, proving that style always adds into power. Kid doing well on the backhand. Has a 7.67 already going right. This one Another strong one. He loves it too. 23 minutes to go. Already in a strong spot. The Brazilian out there in white.
Wow, he's on fire, ripping on that left. I've seen him get really good lefts during the event. He feels really comfortable on his backside. And he ripped that left. It's gonna be a great score for him too. Here comes the replay. Beautiful setup turn. This second turn, super vertical up the top. Waiting for that last section. He already saw that last section. He knows it's gonna be really important for his score, and he totally nails it. Great wave by White.
6-3-3. He's up into 14 points already in the first 7.5 minutes. Passetti, the answer. First turn is strong. Deep bottom turn for the second one. Last year's returning medalist here in the boys U16. It's his last year as well in this division. So not a whole lot after that first combination. He's going to have to kick out. 22 minutes to go. Priority is with the surfer in blue. Francis has a 4-3-3 already. And some waves coming through right here. Lancaster was interested. He has to let it go because Francis had higher priority. Get out of Coolangatta. Snapper rocks local. Throws the tail around and went for something massive right there, but it's going to be incomplete. And at this point, you got to be considering that they have heard what White has in the lead at the moment. They're trying to search for some scores in that range.
For sure. He got a lot of speed from that high line and then went straight to that progressive turn. Unfortunately, he falls off, but I'm liking his approach.
There's no other way to win now, is there?
Exactly.
I mean, you need 2 sevens to be able to overtake the heat leader at the moment. But we are talking about the 4 best surfers of the division in the event right here in the final. Green lets it go. Gabriel tried to bait him into that wave in the white. Lancaster not biting. Opener for Passetti, a 5. Just a small score for Francis's second. Now, it's pretty much day 10 if you consider the opening ceremony counting as a day of the event too. So you're exhausted. You've been through ups and downs. You've had good heats. You've had bad heats. You've had heats that you're really stoked on. But here, at this point, after winning 2 yourself, Sophia, do you even have fatigue anymore? Or does adrenaline just kick in and it's go time?
I think adrenaline kicks in. You're in the grand final. You're so close to reaching that goal. So I think you're not tired. You're ready for it. You just don't want to lose the opportunity.
Might not ever come knocking again either. That's something you told yourself before you paddled out, as we see the Brazilian team, Pablo, Maeva, Artur Vilar, Maria Araújo, Anuar Chia, who did very well in this event too. Carol Bastidas, those are the members for the Brazilian U16 team. You ever tell yourself before a final, this might be my last one ever. I need to go out there and prove that there's a reason why I made it to this point.
For sure. You have to take the opportunities that life throws at you, you know? And how many times they're going to be in this final here in Peru with good waves? Maybe not many times, so they're going to have to take advantage of the opportunity and really surf their best.
Really good advice right there. Talk about having an event with good waves.
Exactly.
That's different. What would you say, Sophia? 80% of the events worldwide are surfed in decent average waves, though? Look at what we got right now. It's perfect out there. You got rights and lefts on offer. And there's a world championship on the line. Motivation changes in that sense. I mean, because here there's an equalizer. If the waves are good, talent is the thing that shows up the most. Lancaster in green, using priority. He needs 2 sevens to take the lead. 14 points or more, the combination of totals that he's looking for. Beautiful roundhouse cutback right there from Lancaster into the lip once more. Just a great style. Consider the speed that he has surfed with throughout the event so far. Once again into the lip. He loves it. He should. It's going to be his best wave. 18 minutes to go. Impressive stuff right here from the kid out of Newcastle.
Beautiful surfing by Ocean Lancaster. That was his best wave by far. Beautiful turns. I really like one of his catbacks. He went all the way to that power source, hitting that whitewash. Beautiful turn to watch.
It's impressive that we've seen a lot of the younger divisions do well with power surfing too. Maneuvers that you think, oh, only somebody in their 40s or 50s tends to do. Roundhouse cutback, one of the hardest maneuvers to do in all of surfing. There's Bailey Turner from the U.S. She's coming up first final ever here at the ISA. Taking on Catalina Zarique, the Sudara, in that next final. Gabriel now. Heat leader. Throws the tail around. An awkward landing. Watch out for your knees. Seems like everything's okay, though. Also riding a Brazilian-shaped board. RM, Ricardo Martins, one of the OGs out of Rio. And he's from Cabo Frio. Great place in the state. Always one of the loudest teams too, Sophia. I know you remember that from your days of competition against a mighty number of Brazilians.
So much passion. So good to watch.
For every sport too. It's not just like surfing is their only thing that they're good at over there. Basketball, soccer, of course, football. As we have a look at the last of Lancaster, still waiting on the score.
This is a replay of Green's last wave. Beautiful turn. Second good turn. Staying close to the pocket. That turn, that was so good to watch. I love that turn. And straight into that fourth turn. Really vertical turn. Beautiful surfing by the Australian. And one last turn to finish that wave. He really likes it. This is another angle of it. Beautiful carve. Then he does another one really similar to that first one. And this catback was just so good.
World class.
How vertical was that move too right after the catback?
He links everything together too.
Yeah,
There's
just
no
beautiful
downtime.
surfing.
And perhaps the best part about it all, no hesitation. He's always confident about what he has on offer. And for a reason drops an 8-1-3. It's the best of the heat. He's now in second. This is the heat leader, Gabriel. Down the line snap. Throws the tail around. That was good stuff from the Brazilian in the white. Looking to improve on a 6-3-3. And if you don't know the name Pablo Gabriel, you should be knowing it now. This kid rips out of the state of Rio. Trying to drop a 6-3-3. So, in my eyes, I think he's done it, Sophia. It's one of the few maneuvers that we've seen like that of the day so far. And probably going to be extending first place right here as a surfer in white.
Yeah, that was a super progressive move. So good to watch. Really mixing it up. I think judges are going to like that.
There's the fourth member of the girls U16 final. Young Zoe Kaina. Traveling with their parents. First time competing here for Team Hawaii. So waiting on the last of white. Pablo. Lancaster did drop an 8-1-3 on his last. It's the best of the heat at the moment. Francis with priority. He's going to use it. Good looking wave. Deep bottom turn. How's that snap? Strong. Into the lip. Second one just as good. Caden on his way to a number. A lot of great energy on this one. Brings it all the way around. Into the lip. Gets the ending. Could we have seen the first perfect ride of the event? Bassetti now on the outside.
Wow. What an exchange.
What a heat, what a final. The returning medalist, Thiago from Argentina. Well, you asked for action. You got it.
Wow.
cheer right there from Team Hawaii. This is the last of France. This might be the best wave of the final.
Oh
Sophia.
my God, look at that first turn. It was just, the timing was just perfect. Straight into that second turn, throwing so much water, so much commitment, control. Such a fluid, beautiful surfing by Blue. Wow, that's going to be a really high score. This is Thiago's last wave too. From Argentina, Thiago Passeri. Going for it. Wow, throwing so much water, attacking so hard. Beautiful layback for that second turn. Another amazing turn, throwing buckets of water and finishing super well. Great wave by Red too. We have a hit in our hands, Mitch. It's so on.
It's what we expected. Is what was supposed to happen right here for these four surfers. Waiting on numbers, an exciting heat.
That first turn by Caden was just, I think, the best turn I've seen all week. It was just so good.
So waiting on multiple scores right here. Before the exchange, White was in the lead, 14-point heat total. Lancaster in second at the moment. Caden Francis does drop the best score of the final, at least at the moment, 9.57. And another look at it from a different angle.
This is the replay. Look at that first turn, just throwing so much water. Perfect timing in that turn. Then second turn, straight to that pocket, throwing lots of water. Such big spray. Beautiful surfing. Mixing also his moves. There was not one move the same as the other move, you know, like lots of variety. That's what judges want to see too. And you get your 9.57 in that last wave of Caden. That's the highest score of the whole event. And feels good to have it in the final, right?
Talk about waiting to be able to perform when you need to. 9.57. So, best spray of the event. I would say the best combination of turns throughout the event too, and for a reason gets the highest score of the event so far in the final, Sophia. 9.57 for this.
On fire, Caden. He just knew he was going to get almost an excellent score in this wave. He just looked at the beach and says, yep, that was good.
Seems like he's really stoked on it. So at the moment in second place, we're waiting on a number for Thiago Passeri. Wave had a lot of strong points to it too. Needs a 9. And this is all for the lead, by the way. So I wouldn't be surprised if he actually moves up either into second place or potentially even taking first right here. Judges taking their time, of course. They want to analyze and compare. But when you have a heat, especially at this point of the event where everybody's top score is at least a mid-7, that goes to show you that talent is obviously one thing. These kids are capable of performing under pressure.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They know they need to get those excellent scores to go in that top position. You're not really going to win a gold medal with a couple sixes. You have to go for excellent. And that's what Thiago did right there with an 8.4 in that last wave.
So just under the requirement, was needing a 9. Now in third, needing a 5.6. Caden Francis for the lead only needs a 4.43, and Lancaster with priority, he basically needs a 6, a 5.87. So anybody right here can take it out.
What a hit. Look at all the scores. There's still 8 minutes to go, still plenty of time.
That's an eternity for these kids. And let me ask you another question, Sophia. Straight air, closeout, an air reverse, regardless of which maneuver it is, if it's progressive, you could get a 5 or a 6 easily with just a single turn out there.
For sure, for sure. And they're all capable of doing those huge moves too. They have a fundamental surfing, but they also have that progressive surfing. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they choose to do in these final minutes of the heat.
Couple lines coming through. Ocean Lancaster in the green, representing Newcastle, Australia. Needs a 5.87. He does have priority. Bassetti in the fourth priority in third place, needing a 5.6. Caden Francis, one of the new generations of Cooley kids. He is from Snapper Rocks. Only needs a 4.43 for the lead. And the last of Gabriel, by the way, did not improve. 5.93. It was borderline whether or not it was changing his low score. So just under. Lancaster, he's going to use priority right here. Doesn't want to be raiding around. It's a good-looking wave. Down the line hit. Good stuff. Comes around the boil. Another big roundhouse cutback. Uses those arms. Swings it around with ease. Oh, how's the Larry layback right there into the carve. Foam climb, well done. And you could not have asked for a better answer right here, despite the lackluster finish. Probably going to be moving up into at least the top two because Francis got a wave as well. He needs a 4.43, so a smaller requirement. 6 minutes 30 to go. These two kids just don't stop. Priority with Gabriel now in the white. The current heat leader is going to let that go. More waves coming through. This is good for us, Sophia. More waves means more action. A lot more surf to go in these next 6 minutes.
This is the replay of Blue's last wave. He's eyeing that first section. Beautiful carve, throwing lots of water. Going back to that power source to try and find another section. He does find another section. And good finish on that wave. He's for sure going to get that 4.43 in that last wave. And this is Green's last wave. Bigger wave. More critical sections. Boom, goes for it. Attacking the lip. Green. Beautiful cutback. He's the king of cutbacks. Oh my God, that turn was...
That was radical.
So beautiful. And then unfortunately, he kind of gets stuck in this last turn. But that was great surfing from Green.
Well, he drops a 7.33. At the moment in first, waiting on a score for Francis. We have a new heat leader, the first time in the final that the lead has switched hands. Pablo Gabriel from Brazil was in the lead the entire heat up until this point. Francis waiting on a score. He needs a 5.89 or better. And for Australia, this would be huge as well. We're talking about team points. Haven't even talked about it during the final because it's been so entertaining. But they are in contention for the gold medal overall, and they are also the returning gold medal team. So if they go 1 and 2 right here, this would be huge for their chances. Still waiting on the number for Francis. There it is. It's a 6.37. So he goes to first. Ocean down to second. He now needs a 7.82. White Gabriel, who was in the lead the entire time, now needs an 8.28. And Bassetti with second priority. I mean, considering his surfing and how many excellent scores he's dropped, only needs a 7.55, just over 4 minutes, Sophia.
What a hit.
Nobody's safe. Nobody is safe right here. What a final. These gentlemen have surfed a number of times throughout the event already. Everybody dropping excellent scores en route to this round. And here in the final, they are truly proving why they earned their spot right here. 3 minutes 40. And for Gabriel, I mean, you got to consider that he's proven throughout the first 25 minutes of this heat that he knows how to lead. Now, can he retake the lead? 8.28, what he requires.
For sure. They're not holding back. They're going for it. They know they cannot hold back if they want to get excellent scores. And Thiago Passetti needs a 7.55. He knows how to get those excellent scores. He knows the type of wave that can give you those excellent scores, so he's going to wait for them.
At this point, 3 minutes, 1 and 2 in terms of priority, Sophia. Are you willing to wait for a larger set wave and potentially not get the score on an insider if you decided to go on that? Would you rather just wait for an actual wave?
Yeah, it's just like a tricky position because sometimes the waves, that bigger waves, don't really have that section. But you can also go, you cannot take off in a little wave either. So it's just like a medium-sized wave, you know, with potential. So it's just really hard to know which ones are the right ones.
So Ocean Lancaster, you saw him right there have a peek at that wave. Cannot get into it. He does have lower priority, so he has to sneak into something if he wants to get a shot at a 782. And the tough part, if you're Caden right here, yeah, you are going for gold, but you have to block a good friend of yours right here to not let him overtake you. It's an interesting position as a team event, isn't it, right here, when you're going 1 and 2 in the final, Sophia?
Yeah, exactly.
1 minute 45. Some lines outside. Ocean, it's a smaller one. It's not really going to break. 90 seconds. Caden Francis moves up into first with the highest score of the event right here in the boys U16 final. Pablo Gabriel with first priority in third needs an 8.28, and Diego Pacetti, the young Argentinian, a medalist last year in this division, he needs a 7.55. There's a couple of waves. Let's see who's in position right here. It's not going to break. Wow. So those lines were a bit deceiving, Sophia. They kind of passed the line about here at Punta Rocas right now. 55 seconds to go.
Yeah, it seemed they were gonna be good waves, but that one looks like a nice wave.
Inside. Caden's going to let him go. Needs a 7.82, basically an 8. First turn is strong. And blue did go down in priority. Francis, this is Ocean, though. He's going to town. How's the combination? A smaller insider, but surfed it extremely well. Gabriel on the outside, catching up with him. We did not see the outside part of this wave. Pacetti now. This wave will count. Needs a 7.55. That is at least before the last of green. Diego, 2 majors on the outside, wraps it back. Carved a snap, into the lip once again. Oh boy, you wanted entertainment, you got it. Everything on the line, the heat is over, the timer is stopped. And Sophia, this is gonna be an exciting finish right here as Pacetti adds one more. Judges definitely are earning their paycheck today.
What an exchange. That was amazing. Amazing surfing by all of these competitors. And that last minute of the heat was just so good to watch.
I mean,
the wave by green was incredible.
I don't know what to say. I know it's a smaller wave, but he ripped the heck out of this, Sophia.
This is the replay of green. Taking advantage of those pockets like a magician. Just surfing so well. This third turn is just throwing so much water. Another turn. I really like this wave of green. I thought it was really explosive surfing on the pocket.
And then this wave, great answer. Pacetti, before greens, he was needing a 7.55.
And this wave was amazing too, just pushing through every turn. Beautiful flow. Wow, beautiful surfing by the Argentinian. Another huge turn. He knows it's a great score.
I mean, to me, there's no losers in this final. There's obviously going to be 1 through 4, but everybody went out there and demonstrated why they got to this point of the event. And whether you finish 5th or 4th, you get 14 points or better in the final.
Yeah.
That's quite crazy.
What
so
a
waiting
show.
on 2 numbers. Lancaster needs at least a 7.82. And if he moves up into first, the requirement for Diego Pacetti in the red would go up. So judges typically tend to give one score first and then see what the requirement is for the surfer that will be needing a score. And once again, the heat is over, so this will be decided on the beach.
We're also nervous. What do you think, Mitch? It's going to be close, right?
I think.
Wow.
So
yeah.
a straight 9 comes through for Lancaster.
Yeah, that was amazing surfing.
Moves up into first place. That means that Passetti, currently in fourth now, needs an 8.74 or better to take away the win. Gabriel, you got a feel for him. Guy was in control of the heat for 25 minutes. Eventually goes down into third. Caden Francis still has the best wave of the event. He's going to have to settle for second place or less, depending on what Passetti gets right here. And it's not enough for Passetti. He does move up in a second. It's an 8.17. But ladies and gentlemen, your boys U16 gold medalist here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships is Meriwether's own Ocean Lancaster in the green. They don't go 1 and 2, but they do get the World U16 champion. What an amazing final, Sophia. I've been doing this for a long time, and I can easily say it is one of the very best I have ever seen.
That last wave by Green was just mind-blowing. Just perfect surfing on the pocket, taking advantage of every section, and deserved world title. Congratulations, Ocean Lancaster, our new world champion.
Look at those numbers. 17-13 for the champion, Passetti. A very deserving silver medal, 16.57 points. Caden Francis still has the best score of the event, 9.57. He's going to have to settle for bronze. And the Brazilian Gabriel in fourth, 14 points. Wow, you could hear the emotion right there. It's the first time his mom's traveled overseas to see him compete. Both of his parents right there embracing him and getting the reception from the rest of the Australian team. What a moment for the kid from Newcastle, Australia. He's put in a lot of effort this year into competing and to getting better, and it has obviously paid off. He is your gold medalist in the boys U16. What a amazing boys U16 final. The mullet worked. Ocean Lancaster is a gold medalist in the boys U16. We got the girls U16 final coming up when we return.
It was a massive day 8 here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Punta Rocas shined and the surfers rose to the occasion.
They knew what was on the line on this. Dropped to 5 on his opener. He's on another one. Quality second turn right there. Completely slid the fins.
What we're seeing on the outside from Linnea Mons is going to set the standard. Rail work on her forehand. This is going to be an exceptional way to kick off her campaign here.
Yeah, it's so awesome just getting to compete like every day, doing what I love. And yeah, I'm stoked I got some good lefts because like I was watching before and I saw some sick lefts in the heat before. Like someone got an 8, I think, and like it's just, I've been going right a lot and I love going right, but when I saw some of those bully lefts, I was just super stoked to get them.
Making the most of this wave. Perfect style, lots of power, well-placed turns.
Here he is up and riding and launches through that first turn through so much spray just now as he has an incredible amount of power
I think the English and the Sappers have always got along, and their team's super cool, and we're helping supporting them, just getting the vibe up. And yeah, I think everyone's super happy, and I mean, we're just going to keep having fun and be the loudest on the beach.
Prepare yourselves, surf fans. Finals day is tomorrow, 7 a.m. live from Punta Rocas. It's the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Well, welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're straight into the under-16 girls final. And we've got scores dropping for every surfer except for that of Lucy Darragh for Team Australia. Catalina Zarike for Peru opens up with a 6.17. We've got a 4.33 on the board for the opener of Zoe Kaina for Hawaii. She does have a second score to drop, and we are waiting on a score now for the opener of Bailey Turner for Team USA. At the moment, that's going to leave priority with Lucy. Now up and riding. The Australian setting herself up on a beautiful looking opening turn. Incredible conditions here, as we've just seen the round out with her teammate Ocean Lancaster winning gold. And now Lucy has the opportunity to back it up as well with her own performance here. That outside section offered plenty of potential as she goes to finish off on the inside. We'll catch up with that in a moment though, because Catalina Zarike out of Peru is up and riding now on her second wave. She's already got that 6.17 on the board, and she takes a stumble on the fall as we catch up with that one. And a 5.40 locks in for the opener of USA's Bailey Turner. Now a score to drop for Lucy as we take a look at some replays. Rachel.
Yeah, looking at this 4.33 replay, nice opening turn. The Hawaiian looking strong on her feet as she opens the first of the account for this final. And this is the 6.17 Catalina, who got the best of this opening exchange so far. We still have a score to drop for Lucy, though. And really coming from that strength of that opening turn, a huge, big, nice open face. And that's what Bailey got the opportunity with here as well. Nice first turn. Second turn, really lengthening, extending, driving through that rail, drawing it out. Love the lines that she is creating here. And now this is the score we're waiting for Zoe, her second ride, building upon that 4.33. On her back end, a little bit slow on the start, a mid-face carve there. So already the start of this not as strong as her first one, I'd say, Shannon. But this wave going a little bit longer, and she's building up those maneuvers, takes it all the way to the inside.
That's right, as she kicks out there. We'll take a look now at the first wave here of our surfer in blue, Lucy, still waiting for that score to drop.
Yeah, really critical opening turn, and it flattens out, unfortunately. Nothing overly critical here so far, but that first turn was huge, meeting the lip at a nice timing point. And the rest of that, she kept that busy. And this is that score that we're waiting now for Catalina. She had a nice opening, a few opening maneuvers on this. Great carve around, putting that left hand into the water, carving around it. Love that technique, using that as a pivot point. Eyeing this one up, and unfortunately just gets bogged down for that. So a quick start for all of our surfers in these first 3 minutes.
Well, the under-16 girls has started off with some fire. There are scores dropping across. We'll give that situation update in a moment, though, because Australia's own Ocean Lancaster has just snuck away the win with a 9-point ride on the buzzer. He's taken out the gold medal for the under-16 boys and is down with Chris Cote.
Osha, I'm going to say a phrase that is going to follow you for the rest of your life. Ocean Lancaster, world champion. How's that sound to you?
I'm just lost for words. I don't even know what I'm going to say. I'm probably going to mess all this up. I've just got everything just replaying in my head from the start to the end of that heat. I was honestly just like losing hope towards the dying seconds of that heat, and then I don't know, I just like had one of the greatest opportunities ever, and I wasn't even thinking about what a score I needed. All I was thinking about was just absolutely belting the hell out of that wave and just winning the comp. So yeah, I'm absolutely speechless, but it's awesome.
I'm sure you've dreamed about this moment. You got the Australian flag wrapped around you, your whole team on their shoulders, screaming, tons of emotion. Is this everything you dreamed it would be?
Leading up to this heat, I was in the car on the way here, and I had Eminem playing in my head, and I was just like, all I was imagining was just every possible scenario, and I was just seeing all these visions, and I was just praying and just hoping that this would all come true. And yeah, I got blessed with that last wave, and yeah, smashed the hell out of it and got it. So I'm just like absolutely speechless and just so proud right now.
Well, you're now among the elite. I know you did it out there with your skill, but it also takes a team, it takes a family, it takes a village to raise a champion. So here's your moment to thank all of those people that helped you get to where you are right now.
I could go on forever for this, but my family, my mum, my dad, my little sisters, we all moved up the coast away from our hometown at the start of the year. And yeah, we left all our friends and family behind so that I could work on my training and all that sort of stuff. And it's just all led to this one moment right here, right now. So I'm so grateful to have such a supportive family. And then I got to travel over here with Team Australia, and it was just one of the most magic moments of my life. And right now I can really feel the connection we all have together. And yeah, I'm so proud and to just be able to represent such an awesome team and bring home gold for myself as well.
Right on. Congratulations, world champion.
Well, safe to say there is not a dry eye sitting between the two of us right now. And wow, incredible to hear more of the story for Ocean Lancaster, your new gold medalist, as we take a look at the Peruvian. Catalina Zarrique has the opportunity to bring gold home to her team here on the shoreline as she continues her run to the inside to finish off. She's already sitting in that leading position, looking to build on a 3.77, and that was a very amazing moment for Ocean Lancaster.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, I'm a sucker when someone starts getting emotional. I can't help it. Like, these results mean so much to these athletes.
Bailey Turner now with the opportunity for Team USA as she connects into that opening turn. Sets it up now for the second. Throws a lot of water as the sun is just shining down. The waves are turning on here in our finals. And Bailey's doing a great job to make her way through that flatter section. It will now stand up for her on the inside, and Bailey's able to tag the in section to finish. Currently chasing down a 4.55. Her opening wave, a 5.40, has her sitting in fourth, as Zoe Kina is now up and riding. She's sitting on those 2.4s that she started off with, and now driving through the section for the surfer that spends her time between Hawaii and California. Proudly representing the Hawaiian flag, though, here for the ISA World Juniors, and she's putting together a beautiful, tight finish on the inside section. Hopefully didn't connect with Bailey's toes on that one, and gets that finishing turn pushed through. Catalina now up and riding on her paddle back out as well. There is so much action here, and she is doing a great job to sit in that leading position. We're waiting on her previous score. Now this one as she just jams through that finishing section, looking for this end to just tag right in front of the rocks, and we'll have scores coming through across the board.
Oh my gosh.
Including that of Lucy, now up and riding. Lucy dropped in a 6.43, the surfer out of Gerringong in New South Wales, Australia. She's just gonna slip out and fall, unfortunately, on her third opportunity, chasing a 3.51 right now to advance. And we have scores, Rachel, to come through across the board. There's a lot of activity out in the lineup right now.
Yeah, so much activity. I'm lost as to the situation changes that we
have no
could
idea.
potentially see. You know, we do know that this heat is just getting started. We saw a 9-point ride from Ocean Lancaster obtained in the last 15 seconds to take over the lead from his fellow countrymen. And it really came down to the wire. These are really busy heats, really well-served heats. 8s for every surfer in that last final. So we could see these athletes go really big here. And I think safe to say we have the best conditions for the last day, as we're going to see everyone just continue to find opportunities. Looking at this backup opportunity for Bailey, really nice navigation of that boil, as then it kind of shoulders in and she's staying busy on it, bringing it all the way to the inside. Love that she's trying to take advantage of this so that she can get this final maneuver there. I mean, I think that is going to be at least a point difference than if she had cut out when it started cornering off. As
Zoe looks to build on her 4-point rides with this one.
Yeah, so trying to find something that allows a critical nature or major maneuver, a smaller wave, but really cleanly surfed and continued to provide opportunity. This is where I get more convinced that it might go into those top 2 above those 4s.
And the local Catalina drops in a decent score as she's on her way to the inside.
Yeah, this one dropping in a 6.7, Shannon. And judges really liking her variety, I think, in this wave specifically as she makes her way into the inside, and she is not bothered by that rock at all.
Wow, what a back-to-back-to-back little lineup we have here as Lucy gets a piece of the action as well.
Yeah, I loved the flow first 1-2 combination. Unfortunately, just kind of throwing her upper body over a little too quick before she got that rail properly engaged with her toes and comes unstuck. You see that board flatten out underneath her. So still waiting for another score of red and white, and then we will have a proper situation update of who is vying for that gold medal.
Yeah, this is wild. Now, Catalina is currently in that leading position. She does have another score to drop, but improved on the 3.77 with that 6.7. We're waiting on the last score of Zoe Kina to come into the equation. Currently in 4th place, chasing down an 8.54 to jump into the gold medal seat. Lucy Dara, with both of her scores locked in, is sitting on a 6.43 for her opener. Her strong score behind that is a 3.90 in that bronze medal position right now, chasing a 6.45 to take gold. And then Bailey Turner opened up for the surfer out of Huntington Beach, California, with a 5.4 and a 6.77 for green to go from second into that leading position. Now it will take a 6.10.
Wow.
We can finally take a breath here. 15 minutes remaining. We're halfway through this heat. There has been an insane amount of action for the first 15 minutes, Rachel.
That's great because we saw some slower heats this morning in those 25-minute heats. There was one heat, the second heat of the girls U18, that second semifinal, really didn't get started until 15 minutes had passed. So love that we have healthy scores from all of our surfers on the board. And Catalina just looking really dominant. She was really dominant in her semifinal this morning, getting some great scores.
Yeah, a very impressive surfer. Born in Oslo in Norway, but raised in Mancora, Peru, which is way up at the north of the kind of northern corner of the country here on the border of Ecuador. Some incredible waves that she's able to surf back at home, and it's a bit of a journey to come down here to practice and train. The great thing for her as a Peruvian team surfer is the high performance center that's built right here on the break in Punta Rocas. Literally provides her with a place to sleep, a place to eat her meals, and a world-class wave to train for what now is her chance to become a world champion.
Yeah, and we see those national federations that have those high performance centers always at those conversations of those gold medal races, as we see Australia with one, Peru with one.
Up and riding now, Zoe Kina. She's jumped into that 3rd place position, chasing now a 6.84 to advance. Great work on her backhand to start off here, as she just waits through this softer section of the wave, trying to just gain a little bit of momentum, waiting for this to stand up and give her a critical finish. We've seen a few of those starting to shape up as the tide has changed, and unfortunately for this wave, she waits for it. It doesn't quite get there. The outside section, though, looked really, really strong. And her last wave, Rachel, dropped through at a 6.03, so that's helped her jump into a much smaller requirement to take away gold. Bailey Turner now up and riding as she drives through the pocket on that first section. Beautiful top to bottom turn. Gets a little hung up coming out of it, but it's going to still give her plenty of momentum down the line as this wave has a little more froth to the face. And she's just going to now, again, wait to capitalize. Those opening 2 turns really being the strength of this last wave.
Yeah, a huge opening turn. All of these surfers, Shannon, now have those 6s in their score lines.
Wow.
So everyone is right there in it with Catalina. Really nice mental advantage for Catalina to get that second 6 quick, but it's anyone's game, as we know, to the last minute. That was a huge turn, getting a little hung up, but riding out of it clean, keeping that board speed up, and making use of this inside section. making a slow section of the wave look powerful and exciting and zesty as she cuts out right in front of that rock. So it's our surfers in red and blue now waiting out the back with that first and second priority.
Yeah, there's finally a little pause in the action. We've currently already got 5 6s that have been dropped, each surfer holding on to one of those. Catalina with 2 in the red jersey has her in the leading position. And now priority is sitting first with Lucy Derrig, who's in that 4th place spot. She's chasing down a 6.45 at the moment to take away the lead. We'll see if Bailey's last score is enough to get the 6.1 she needs to take away that leading position and increase scores on the rest of the field. And this is really shaping up to be a great finish to our day of competition here for finals day, as we've got 11.5 minutes remaining on the clock. There are sets approaching. It's very consistent now. As we've hit our final heats of the day, Rachel, the consistency is picking up in comparison to what we saw from our first few semifinals this morning.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal to see the most important heats of the day get those great waves and fantastic scores. We've already seen 1 gold medal locked in for Australia. Hawaii and Australia have multiple opportunities in these next few heats with other surfers in the finals. This is USA and Peru's only surfers now in medal contention. So it's up to Catalina or Bailey whether their countries are going to have an individual gold medalist.
Yeah, there's still a lot going on behind the scenes in that medals picture, and it's because of the strength of a gold medal finish for 1,000 points, the difference for that going down to second of 860 points, down to third at 730 points, and down to fourth at 670 points. That's a big spread between a fourth and the first place finish of over 300 points.
Yeah, and with Peru, USA, Australia, and Brazil starting in that gold medal race at the beginning of this day, it has been really exciting to see that change throughout even the past few days. Brazil was pretty far at the lead like about 2 or 3 days ago. Then they've been dropping off over the last 2 days. Australia and USA slowly taking over. And this morning, Australia started in that leading position.
Yeah, so it's going to be really incredible to see how things start to play out now as we're getting through our finals. And there was still that open opportunity for 3 nations really to take away that gold medal finish. A few other countries in the conversation as well with that chance to still, not just walk away with silver, bronze, or copper, but actually to be knocked out of that top 4 equation. We were seeing that Hawaii had that chance to sneak in. France earlier this morning also had that chance to sneak into that 4th place podium finish, which would award them the copper medal. As we're down to 10 minutes on the clock right now, and a little bit of a slow moment out in the lineup. Currently, that last wave of Bailey Turner for Team USA, Rach, it dropped in as a 4.13. Sorry, a 5.13. That was not enough to improve her situation. And then we've got a 3.9 for that last wave of Lucy, and that 4.17 for the last of Zoe also wasn't enough to increase her situation. So with that, it will remain the same for placings. And it's our surfer in the blue jersey who is holding on to priority to try and take away that gold medal.
Yeah, a really strong place to be in these last 9 minutes, but that is still lots of time to go. We saw a huge change up in that first heat. Catalina is a surfer that got into the excellent range in her semifinals to find her place in the final today. So she's already gone excellent this morning. She's feeling good. We saw excellent surfing from her. We saw the judges really appreciate it. That would have been a huge confidence boost of her getting 2 opening strong scores and have her sitting in that leading position right now.
And of course, her goal was to make it this far. She has achieved that. Now that gold medal is within grasp for her, competing with the Peruvian fan club that's here on the shoreline, not just her teammates, but the staff around the side and all of the locals, as we take a look at Bailey Turner, who goes for a huge forehand hack.
Yeah, love the commitment, but we're not going to see her improve her situation due to it being incomplete.
Split peak now. We'll track with Zoe Kaina for Hawaii. She's had an incredible junior run so far in her career. now sitting on the best result to date, walking away a medalist at the ISAs. She's also a surfer that's known for going into the air, and we can see her throw that stall, just kind of looking down the line, staying with the rail now as she goes to put on a clean finish. And this is going to be a nice way to continue adding to her campaign, chasing down that 6.84 to advance.
Yeah, nice to add up. I don't know if it will replace that 6.03 or be that requirement of a 6.84. It was really nice, though, so we'll have to see that on the replay. As we know, that was a split peak. Australia, Lucy's Darug went on that right.
Yeah, we'll be curious to see how that right turned out for her. You said priority as well. Was it a good decision? Did that wave stay open? Was it, a mistake decision? Did that wave taper off on the shoulder like so many do? It's been kind of a complicated lineup to really read well throughout the week. A lot of takeoffs and pulling out. But right now, it seems to be just turning on for our final few heats of the event. As Catalina has a look at that wave, she kicks out. She's going to hold herself in that priority position as she's out at the top of the lineup. And she's going to put herself maybe in position for this wave here. Looking to improve on the 6s she already has on the board. Still waiting for scores to drop. And here she is up and riding now. It's a smaller size wave. Had a nice opening corner for that first turn. And that's really nice. I love seeing her push through the tail for Catalina as she comes through that finishing section, adding that variety into her turns. 6 minutes on the clock now. And we've got a score to drop for blue, a score to drop for white. They're currently sitting in that 3rd and 4th place position. Of course, all requirements are to go for gold for that winning spot, not just for that advancement, because we're already into the finals, and these surfers are in their last heat, their last opportunity now to walk away with a gold. And we'll track here with the right that Lucy had a look at.
Yeah, this is now our first look on that backup score. We're still waiting for it. Nice 2 opening turns, then she cuts out about halfway. So that might improve her situation, but might not be that requirement. Bailey, huge first turn.
Huge first turn as she locks it in to just finish on the inside. And this heat is still within grasp of any surfer in the lineup. I absolutely love that first turn of Lucy. Drifts the tail around, throws a phantom spray, now kind of goes back to those wraps on the corner of this wave as that shoulder's tapering. She's going to stick with it, trying to pump down the line. If this wave gives her that reform, it's not going to. But that first turn looked electric.
Yeah, it really did. I was really hoping that she was going to get that inside section because it's the outside plus the inside that we're seeing then those 9s awarded, and she did great work on that outside to see a healthy score dropped through. Everyone now fighting for those 6s at the moment.
4 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Scores coming for everyone. At this stage, we have no idea who is going to be in a leading position, who's going to be in that 4th place position. As we take another look here at last of Zoe.
Yeah, nice roundhouse cutback, well-timed, great driving through that rail, but it's really just that opening turn that was the standout. We're still waiting for that score to drop. That one before came in as a 4.17, so not improving her situation.
So it will stay the same for Zoe, and actually she's now fallen to 4th as Lucy Dara has dropped in a 4-point ride for her previous wave. That jumps her into 3rd over Zoe. Still waiting now for scores to come through for all 4 surfers. And with 3.5 minutes on the clock, previous gold medalists from our under-16 girls specifically include the likes of Sierra Kerr, Erin Brooks, Katie Simmers, Caroline Marks. Names that have gone on to win Olympic gold medals, world titles, that have really been the most explosive surfers of their generation to date, have taken out this division specifically in a huge jump in their career. And now one of these surfers will join those great surfers of our current generation of women's competitive.
Man, that's huge. I wouldn't want to be thinking about that before my heat, because to add your name to a list like that is just so, it's history in the making. It's adding your name to history, which is just incredible as we see a situation change. Catalina is still in 1st, but Zoe making her way up.
A 6.23 has now dropped in for Zoe Kaina She's sitting in second in silver, chasing a 6.65 to take gold. There's another score to drop for her. We're still waiting for another score to lock in for Bailey Turner for USA in the green. Now sitting in third, she needs a 6.10. Lucy Derrick for Team Australia down into fourth. She's waiting for a score and is chasing a 6.45 to move up into gold. And as you said, Catalina, with those last couple scores dropping, has been able to stay in that leading position. Zoe's last score, a 3.7, so all scores are currently locked in for the Hawaiian. We are waiting for scores for the rest of the field.
Wow, I'm interested to see if Catalina is going to improve her situation. Remembering back, it was a smaller wave. She ended up doing a quick in and out of that bigger one before, opting to go on that smaller wave behind, but it offered a lot of opportunity. I don't know if it will improve that situation. However, the surfing that she did on it, she really surfed that wave up into another level. So, these sixes all looking really similar to each other.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Right now, there hasn't been a moment that's had that absolute wow factor where the judges have been able to drop something bigger. They want to. Judges are wanting to throw excellent scores out today. We've already seen it across the other divisions and across this division in the earlier heats. We just need that wave quality and that surfing, that timing to come through to really put a difference maker in the lineup. But we've only got 1 minute, 20 seconds remaining on the clock, Rachel. There is a little set starting to come. It's our heat leader in that priority position. Like you said, she already found excellence in her surfing this morning. She knows she's got what it takes in these current conditions. And with priority and a good-looking wave, the locals here on the cheer with the kitchen utensils. It's been awesome to hear from the Peruvians, and they're going to be going loud, vocal right now because Catalina Zarike has the opportunity to defend her current gold medal position, and it's just that single turn. That's not going to factor in. Now the question will be left on the rest of the field if there is another opportunity. Rach, there is a 6.23 that's dropped in for last of the Australian. She's just jumped from copper to silver. Would be chasing a 6.54 to take away the lead. We're still waiting for a score now for Bailey Turner to come in. We've got another score now to drop for Zoe Kina. And we've got a score to drop for Catalina, but we know Catalina's is not going to factor into her top two.
My stomach is in knots with how tight this is. This is absolutely insane, and it doesn't look like there's going to be another opportunity as time winds down. So we are waiting for that last of Bailey to decide what the situation is.
It's going to be the decision maker resting on the last of the USA surfer, Bailey Turner, needing a 6.10 for Catalina Zarike, a 5.27 and a 2.47 for her last scores. Don't factor into her top two. She's currently leading the situation. And the requirement is a 6.10 to know if the USA surfer can jump from fourth to first to steal away gold, or will it sit with our surfer representing Peru from Mancora in the north of this beautiful country that has hosted the World Junior Surfing Championships. Judges are taking a look at replays now, Rachel, as we can see the under-18 boys hitting the lineup. Their heat will be on hold, of course, as we wait for scores to drop to find out who our next gold medalist is.
Oh my gosh, I'm having flashbacks. This is how my gold medal went. I was Catalina in this situation, waiting for a score. It took them like 5 minutes, and I'm holding my breath for Catalina. You can see their whole team is sitting there as well. Oh my gosh, this is a stress. I know this feeling, and it's stressful, but it's actually even more stressful as a spectator right now, I have to say.
Wow, I mean, all across the board, an incredible performance for each of these surfers. They absolutely did what they could with the waves that they had. There was such a consistent heat. I've lost track of how many waves were ridden, but we're looking at maybe 25, 30 waves overall within this heat. Multiple scores in that 6-point range, very similar across the board. Look at the spread between gold and copper right now from first to fourth is 0.80.
That is insane. Everyone getting sixes in their scoreline. Great sportsmanship from all of the girls there as they are there waiting for that final moment. What will happen? I mean, I actually have goosebumps, and we don't know what the situation will be.
Judges taking a look at replays, they'll be comparing Bailey's last wave, the question mark, needing a 6.1, with scores that would have that equal requirement on them that have been surfed within this heat. Now, in this case, it's likely taking some time because there are multiple scores that are currently sitting in that 6.1 range. We've got a 6.17, we got a 6.23 twice. We've got a 6.43 and a 6.03. So they've got that comparison mark. The highest wave of the heat so far is sitting with Bailey as a 6.77.
They're literally splitting hairs out there with all the spread of sixes. I didn't even know we could have that many different sixes surfed in a heat. I mean, really interesting to see the judges kind of lock themselves in, not open that scale up a little bit more as well. See them maybe award some 7s and 8s. So that way, that gives them a bigger difference. But they've kept it. All of those waves, though, surfed really in comparison to each other. And remembering Bailey's last wave, it had that great opening turn, but it didn't have that inside section that we did see of Catalina's. But was that opening turn enough to see it get that low 6?
Waiting for the score to drop for our surfer out of the USA for Huntington Beach, California. Her parents own Sugar Shack. It's a local diner that makes breakfast for most of the community most days of the week. And Bailey Turner drops in a 6.30. She jumps into that gold medal position. And we're now waiting for that announcement to be heard by Bailey from the beach.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, goosebumps moment as the surfer out of Huntington Beach, California sneaks away a victory from Catalina Zarrique for Peru. And she gets it by 0.2 on her final wave in the opportunity for USA to walk away with a gold medal.
Wow, that is insane. I can't believe it came down so close. We knew it was going to be close. We could have seen it going either way, right on that line. Heartbreaker for Catalina when you're sitting in such commanding lead that whole time, but taking a look at this replay, it's the strength of that turn that the judges really rewarded. And Bailey just staying busy, but it was just that one turn. So the judges taking their time, really reviewing that, deeming it enough to be that gold medal decider.
Wow, what an incredible performance. Bailey Turner down to the moment takes away a gold medal finish for Team USA. We'll be back with more action. The under-18 boys hitting the lineup right after this.
It was a massive day 8 here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Punta Rocas shined, and the surfers rose to the occasion.
They knew what was on the line on this. Dropped to 5 on his opener. He's on another one. Quality second turn right there. Completely slid the fins.
What we're seeing on the outside from Linnea Mons is going to set the standard. Rail work on her forehand. This is going to be an exceptional way to kick off her campaign here.
Yeah, it's so awesome just getting to compete like every day, doing what I love. And yeah, I'm stoked I got some good lefts because like I was watching before and I saw some sick lefts in the heat before. Like someone got an 8, I think, and like it's just, I've been going right a lot and I love going right, but when I saw some of those bully lefts, I was just super stoked to get them.
Making the most of this wave. Perfect style, lots of power, well-placed turns.
Here he is up and riding and launches through that first turn through so much spray just now as he has an incredible amount of power.
I think the English and the Sappers have always got along and their team's super cool and we're helping supporting them, just getting the vibe up. And yeah, I think everyone's super happy and I mean, we're just going to keep having fun and be the loudest on the beach.
Prepare yourselves, surf fans. Finals day is tomorrow, 7 a.m. live from Punta Rocas. It's the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
So already 2 gold medalists crowned, and Bailey Turner, their most recent of the 2, a buzzer beater and a major finish in her first ever ISA event. She takes away the gold in the girls U16. Tight scoreline right there. Props to Catalina Zarrique, the local out of Peru. She was holding on to the lead for the majority of the final. She's got to settle for silver. Lucy Dara, Zoe Kaina, an incredible final. And it goes to Huntington Beach. Bailey Turner with the victory and her first gold medal here at the ISA World Juniors. Oh, watch out. They got tired right there with the chair up. I don't blame them. It's a good walk from the beach all the way up to the cliff. And the U.S. team does get one gold medal this week here in Punta Rocas, Peru. So they are in contention for one of the top 4 spots when it comes to overall team medals. Huge moment for them, of course, as we have seen a good amount of them win gold medals in the past. Mitchell Salazar here with the Olympian, the former world champion, and the 2-time ISA gold medalist, Sofia Milanovic.
Yeah, that was a great last heat. That final was nerve-wracking.
Really close, too, between all 4 surfers. Everybody had at least a 6 in their scoreline, Sofia.
Yeah, it was super close final. Just pretty much came down to that backup wave. Good job for the American girl. She looks super happy. And great job for the local girl, Catalina Sariquei, that surfed so well during the whole event, getting a silver medal for Peru.
So you could hear right there, I don't know if she was fully in belief or not.
Yeah, she's shocked.
She had to ask, and her friends, her teammates told her, you won.
You are the new world champion.
In her first ever ISA event as well. Bailey Turner, your U16 gold medalist on the girls' side. We're going to hear from her with Chris in just a few moments. Boys U18 final out there at the moment now. 2 surfers representing Hawaii, red and blue. Jacob Turner, Tiger Abubo, the Englishman, Lucas Skinner in the green, and another European representing Spain in the white, Dylan Donegan. Another outstanding heat. Turner, as he has done for the majority of the event, getting started early. Going left. Little wrap, throws the tail around. That was sick. Progressive surfing from the Kauai product. Another one, too.
Wow.
On the same wave. This kid, it's like we're at the Coliseum in Old Rome, but here in Punta Rocas, Peru. And he has an arena, and people are cheering from him from all different parts of the world. Impressive stuff. But his teammate, Tiger Abubo, got things going first, Sofia.
Good left by Tiger Abubo, going vertical on that first turn, throwing lots of water. Looking for that last section in this left. The Hawaiian wants it. Beautiful, aggressive surfing by Tiger. And he kicks out of that wave, and this is that last wave of red. Nice setup turn to go into this progressive turn right here. Throwing all the tail around. And then this last turn was so good to watch. Just beautiful surfing by Red.
Radical stuff.
Yeah, I feel like every hit he starts exactly the same. Going for those lefts and doing a couple of progressive moves.
And it is a 7-8-3 for Jacob Turner into the lead. Let's go downstairs. HB in the house. Bailey Turner, U16 gold medalist.
Thanks, team. From Huntington Beach, California, representing the United States of America, you are the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship gold medalist and now world champion. How does that sound to you?
It's crazy. I don't know. I don't really know what to say. I'm super happy. This has been like the best trip with the team. It's like so amazing.
Now, I know your team had your back all the way through. The last 5 minutes of that heat was an absolute stunner. What was going through your mind when you knew you needed that score? The judges made you wait for it. What was processing inside there?
Yeah, honestly, I didn't really know. Like, I didn't know what, because they had a few scores coming in, and I was kind of got confused what scores came in or not. So I didn't know, and then when they said it, I was like so shocked. But I'm super happy.
Can you describe your journey to gold?
Just having fun surfing, and surfing's like my favorite thing in the world, and like with the team support, like with the US, it's just the best.
An amazing team, just incredible surfing there. I know you got a whole list of friends and family you'd like to thank, so this is your opportunity to tell everyone in the world what this means to you.
Yeah, this means so much, and I couldn't do it without the support of my family, everybody in Huntington, the whole crew, and the whole USA team, and our coaches, and all my sponsors, and thank you so much. I'm super beyond stoked.
Your new junior world champion. Give it up for Bailey!
What a cool interview right there from Bailey Turner, your new U16 gold medalist. And a big shout out to her shaper too, the great Tim Stamps, making some amazing boards right there for the new ISA gold medalist. So 23:50 on the clock. There's only been 2 waves ridden so far in this one, Sophia, and both of them by the 2 surfers representing Hawaii. 783 for Jacob Turner, nearly excellent with the 2 rotations. Tiger Ububa opens up with a 533, and 1 and 2 last year, gold and silver in the boys U16 out there in the moment with Lucas Skinner and Dylan Donegan. These 2 know how to compete. They know how to win heats.
What a heat we have in our hands. And yeah, I really like that first wave of Jacob. 783, that's a great start to the heat. That's going to give him some confidence. He just seems to be free surfing in all these heats, and I just really like his approach. You just never know what he's gonna do.
I asked him a while ago during, the post-heat interview in the semis, are you still a free surfer or are you a competitor? He's like, I still don't really care about competition. It kind of seems like secretly he does, though.
That's what I said.
And he's good at it.
He's not going to admit that he's loving it. He just likes to perform, I can tell. So if he's performing, he's having fun, right? Doesn't matter if he's in a free surf or he's in a contest. He just wants to perform and do those amazing moves he's doing.
The team's approach has been like that this week. They come here to enjoy themselves, to have fun. Obviously, everybody comes here because they have a goal in mind to be the best there is, but like having Sebastian Zietz, I don't know if people realize how cool Seabass is as a person. We've been fortunate to be able to hang out with him, in social events outside of the sport, but having that kind of person in the background, giving you good mental preparation, more than anything, telling you to stay loose, enjoy yourself, have fun, don't feel the pressure, kind of seems like it's translating so far for the 2 guys out there in top 2 spots.
Exactly. What an honor to have Sebastian as your coach. Such an amazing surfer, Sebastian. Beautiful style, powerful surfer from Hawaii. And I think his coaching is working.
Yeah, him and head coach Jason Shibata.
Jason, great surfer too, so much power.
And you have a good balance there. There's one that's, more methodical, and the other one that's cool and casual, just like this kid, Tiger Ububo. He opened up with a 533, throws the tail, almost had the rotation complete. And it's incomplete. Donegan, first wave of the heat for him. Straight up into the lip. A ton of spray for last year's U16 gold medalist. And talk about precision right here on rail. How's the roundhouse? Dos Santos. Mom from Ireland. Dad from Brazil. He grew up in the Canary Lions and proudly represents Spain. To me, if this isn't excellent, it's very close to it.
Wow. I feel like he stepped up his surfing in this heat. He just looks so good in that last wave. That's going to be a great score.
21 minutes on the clock. Downstairs to Chris.
All right, so got the Australian contingent here, the Irukandjis. We're just getting a little hyped up for the last final of the day, but before we get there, it's my honor and privilege to announce your 2025 ISA Junior World Championship gold medal team right here, the Irukandjis! Well, we've got surfers in the water. We're going to get back to the action. We're going to let that settle in for this team. This is going to be a huge celebration on the beach, and we still have more finals action.
Thank you, Chris. What a moment there for Team Australia. Back-to-back gold medals as teams here at the ISA Juniors. They mean business. Every single person contributed. And in the boys U18, this kid contributing to the final. 9 points for Dylan Donegan right here, Sophia.
Wow, that first turn was just magical. Second, beautiful turn, so much extension. This cutback was beautiful too. Just perfect surfing from White, the Spanish surfer, showing us what he's capable of. I feel like he stepped up his surfing in this heat for sure.
I agree. And I would also say that there's been a certain number of heats where he's kind of cruised and been casual. And he has truly saved the best for last. It was kind of the same thing last year in the U16 too. Everybody was looking at everybody else, thinking, okay, some favorites. Dylan went out there, dropped an 8 in the first 2 minutes.
Wow. That's a dream start of a heat for him. 9-point ride in your first wave.
Yeah.
Wow.
And look at where he's at position-wise so far here on the inside. Got to be thinking he's looking for a quick backup too. And last year's U16 gold medalist looking for gold here in his first year in the boys U18. Lucas Skinner out there with top priority. Needs a 9:01 for the lead. Although nobody has a second scoring ride at the moment. 18 minutes to go. A wave coming through red here. Seems like Jake in the red had a look at it, decides to let it go. Dylan as well in the white. And these surfers, in comparison to the majority of the U16s, they have more experience competing higher level events against older surfers too, more experienced surfers. So we are talking about people that are maybe on the verge of not only qualifying for both the Challenger Series, potentially the Championship Tour within a couple of years too, Sophia.
For sure. I mean, with this kind of surfing, they can do it any day. They're just surfing so good, such mature, progressive surfing.
From when you started doing your junior series events up until right now, what has been the major difference that you've seen with really more than anything the U18s in terms of competition back in your day?
Well, I think they're just a lot more mature and progressive than what they used to be. I think progression has been paying off a lot on tour now, and it's so good to watch. It just keeps you so entertained. And if you mix progression with good fundamentals, that's so good. I like both, a bit of both.
It's got to be complete, right?
Exactly.
17 minutes, priority with Green Skinner. He's been outstanding, already dropped close to a 9 in the semifinals earlier this morning. Turner, surfer out of Kauai. Beautiful opening carve right there, going left, Jake. Sister also in the event, competing for Team Hawaii. This wave goes flat on him, so he has to recur to the roundhouse. Creative surfing right there. Goes for the shove it on the flat face. And he's just truly an entertainer, this kid. Goes out there, has a ton of fun.
Yeah.
It expresses through his surfing, and you can easily see it on screen.
Yeah, I was going to say that he had like a similar strategy, to surf the left for the first minutes of the heat and then go to the rights. But now that I see, I don't think he has a strategy. He just wants to free surf and have a good time. And it's just so good to watch. Jacob Turner from Hawaii.
And this one seems like Tiger Abuba was also able to get a wave, Sophia.
Nice turn by Tiger. Gets a little bit stuck on the top of that wave.
Tiger, the second oldest of 5 children in his family.
This is a replay of red. Beautiful first turn. Then the wave gets a little bit weird, and he just decides to have fun with it.
He enjoys himself, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That comes in as a 4.87, so he's in the lead at the moment. Going to fake you right there at the end, too. Another angle of it right here.
Beautiful first turn by red.
And I don't think we've really even seen as much potential as he has when it comes to his air game either. I know on the 783 he dropped 2, but there's a reason why Chucky Dolian was able to get him into Snap 5, because he believes in the talent this kid has, and one of the most progressive surfers his age worldwide. Just under 15 minutes to go right here. Donegan has the 9. Abuba drops a 4 as his last, so he's into second place. Skinner still waiting on his opening ride. Does have unconditional right away with first priority. Needs about 13 points for the lead. But your mindset, the ability to navigate a lineup after you hear somebody drop a 9, usually you want to be matching at least something like that in the final, right?
For sure. For sure. But that 783 by Jacob, still a really good score. I think this heat's still wide open. And what I like about Jacob's surfing too is that I feel like he can get like the score in just one single move easily. So it's going to be really interesting to see that. He's a free surfer surfing a final, pretty much, right?
Well, the island he's from has a lot of people that I would consider that way too. Andy was always a great surfer. He eventually became a great competitor. But his brother Bruce was going to go out there and do whatever's available. Surf what's in front of you, and I feel like we're seeing a lot of that from Jacob Turner at the moment out there in the red.
And don't count out Lucas Skinner.
No.
In 5 minutes, he can have 2 excellent scores like nothing.
I mean, I'd even say less than that. Comes from a beach break over there in Cornwall. Newquay, his home spot over in Fistral. Dad shapes his own boards. And, I mean, he's always been on the radar as one of the larger kids in the event. He's pretty big this year, Sophia. I've easily, probably go out on a limb and say he's added, 10 to 15 pounds of muscle mass. Boards have gone up in volume and size. And he is a large dude out there that throws a lot of water. Of course, as you say, has one of the best air games out there for boys U18 worldwide. And in addition, one of the superstars of the sport too. Not many people from England have been able to really stand out the way he's had. I know in your day, not really a single person from England that was competing the way he has so far.
Yeah, for sure.
12 minutes 20. Final still wide open right here. Only 2 people with backup scores, Turner and Abuba, the 2 surfers representing Hawaii. Jake Turner looking left right here in the red. Wide open positioning on the left.
Oh.
That would have been rad if he pulled it. Looking for pretty much a rotation with the 2 grabs. It's incomplete though. And outside with priority is Skinner. Is he going to use it? He is. Lucas needs a score. Looking to break the combination of a 12.7 combo. First 2 carves solid. But this wave shouldering off. Much better right there. That is a massive turn. And as Sophia has pointed out before, this kid can drop a couple of 8s in a matter of minutes. He loves it. So after the sleepy start, wave turns on, gives him a couple of big sections. Easily breaking combination right here.
Wow, Lucas Skinner. That was such good surfing.
Donegan now has the 9 already. Big first major. Coming around the corner. Wraps it back. This wave potentially with the double up on the inside does very well to get a lot out of this wave. And last year's U16 gold medalist looking for gold in the boys U18. The Spaniard loves it. Irish mother, Brazilian father. Growing up in the Canary Islands, a big chance to win 2 for Spain. Turner. He goes down on the left, 10 minutes, 20 to go. Another great final right here, Sophia, competitive. Seems like Donegan probably going to take the lead on his last, but Lucas Skinner with another great wave, 10 minutes to go.
That was a great exchange. I loved both waves. Donegan's wave he had so much precision on his wave, and this is Lucas' last wave. That first beautiful turn. Second really nice turn, throwing lots of water. Eyeing that section coming at him. That's a little setup turn, and this turn.
Oh my God.
Wow, how was that turn? Just adding some spice to his surfing. And then this wave by White was a beautiful wave too. Throwing lots of water, just perfect surfing for White again. That turn, throwing heaps of water. Another carve. And finishing well too. That is going to be really important for him.
There's 0 hiccups on that
Yeah,
wave right
that
there.
was-
Just goes rail to rail the entire time. Talk about clean surfing and surfing to the criteria too. There's
Yeah.
speed, power, flow involved. Has a 9 already. Skinner goes excellent on his opener, 8.23. So after a quick start by both Jacob Turner and Tiger Abubo, Dylan Donegan drops an 8.5
Wow.
and moves up into first with a huge heat total.
He's having such a good hit, so effective in his surfing. He's just caught 2 waves. One is a 9 and the other one is an 8.5.
And reserving himself for the very last. I mean, Sophia, we have not seen him go as well as he has up until this point in the event in the final.
He's been holding back for sure.
9 and an 8.5, 2 waves ridden. Turner, he's down to second. Needs a 9.67 or better to retake the lead. Goes to the air. It's a great rotation for Kauai's Jacob Turner. He would increase his chances of at least staying in second if he improves on the 4.87. And everybody here has the capability of dropping a 9+ ride. But Tiger Abubo with first priority now needs 2 excellent scores. He's in a combination. He needs 2 scores to overtake first. 7:50 to go right here. What a final.
Beautiful final.
Seems like Abubo might be having a look. Does have unconditional right away with first priority. He's going to go. We've seen these deep bottom turns from Tigers over the course of the event. Maybe a bit too deep right there, though. So 7:30 to go. Skinner, in the blink of an eye, Sophia dropped an 8. Now needs a low 9 and plenty of time to do it.
And if someone can do it, it's him. So I'm sure he's going to wait for that really good wave that can offer him the sections he wants.
Chance to call yourself the best in the world at the moment in your age group. It's a big privilege and honor to compete for your respective nations. And doing it right here with these waves, not much better. Donegan, the heat leader, up. He's converted on 2 waves already, a 9 and an 8.5. Might be on his way to another one. Down the line snap. Wraps it back all the way. Kid is on one. Don't think that'll change his situation, but still, he kept Tiger off of that scoring opportunity. Skinner, not able to get into it. And the last of Jacob Turner, a 7.9. Judges love it. Still needs a 9.6 or better for the lead. And even with the huge heat total, he is trailing behind Dylan Donegan. Wow. How do you explain this to somebody? You lose with almost 16 points. And not to say lose, but at least in a position to be runner-up in the final, Sophia, because the kid out there in white has just put on the best show he's put on during the entire event.
That's incredible surfing, incredible hit by White. Catching the best waves by far. Such an effective hit. And yeah, for sure, I think he was holding back in the hits before, because his surfing in this hit is just mind-blowing.
And there's people that need a little bit of spotlight. They need the pressure to perform better. I feel like so far Dylan's been that person, at least in ISA competition. Coming off of a 3rd place finish earlier this year at the World Pro Juniors in the Philippines. He was the only European to make it that far. In Spain, they've always had amazing surfers. The Canaries especially has had amazing surfers. Jonathan Gonzalez, Sol Borelli did very well this event. And you can see Donegan right here, a chance to be back-to-back gold medalists in different divisions. 5 minutes to go. He's on his way to doing it, Sophia.
Yeah, amazing competitor. Amazing competitor. It's so good to watch. And this is the hit that counts, you know. Even if you rip in every hit before, the one that really counts is this one. So
it's a really good point. You can be considered the best surfer throughout the course of the event, but the one that people will remember is this one right here.
exactly.
Skinner needs a 9.27. He's dropped multiple 9s in the event.
Another wave by White. Unfortunately, he fell off in that wave. Smaller wave. With 4 minutes to go. We have Dylan Donegan in a solid lead with a 9-point ride and an 8.5, 2 excellent scores. Jacob Turner with a 7.9 and a 7.83, needing a 9.6. Tiger Abubo with a 5.33 and a 4, needing a combination of waves to go into that first place. And Lucas Skinner with an 8.23 and 0.83. He needs a 9.27.
3 minutes 30 to go right here. Priority with Abubo. Needs 2 big scores. They have to be, at least one of them has to be excellent. You break it up, you're looking at a 9 and an 8.5. Couple of 9s would do the job too. Way easier said than done. Kid is talented though. There's a reason why he is in the final. And a lot of great heritage when it comes to athletics in his family. 2 of his aunties, professional riders in terms of board sports. One in snowboarding, the other one in surfing. And Tiger has been posting big numbers throughout the entire week. Also a returning surfer for Team Hawaii as well. He has experience here at the ISA. He knows the format. Heat leader Donegan though, getting to work on the inside. Wave continuing to roll on the inside and he's looking for an air. Not really the section that he was looking for right there, but still way out in front. 17.5 heat total with his first 2 waves. Turner out there needs a 9.6 or better. Skinner with second priority needs a 9.27. Just over 2 minutes. Waves rolling through, lines coming for all 4 surfers. Turner, he's still on the left. Has to go under this first one right here. And I don't know if a lot of these waves are going to have scoring opportunity available to the surfer, Sophia. Shouldering off. And we have multiple swell directions out there in the water right now. And it seems like some sets favoring the left, some sets favoring the right. This one not really benefiting either. They have to let these waves go.
Yeah, for sure.
"90 seconds. All 4 of them have had at least one good crack at it.
I wonder if Lucas is going to take off at least in a decent wave, just to see if he at least is going to try for that silver. Or he's just going to wait till the last seconds to see if he can get that wave for that gold. So it's going to be interesting. I don't know, with 1 minute to go, I think I would start searching.
Would you be selling for second place though, or are you always going for first?
I mean, he has the surfing to go for first if he waits for the right wave, but how much chances would it be in 40 seconds that wave comes?
Well, Abubo's got priority over him. He's going to play some defense. So Tiger, with 40 seconds to go, he's not going to be able to get into first, but he can keep third place. Great combo right there from Tiger on the backhand to start things off going left. Slopey wave right here on the inside. Maybe 1 or 2 more sections left on it. Beautiful surfing right here from Tiggs. Wave keeps reeling down the line. And what a way to finish. his boys U18 campaign right here in Punta Rocas. And it doesn't seem like anybody else is going to get another crack at the top dog out there in the whites. So that means that your world U18 champion, back-to-back gold medals, one in the boys U16 now, one in the boys U18. Give it up for Spain's Dylan Donegan, taking out a massive heat win, a massive win in the final. What this does for Europe, what it does for Spain, saving the very best for La Sofia. What a huge moment, great sportsmanship, and Donegan goes out there and proves why he can call himself the best in the world in this age group.
Congratulations, that was an amazing heat. 9 and 8.5. That's a dream heat.
So this is the first time ever that a boy has won 2 World Junior Surfing Championship gold medals. We've seen women do it in the past in the girls. We have never seen somebody in the boys division do it twice. And he has done it in 2 separate divisions too. You think the Spaniards are happy right now, Sofia? They got another one.
Such a good competitor, amazing surfer. Campeón mundial.
Representing Spain, proudly represents his home of the Canary Islands. Look at the emotion right there. He did it on his first 2 rides, a 9 and an 8.5. They're 2 of his highest scores of the event, and he did both of them in the final. Smooth rail surfing, never had to go above the lip, but power, it never goes out of style. The fundamentals of surfing on display here for his World Championship.
He carries so much precision in all his turns. Beautiful timing.
Right in that great Bradley surfboard too. He's gonna get a warm welcome on the rocks by his teammates. What a great moment for Dylan Donegan dos Santos, the Spaniard with 2 golds now. He's like, this is my house right here. Both of them in Latin America too, the 2 wins. One in El Salvador, now the second one in El Peru. And the shredder out of Spain has his 2nd gold medal. We're going to crown him later today. So Spain gets at least 1 this week here in the boys U18. Dylan Donegan with the victory once again, back-to-back years for the Spaniard. Girls U18 coming up right after the break. It's going to be another exciting one. Don't miss it.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. What a day we have seen so far, and we are into our 4th and final heat of the final rounds with the girls under 18s out in the lineup. France, China, Australia, and Spain with a chance to go for gold. Taking a look now at this opening set as we're just off the buzzer. First wave ridden, going to the Aussie in Mila Coco Brown. Draws through that first turn, links it up for the second. A little bit of bump on the face of this wave as it's the first of the set, and she's getting some work done valuably as she moves through to the inside, puts on that powerful finish. That's a nice way to kick things off for the Australian, getting that energy going out in the water. With 30 minutes on the clock, she is in the lineup up against France's Clémence Scorch. Suchi Young out of Team China and Sol Borelli for Team Spain, each with that hope to walk away a first-time gold medalist here at the World Juniors.
Love that she is getting a quick start on this one, getting that first turn right off the bat. As she then backs it up, we saw a lot of patience sitting in that last final for the boys U18, and that cost some of our athletes that gold medal. And getting sat with, we saw Lucas Skinner with an 8.23 in his scoreline, but not finding that second account because he didn't get that 8.23 until like 10 minutes to go. So those excellent scores are out there. The winner, Dylan from Spain, got a 9-point ride and an 8.5, and those were pretty much his only two in his scoreline. So those waves are out there, but far and few between. So great opener for Mila Coco Brown to just get a quick start.
That's right. You know, for Dylan, he started off that campaign early, found the 9, and then backed it up relatively quick with that 8.5, still with plenty of time on the clock. He then found some other scores, but nothing that was going to go into that excellent range. And he had gotten the job done where everyone else was waiting for that opportunity to surf to excellence again. And there just wasn't the sets that came through with that quality of a decent size with the wall that would actually run. Plenty of shouldering opportunities. So nice to see at least Mila get an opening start here in the first couple of minutes. We'll see what's happening with our rest of the surfers out in the lineup, as we can see the 3 in white, blue, and red waiting for their opportunity to get their first wave underway. And as we wait for this next set to come, let's go down to the beach to check in with a 2-time gold medalist in Dylan Donegan for Team Spain.
That's right. History was just made here at Punta Rocas. 2-time ISA gold medalist and now world champion. Dylan, you made it very clear out there that you meant business. How does it feel to know in just a few moments you're going to have a gold medal, a second gold medal wrapped around your neck?
Well, I don't even know what to say. I'm just so happy I was out there, and the last 10 minutes were probably the longest 10 minutes of my life. I was just like, come on, just finish. I just want this final to finish already, and I don't know, I'm just so happy. I just want to thank everyone that's helped me throughout these years, and especially my trainer, Jose Maria Cabrera, Jose Noda, Pera, Mickey, Matias, all the Quicksilver crew, all the crew at Bell Surf, Christian for making the magic boards, and yeah, I'm just so happy. I don't even know what to say anymore.
Well, we know that gold medal's in your living room now. It's going to have a buddy. 2-time gold medalist here at the ISA. Congratulations one more time, Dylan Donegan.
Can I say something in Spanish?
Please.
Señores, preparen la cueva del Ortiz porque se va a caer abajo.
Wow, Dylan Donegan, a 2-time gold medalist, first boy to ever go back-to-back in the juniors. As we take a look now at Yang Suchi for Team China, she is the very first Chinese surfer to ever walk away with an ISA medal across any event, and is doing it in true class and form with the surfing on her way to that final slip-up. But wow, she has just been looking so on point throughout this entire event. She has not slipped up once on her way to this final round, Rachel.
Yeah, she has looked fantastic, and we've seen her in both that under 16 and that under 18 division. She's the youngest surfer out there in the final, only 15 years old, but we've seen her get great results at the World Surfing Games too on the world stage. So looking at this wave again, nice opening carve as she waits for it to stand up, takes advantage of that section there, wrapping it around. Her surfing just having so much fluidity to it, and those judges giving it a decent score even though it was incomplete by the end of the wave.
A 5.17 to open up for China sets her up in that leading position, though we are still waiting now for the first of our surfer out of Australia, as we just love the look of that combination surfing up until that final moment. Suchi now up and riding once again on the inside, and it's a smaller size wave. She's just looking to put that board in the pocket, find some rhythm, continuing to build her score line. It's a quick score on the board that will put her back into first with a 3, and it's Mila Coco Brown who wins the opening exchange between the two of them, a 6.17 on the board for first of the Aussie.
Yeah, 30 minutes in these heats. This is the longest heat that they have surfed on the way to the final. It's just been those 20-minute heats, and earlier today for their semis got that 25 minutes. So even extra time, while the surf has absolutely turned on for finals day today, it's gotten a little bit sleepier, a little bit more quiet. So these two surfers now with scores in their scoreline definitely having an advantage going in, but plenty of time.
Yeah, there's a lot of time remaining on the clock, 23 minutes in total. And our Olympian in Yang Suchi is currently sitting in the leading position for China, qualified for the Olympics as Justa Grom was able to compete as the youngest ever surfer in the Olympics between Tokyo and Paris. She competed at Paris 2024 and had a great opportunity to surf one of the deadliest waves of all time at Teahupo'o. That was very exciting to witness. And her story, her trajectory for surfing, we've watched here at the ISA, you know, from the opening event that she competed in back in Huntington Beach years ago, where she could hardly get herself into a wave in a heat. Her trajectory for progression across 4 years to becoming an Olympian, qualifying herself through the World Surfing Games against world champions across the ISA and across the WSL, across the world's best in the field, who are adults. For her to come through as a young Grom in that event to qualify was a really incredible run. And now she is so deservedly in that position to have a chance to fight for gold for the first time.
I've actually just never seen trajectory like it. Like you said, that I think that was back in 2022, that Huntington World Surfing Games. And here we're at the Junior World Surfing Championships. We're talking Olympic qualification, and pathway only comes through that professional side of ISA, being that open age division of the World Surfing Games. So she had to find herself having success, like you said, against those surfers and athletes that have been doing this their whole life as adults, competing on the WSL tour, the athletes that have multiple ISA medals to their name, and the fact that with less than 5 years experience. And when she did that, she was 14 years old qualifying for the Olympics. So, I mean, less than 4 years of not just surfing experience, but competitive experience. The amount of work and training that she is putting in, she is going to be unstoppable one day. Could be even today.
It's so true. You know, from a landlocked region of Sichuan province in China, moved to the coastline. She had an uncle that was also a professional athlete, and that gave her the inspiration to want to compete and to get herself into something. Started out in sailing and then got onto a surfboard, and it has been no looking back from there, and we can tell why right here.
Yeah, great technique. Unfortunately, coming unstuck. Judges going 5-1-7 for this as we take another look at these opening turns, but that second turn was the one that really stood out. Oh, sorry, this is her three-point ride. Now the one that she was able to back up that 5-1-7 with. So she's sitting in the lead. However, it is Milla on the strength of that one wave getting a 6-1-7.
Just a kick out there for the last of Milla. So she's now had 2 kick out scores, a 0.5 on the board. It'll be something similar for this one as well. And Milla had an incredible run to the finals last year. Walked away with that copper medal, and she was so sick throughout that entire event. It was really challenging for her to literally be able to just paddle out, have the energy to be in the ocean and keep her head above water, let alone surf her way through to a gold. So it was that copper medal finish for her. But it did help Team Australia walk away with that gold medal, and they've now won back-to-back gold medals as a team, which was a massive goal of theirs coming into the event, and they have succeeded. Now Milla has that opportunity, surfing so well, feeling healthy. She's in the rhythm this year in comparison to last year, and I think, you know, we haven't seen the best of her yet, that's for sure. Clemence now up and riding for her opening wave on her backhand. Our surfer out of France is a 2-time medalist here already. In the under-16s, found a copper medal and a silver medal, and she's now looking to go one better and find herself that gold. An incredible surfer out of a little tiny town called Vieux-Beaucoup, and has just this small community that she's really invested in, loves surfing back at home with the local crew. And for her to already have walked away with a couple medals to her name has been so impressive. And then Sol Borelli, currently sitting on the best result of her career, walking away an ISA medalist, As she drives through that opening turn, lines it up in the second, finds that lip that's coming down, and she's able to meet it with power. And now just wrapping around this flatter section on the shoulder, seeing if it's going to stand up and offer her something else on the inside. And she just throws that little, bit of claim and encouragement, waiting for her team as they're cheering her on.
Yeah, I really like the style of Sol. It's really smooth. She doesn't overly amp. She doesn't overamp every maneuver that she's anticipating to do. She just goes into it with really nice timing. So I think we might see that be the best single ride of the wave. Look at how beautiful this wave is to start out. A beautiful opening turn, wrapping it around nice and tight in the pocket, gets a hit there. So variety in these first 3 maneuvers. And she did well to connect this through to the inside to find a few more opportunities. And you can see that she felt good with that one.
All right, let's take a look at first sight, Rach, on the wave just behind for Milla.
Oh my gosh, just flying down with so much speed and unfortunately getting deleted off that wave when she came down, that lip just saying, nah, no thank you. So she'll be back out in the lineup pretty quick. She's sitting with that 3rd priority.
Yeah, she's got a few throwaway scores behind that 617. And Sol Borelli looking to drop in her first wave for the Spanish national champion from the island of Lanzarote. Has the opportunity to surf a lot of reef breaks, a lot of heavier breaks with a heavy local crowd as well. And it's done great for her surfing, being raised in a region like that, because she's just dropped a 7-point ride, the highest single score of the heat so far in the final.
Yeah, we thought that was going to go to the highest single score. It was really smooth and had nice variety. 2 major maneuvers out the back. So having herself up now, having that opening exchange win, I'd say, nod. That's something we've been talking a lot about all week, Shannon, is how important it is to win that opening exchange. Out of those first major scores that athletes have at about halfway through, having that nod really puts you into a position of power. Although she's sitting in 3rd place, once she gets that backup score, that will see her most likely jump to that 1st place. And then it's everyone else trying to play catch up with both of their scores.
Well, we're down to 16 minutes on the clock, nearly at the halfway mark for this 30-minute heat. There is a set beginning to approach. It's White in that priority position, looking to improve on the 5.17 that she opened up with. She'll be having a paddle across. Tight next to her is Red and Green in 2nd and 3rd priority accordingly. And they're just listening to those situation updates as well from the beach announcers, just giving them all that information while there's a bit of lull to the action. So everyone knows exactly where they're sitting with those requirements specifically. As we've got a great looking wave here approaching, Rach.
Yeah, these lines looking really nice, but sometimes they can be deceiving. We see the lines coming through. I saw this a bit in the boys under 18 as well. Seeing these lines going, oh, there could be an incredible opportunity, and then just watching it kind of dissipate right under the surfers like that first one did. Let's see if this one turns into a chosen opportunity, and it doesn't. So that's the interesting part about here is we see a paddle down the beach, and it's not going to turn into anything. That is what makes having that quick start, like we were talking about for Milla, giving those athletes a huge advantage because it is slow. Even the sets that look like they're coming might not turn into them.
An opportunity for Sol. She's kept herself away from the pack, and it could pay off here. Gets a little hung up on that bottom turn, but manages to link it around for a massive 2nd opportunity.
Yeah, wow. Unfortunately, getting that bobble kind of mistimed that opening turn, but that 2nd turn looking so beautiful. I think we would have seen that be a really great score had it been just that 2-turn combination without the bobble. We'll still see that have her jump into the lead because she only needs a 1.17, so that is easily earned there by especially that 2nd turn.
Yeah, that 2nd turn just looked so incredible. I'd love to see her with a wave that gave like 3 of those. We'd be looking at a 10-point ride with no question. So currently sitting in that third place position with a score to drop. She's going to stay active too on a different peak from the rest of the field. Is unable to get into that one. Either way, it really doesn't matter for her from a priority perspective because she's so far away from everyone else under fourth priority. And we do have our other three surfers still sitting kind of close, although surfer in red now starting to paddle away from the pack in second priority. And that is a shame that that little set didn't amount to anything worth taking off on. Like you were saying in the under 18 boys final, just, 20 minutes ago, we were seeing similar scenarios play out where it looked like it was going to maybe be there and then it would just kind of hit those deeper spots. With this smaller swell, it's been, even though this is a point break with all these rocks underneath, very stable for where the consistency would land on those big days. In this smaller conditions, these shifty swells, it's really a shifty break that's a bit more like a beach break here for our final couple days of competition.
Yeah, lots of opportunity. Really smart of Seoul to be sitting over on that peak because there is decent opportunity. As we saw, we're still waiting for that backup. But talking about those gold medalists, Shannon, there's an opportunity for Australia and Spain to walk away after this heat with 2 individual gold medals. We saw Ocean Lancaster get that boys U16 for Australia. Dylan get that one for Spain in just that last heat. And China and France hoping to walk away with a gold medalist as they did not see other medalists in the other heats.
China now up and riding for Yang Suchi on her forehand. She drives through that first turn, but she takes a fall. That's an unfortunate mistake as she goes down and also has just slipped into second place. A 5.60 has dropped for last of Seoul, which she picked off away from the pack on a separate peak, has taken her into a leading gold medal position for Spain and has put decent requirements on the field. A 6 as the lowest requirement now sitting on Mila Coco-Brown from Australia, but a mid-7 for China and a high 8 now for France.
I mean, for France, we really haven't seen her get a decent wave to open up her account either. That 3.77, not what we have been used to seeing her keep in her scoreline. So I expect she'll still throw those away. We saw her go in a combination of a 7.17 and a 6 in her semifinal, which would have her leading this heat right now. So she's sitting out there knowing that she has that ability for those scores, but just hoping that the busyness of the sets pick up a little bit. I think we would have seen our Chinese surfer on her way to that 7.43, Shannon, had she not fallen. That was a beautiful opening turn just until she caught that edge of her nose.
Having a look now on the inside section, she's going to stay active as we can see our other 3 surfers out the back just moving around. And Blue up and riding on her forehand, drives through the first turn. Has this wave continuing to wall up for her. It's going to offer a little more potential. And she'll kick out as I got hopeful that it would really stand. Seoul now on the answer back. So far, she is surfing a beautiful heat. Well structured in decision making, and her surfing has matched every moment that she stood up on. This wave, again, just offering her even more for that clean, graceful style that Seoul has on every wave she takes off on.
Yeah, she is in the rhythm for those waves that are offering great opportunity for her. So score to drop there. I think we would have loved to see a little bit more from Sichi's wave.
Mila Coco-Brown now up and riding for Australia with a quick in and out. She had an incredible road to qualifying for the team that got her here this year, taking out the national titles in New South Wales at the Australian Nationals at a little beach break called Woonona. And she was in the final against Isla Huppets, her teammate for Australia. In the final, Isla dropped a massive score from an air reverse that put Mila back against the wall, needing a huge score to take out the win. And just before that heat finished out, then Mila was able to get herself into a wave. She did an even bigger air reverse, got the score she needed to take out that national championship, and it was a really exciting moment too. You've been speaking through this week, Rachel, of appreciating Mila's surfing, because she's clearly such a fan of surfing herself and she's having so much fun. In that moment, in that national final, she was so excited, she said after, that Isla did what she did and she went for that big air, because then it pushed her. It gave her the courage, really, to take off and have to go big on the final, and that's how she walked away with that qualification for this year's event.
Yeah, that's not the first time I've heard of Mila speaking to that way. I've seen her in multiple post heats or event win interviews where she's just so inspired and excited by all the women that she's competing against, all the girls she's competing against, and those girls that have come before her as well and done what they've done and looking to up that progression that has her getting the results that she does. And I love her throwing that testament, and she's not looking at these girls as her competitors slash enemies. She's looking at them as competitors slash friends slash, you know, the other people that are going to push her to reach her best. And I think that's a dangerous mindset for her competitors, because when she hears big scores being dropped, she doesn't shy away. She gets fired up.
Yeah, and she knows that she needs to bring something big. I think we're kind of already getting that sense with, you know, her taking off on that last wave and a kick out. She's had a lot of hunting opportunities. She opened with the 617. Now she's dropped 4 scores below that, 1 point and lower. Just hunting, looking for a wave to see if it's going to give her that next chance to go big. Currently sitting in that 3rd place position. First priority is sitting with our surfer in red, chasing down a 9.80 to take away the gold medal. And here she is now up and riding for Clemence. This is an unfortunate unraveling, as she was really looking strong on her semifinals. And now Yang Suchi is chasing down an 8.40 to take the win. This is a smaller sized wave. It's got nice corner to it, and she's doing an incredibly good job surfing it. Does it have the quality to it, though, to chip away in a massive way at that excellent requirement on the board? Up and riding now, our current leader, Sol, just as composed as ever, makes it around that opening boil to throw a ton of spray on her opening turn. Patiently times out that second, and she'll exit.
Well, under priority, we saw Sol get that 6.57, and so that upped her position in first place, and now all of her competitors needing strong scores there. So she is looking just so in sync with the ocean, so composed, and even that one, even though it was a quick in and out, that opening turn, only getting better and better.
Well, an incredibly strong performance so far from the Spanish surfer out of the Canary Islands in Lanzarote. Currently sitting in the lead with a 7 and a 6.57. Mila Coco Brown is in a good position currently in the heat. She has the smallest requirement on her. Off the strength of that 6.17, she only needs a 7.4 to take away the win. That's a big score, but we've already seen her go excellent in this contest. She's got it, you know, in front of her. If she gets the right wave, if she decides to take off, she's going to let that one go with priority. And down the line, we'll track with France as she's now up and riding. Needing to dig herself out of a big situation. Huge opening hit. Could this be the run towards a huge score she needs to take away gold? And that wave doesn't give her anything more than the first section, which looked incredible.
Yeah, you can see her fired up. Finally, at least she got something that was not what we've been seeing from her in this heat so far. Trying to wipe off what's been 25-minute heat and turn it into a magic last 5 minutes. So that will replace that 0.47. Always a little bit frustrating when you just have some wipeouts and some big mistakes. And waiting for that last of Sol too, just that single score. Scores are in for Siqi Yang as well.
Yeah, 6.2 for last of China has her sitting in silver. And we're waiting for now that last wave of red to drop and a last wave of white, as we're down to 4.5 minutes on the clock. It's currently our Spanish surfer sitting in that leading position. We've had so many incredible surfers take out this division, Rachel, in the under-18 girls. We're talking about 8-time world champion in Stephanie Gilmore. We're talking about Sally Fitzgibbons, who's got 4 ISA gold medals in the World Surfing Games. To then add to that, of course, she's got a junior medal. We've got Tatiana Weston-Webb, Brisa Hennessy, Gabriella Bryan, Tyler Wright. So many surfers that have gone on to become the greats of women's surfing have won this event not just once, but twice. Between Steph, Tyler, Tatiana, Brisa, they all have multiple victories in the under 18 girls division itself.
That's incredible, and fittingly so, I think Sol Borelli, her surfing to me has air of Stephanie Gilmore, just really nice in her legs, bending her knees in that similar smooth and composed nature. As we see Milla having a paddle, loses priority, and it's Sol on another one.
Wow, well, a mistake for Milla, but Sol up and riding, just keeping things loose out in the lineup. And I like that similarity to Steph Gilmore. I can see so much of that in her approach, where it's that really drawn out smooth style, but then the way she's able to capitalize in the perfect timing on her turns just adds so much power. Well, 3 minutes on the clock. Scores have officially locked in for the last exchange. Sol hasn't been able to improve her situation with any of the waves she's taken off on. But Clémence Scorch for Team France has dropped in a 6.30. That jumps her from 4th up into 3rd, as Milla is now up and riding. Requirements are now in the 7-point range for every surfer, as they've chipped away at their requirements. Same with the chip away for last of China, landing in as a 6.2. So essentially the same score across all three surfers under Sol to take away a gold medal victory. As Sol is now up and riding again, unleashes the power in that first turn, locks it in for the second. Smooth, graceful, excellent timing as she sees each of the oncoming sections, and just doing this with an incredible air of ease to her surfing, doing what looks so much more difficult, what is so much more difficult than the way that she makes it look. As we take a look now at France for Clémence up and riding, she's got the chance to chase back. Her entire heat really being structured in the last few minutes. And could this be the opportunity as she goes straight over our surfer on the inside section that looked like green Milla Coco Brown. So Milla also on the inside would have had an opportunity. 1 minute, 30 seconds to go, Rachel, and this could be another buzzer beater finish.
Wow, and seeing Milla on the inside too, wondering what could have happened. And our Chinese surfer going down on the outside.
Sichi takes a fall on the takeoff, but it's going to land her in a great paddling position. She's going to regain priority with a minute remaining on the clock. She's going to have time to sneak down a second wave. As we take a look, first sight we're seeing on Milla Coco Brown.
Yeah, great turns that we're seeing so far. I mean, that wave not giving her much, and Milla just gave so much into that wave. So that will throw away that 1-point ride. Will we see a situation change of her moving up that leaderboard? Depends on what that last of Clémence came in as, and that last of Sol as well.
Well, scores to drop across the board as we're down to 30 seconds. Will there be time for another wave to be ridden? You can see Blue having a paddle. She's going to go straight over this one, maybe look for the next. On the way back out, Milla's going to continue riding. She's going to chip away, now chasing a 6.91 as her last wave drops her into that silver medal position. And she's going to need to go huge on the finish in order to chase down a near 7. Incredible rail surfing so far, drifts the tail out. The combination on the finish, could she do it? As the timer sounds out, and Team Australia is just going to be waiting now to find out. The last score of Milla dropped in as a 6.67. That decreased her requirement from the 7s to a 6.91. It also jumped her into silver. As we take another look here.
This was a spectacular wave. Great timing, great stall there to stay on the pocket. And these last 3 sections, she went huge on big turn there. Finishes it off strong here, releasing the fins. She's pumped up. I can't believe she found another opportunity in the last 10 seconds.
Also, though, remember, we are waiting for a score for last of Sol. She needs to improve on a 6.57. Milla Coco Brown with a score to drop.
Which I think we might see Sol improve upon. She had a really nice wave before, so there is so much still that potentially is up to change.
There's also scores coming. That little red circle is going in circles for both Yang in third and Clemence in fourth. So across the board, Spain, Australia, China, France, still unsure of the final positionings here for our under 18 girls final. It's the last heat of the day. Everyone surfed to the buzzer. And a massive score for Sol Borelli drops in. It's an 8.33 with style, grace, flow, hitting all of it to take her to the excellent range for Spain. Now the requirement grows to Milla, needing an 8.66 on her last wave. A 9.13 for China is the requirement, and a 9.03 for France is the requirement.
I'm still not counting out Milla Coco Brown's wave. Her explosiveness on those last few sections. I'm still going to hold my breath and wait as you see Team Australia on your screen doing the exact same thing.
Well, scores are now in for last of red. It's a 6.7 for France. She momentarily moves into silver, pushes Australia into bronze, and China into copper. We're waiting for scores to drop still for last of China and last of Australia. Requirements in the 8.66 specifically for Australia to take gold, and a 9.13 for our surfer from China to take gold. And the scores have just locked in. For last of Australia, it falls short as a 7.93.
Wow.
An incredible effort for Milla Coco Brown. Locked in last for Yang Suji. It was just a throwaway score that we missed here, and so it will officially be the Spanish surfer with grace, with style, taking her through to an incredible first ISA medal, and it's the gold at that. An 8.33 takes her through for the victory.
That 8.33 ended up being really crucial for her to get to. She had the ability to get that while not knowing that she needed a score, but had that situation been a little bit different and Milla gotten hit her 7.93 first, we would have seen that put that pressure on Sol, but Sol just surfed an excellent heat, built a house from the very start and only improved thereon. Great to see her go excellent and lock in the gold.
I mean, basically a flawless heat, a 7 to start, an 8.33 to finish, dropping 5s and 6s on the way through, and an incredible performance for our young surfer out of Spain. In the past, on the women's side, Spain saw 2 medals going to Lucia Machado, and that included the silver medal in 2022, and now Sol Borelli being the second Spanish surfer to take away a big victory and a medal finish as we see the team straight into the shore break with her.
Yeah, Team Spain swimming out to meet her. That is awesome. They now have 2 gold medalists on their team here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And I mean, that is the special part here about the ISA, is having a team to celebrate your wins with, celebrate everything with, and have these moments. These are moments she will remember for the rest of her life.
What an incredible finish for her. And to go back-to-back for our under-18s division, specifically for Team Spain, Dylan Donegan locking in his victory as a back-to-back gold medalist. And for Sol Borelli, 2 surfers that we're going to see very great things from coming out of that Spanish contingency, as this is just the beginning of their future careers.
Yeah, wow, just spectacular. I have to keep reminding myself that this is the juniors, Shannon, because the surfing that we saw all week from all the surfers, elite.
Huge finish, and I got to imagine the team chant just went down in the ocean.
Yeah, I love that. That energy, that excitement. We'll see her get carried up as well as they put her up onto their shoulders.
Well, what an incredible finish for Spain, Australia, France, and China in our women's under-18 finals. And we absolutely loved the look of that. Well, as she gets chaired at the beach, we're going to enjoy the highlights from today's action here at Finals Day. We're going to hear from our winner, Sol Borelli, when we return. exciting to see all the action and just be reminded of the journey for each of these surfers on their way to gold. Sol Borelli for Team Spain just taking out the under-18s division with incredible surfing, a 7 that she opened up with, an 8.33 to finish on. Rachel, what a way to claim a victory.
Yeah, I love seeing that. Excellent surfing done along the way. I mean, the road was not easy for her. Even in this final, Mila Coco Brown, Clemence Schorsch, and Sichi Yang just being excellent competitors for her to earn this off of.
That's right. You've got an Olympian that was in the final. We've got multiple medalists already in the draw between Australia and France. And it was a tough ask for Sol, and she rose to the occasion and did so with an incredible amount of grace in her surfing, in her approach to competitive surfing as well. Well, an incredible road. Sol Borelli, officially your U18 gold medalist here for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. She's with Cote.
Thank you, team. Wow. Team Spain dominates the under-18 division. Congratulations, you are now a gold medalist. How does that grab you?
Oh my God, it's incredible. I can't believe it. Dreams come true. I just want to say that. I'm so happy with myself, with my team. I just want to thank my father, my family, my friends, and Arita, Pucas Peñachuri, gracias por todo. Estoy muy feliz. Gracias.
¿Qué somos?
Wow. Well, what an incredible finish for Team Spain. Rachel, back-to-back golds for the under-18s for Dylan and for Sol. Incredible representatives for the sport, the joy that they carry with. It's very exciting to see them as our oldest winners here in the lineup this week.
Yeah, and seeing them with that team energy at the end there, meeting Sol into the water, and then Dylan being right there with her on the glass. That is the ISA spirit, and to round out this whole week, to see those moments is so special.
Wow, well, it's been a crazy week of surfing. I finally have only one page of notes remaining, and it has the names of our winners. Ocean Lancaster, Bailey Turner, Dylan Donegan, and Sol Borelli. An incredible performance from each of you. We've had so much fun calling the action, and for every surfer that pushed them along the way to those gold medal finishes, props to you, because their performances were based off of knowing who they had to come up against.
Well, we have seen former medalists in our finals, but also former medalists drop out even before that finals day. So the competition has really been stacked, and it was not for the faint-hearted to make it through all 9 days and then peak today, like we saw Sol Borelli, 8.33, 7.0 in that final. We also saw Dylan get a 9.5 and an 8-point ride in that final as well. So finding that opportunity to peak on finals day just takes incredible skill.
Yeah, incredibly well-rounded surfers for all of our victorious surfers. But all around, it was an incredible day here. Thank you so much for tuning in. We've got more to come. We're going to have the closing ceremony. It's going to be kicking off as soon as we can wrangle all the groms together. So we're going to do our best to get that going quickly. Be sure to stay tuned, and the closing ceremony will be here shortly.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
The main objective of the Women's Leadership and Coaching Program is a focus on gender equality, as well as women empowerment. So the purpose of this program is to be able to uplift female surfers within the Latin Americas, to see them become leaders within their sport and see them be able to become decision makers within their federations, and really just playing a positive role in creating even more change for the sport of surfing. It's not just the technical aspect of surfing, it was also focused on leadership, and so kind of teaching the ladies different styles of leadership, being able to educate them on how to be decision makers, to be change makers, to be problem solvers. And then we really elevated it a bit with the fundamental side of coaching, but what it means to lead a national team. There was also a massive empowerment as a community. We were able to include the local community here in Dominical. We were able to have these ladies work with both males and females, young, old, locals who have never competed, to some surfers that have competed on the international stage. But what kind of meant the most to me was to see these women come together. And I know it sounds a little cliche, but there was a lot of girl power. There really was an incredible energy from these women, and I think they're all going to walk away with more confidence. So for me, I'm very grateful for the ISA and for how they are striving to be able to play a beneficial role in the equality of the sport. And I think we're going to see some incredible stories come out of this, and we're also going to see women that are going to be a part of decision making for their country and hopefully globally for the sport one day.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify for Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. All of the countries and athletes present have given their best efforts, and it is with great pleasure that the ISA welcomes you all here.
Damas y caballeros, bienvenidos a la ceremonia oficial de clausura del ISA World Junior Surfing Championship 2025. Todos los países y atletas presentes han dado un gran esfuerzo en esta competencia y de parte de la ISA es un placer darles la bienvenida y tenerlos aquí.
We would like to welcome and introduce the following dignitaries on stage today.
Nos gustaría darle la bienvenida y presentar a los siguientes dignatarios presentes con nosotros aquí en el escenario.
IPD President Sergio Luis Ludeña Bisalot.
Presidente del IPD, Sergio Luis Ludeña Bisalot.
Peruvian Olympic Committee President Renzo Mangiari.
Presidente del Comité Olímpico Peruano, Renzo Mangiari.
FENTA President Elfri Alonso Navarrete Narro.
Presidente de la FENTA, Elfri Alfonso Navarrete Narro.
ISA Vice President Karin Sierralta.
Vicepresidente de la ISA, Karin Sierralta.
And ISA Vice President Jean-Luc Arazu.
Vicepresidente de la ISA, Jean-Luc Arazu.
And now, the ISA Executive Director, Robert Fazulo, will present a special gift to the IPD President, Sergio Luis Ludeña Bisalot.
Y ahora el director ejecutivo de la ISA, señor Robert Fazulo, le presentará un regalo especial al presidente del IPD, Sergio Luis Ludeña Bisalot.
And now, the ISA Executive Director will present a special gift and a diploma to the FENTA President, Elfri Alonso Navarrete Narro, that permanently commemorates the Sands of the World to the country. It is the ISA's hope that with this diploma, the Sands of the World takes a visible and prominent place in Peru as a legacy to this historic competition.
Y ahora, el director ejecutivo de la ISA, señor Robert Fazulo, entregará al presidente de la FENTA, Elfri Alfonso Navarrete Narro, un regalo y un diploma especial que conmemora permanentemente las arenas del mundo en el país. Es la esperanza de la ISA que con este diploma las arenas del mundo ocupen un lugar visible y destacado en Perú como el legado de la histórica competencia.
And now, we have the pleasure to share a recorded message from the ISA President, Mr. Fernando Aguirre.
Ahora tendremos el placer de compartir con ustedes un mensaje grabado por el presidente de la ISA, Fernando Aguirre.
Hello everybody in Punta Rocas. Hola a todos y todas en Punta Rocas. It's with great happiness that I have seen these 9 days of incredible competition.
Hello everybody
the best junior surfers home.
Hola a todos y todas
Some
en
of you
Punta
are going
Rocas.
home with medals. Congratulations to you.
With great happiness.
Some of you are going home with no medals. Congratulations to you as well. Because by
The
being
best junior surfers
in
from
Punta
around the
Rocas, by
world.
being part of the Junior World Surfing Championships this time of the year in December, this is a gift, a Christmas present. It's incredible. Great waves, great camaraderie, the great Peruvian food, and of course the warmth of the Peruvian people. We at the ISA hope and wish to come back to Peru soon to enjoy the waves of Punta Rocas and to enjoy the camaraderie and the culture of Peru. Peru, as you know, has been host of ISA World Championships since the very, very beginning, since 1995. I'm sorry, the first competition of the ISA ran in Peru, and we have run many, many events. And we're very happy that we're able to come back to Peru. So thank you to FENTA, thank you to the Peruvian Institute of Deportes, thank you to the government of Peru, thank you to the communities of Punta Rocas, Punta Hermosas, thank you to everybody that made this possible. We're very happy, and we're all going home as ambassadors of Peru. And you know, Peru is one of the first places that originated surfing in the Americas many, many years ago. And we're glad to be there. We're glad to be there supporting the Peruvian surfing community and hoping to come back, as I said. Congratulations to everybody. Have a good day. Have a safe trip home and enjoy the camaraderie and keep on enjoying the friendships that you started in this trip or you continue in this trip. Because at the end of the day, at the United Nations of Junior Surfing, it's all about friendship and camaraderie. Of course, everybody wants to win, everybody wants a medal, but at the end of the day, you're going home happy to have shared these last 10, 12 days with fellow surfers from around the world. And that's our year-end present. Thank you, everybody. Have a good time. Thank you, everybody.
And now, let's all welcome the medalists of the Under-16 Boys division.
Damos la bienvenida a los medallistas de la categoría sub-16 varones.
The medals will be presented by the ISA Vice President, Karin Sierralta.
Las medallas serán presentadas por el vicepresidente de la ISA, Karin Sierralta.
Copper medalist, representing Brazil, Pablo Gabriel.
Medallista de cobre en representación de Brasil, Pablo Gabriel.
Bronze medalist, representing Australia, Caden Francis.
Medallista de bronce en representación de Australia, Caden Francis.
Silver medalist, representing Argentina, Thiago Passeri.
Medallista de plata en representación de Argentina, Thiago Passeri.
And the gold medalist, representing Australia, Ocean Lancaster.
Medallista de oro en representación de Australia, Ocean Lancaster.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Australia.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de Australia.
Thank you very much, boys. Let's now welcome the medalists of the Under-16 Girls division.
Ahora le damos la bienvenida a las medallistas de la categoría sub-16 damas.
The medals will be presented by IPD President Sergio Luis Ludeña Bizalot.
Las medallas serán presentadas por el presidente del IPD, Sergio Luis Ludeña Bizalot.
Copper medalist, representing Hawaii, Zoe Kaina.
Medallista de cobre en representación de Hawái, Zoe Kaina.
Bronze medalist, representing Australia, Lucy Dara.
Medallista de bronce en representación de Australia, Lucy Dara.
Silver medalist, representing Peru, Catalina Sarique.
Medallista de plata en representación del Perú, Catalina Sarique.
And the gold medalist, representing the United States of America, Bailey Turner.
Medallista de oro en representación de los Estados Unidos, Bailey Turner.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the United States of America.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de los Estados Unidos.
Thank you very much, girls.
Muchas gracias, chicas.
Let's now welcome the medalists of the Under 18 Boys division.
Ahora le damos la bienvenida a los medallistas de la categoría sub-18 varones.
The medals will be presented by the FENTA president, Elfri Alfonso Navarrete Narro.
Las medallas serán presentadas por el presidente de la FENTA, Elfri Alfonso Navarrete Narro.
Copper medalist representing England, Lucas Skinner.
Medallista de cobre en representación de Inglaterra, Lucas Skinner.
Bronze medalist representing Hawaii, Tiger Abubo.
Medallista de bronce en representación de Hawái, Tiger Abubo.
Silver medalist representing Hawaii, Jacob Turner.
Medallista de plata en representación de Hawái, Jacob Turner.
And the gold medalist representing Spain, Dylan Donegan.
Medallista de oro en representación de España, Dylan Donegan.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Spain.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de España.
Thank you very much, boys.
Muchísimas gracias, chicos.
Let's now welcome the medalists of the Under 18 Girls division.
Ahora le damos la bienvenida a las medallistas de la categoría sub-18 damas.
The medals will be presented by ISA Vice President Karin Sierralta.
Las medallas serán presentadas por el vicepresidente de la ISA, Karin Sierralta.
Copper medalist representing China, Sichi Yang.
Medallista de cobre en representación de China, Sichi Yang.
Bronze medalist representing France, Clemence Georges.
Medallista de bronce en representación de Francia, Clemence Georges.
Silver medalist representing Australia, Mila Coco Brown.
Medallista de plata en representación de Australia, Mila Coco Brown.
And the gold medalist representing Spain, Sol Borelli.
Medallista de oro en representación de España, Sol Borelli.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Spain.
Señoras y señores, el himno nacional de España.
Thank you very much, girls.
Muchas gracias, chicas.
And now we present the final rankings of the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Y ahora presentamos el ranking final de los ISA World Junior Surfing Championship 2025.
In 57th place, Ukraine. 56, Saudi Arabia. 55, Slovenia. 54, Romania. 53, Trinidad and Tobago. 51, Czech Republic. Also in 51st place, Angola. 50th place, St. Lucia. 49th place, Guatemala. 48th place, Lithuania. 47th place, Norway. 46th place, Scotland. 45th place, Morocco. 44th place, Thailand. 43rd place, Venezuela. And number 42, Vanuatu. Number 41, India. Number 40, Mexico. Number 39, Nicaragua. 38, Poland. And 37, Germany. 36, Sweden. In 35, Finland. In 34, Dominican Republic. In 33, Belgium. 32, Uruguay. 31, Colombia. 30th place, Chinese Taipei. Number 29, Ireland. 28, Greece. 27, Netherlands. Number 26, Ecuador. In 25, Switzerland. 24, Barbados. 23, Israel. In 22, Panama. 21st, China. Number 20, Chile. 19, Italy. Number 18 for Puerto Rico. Number 16, Canada. Number 17, was South Africa. 16, England. Number 15, Costa Rica. Number 13, Tahiti. Number 12, Indonesia. Number 11, Argentina. Place number 10, New Zealand. Number 9, Portugal. Number 8, Japan. Number 7, France. Number 6, Hawaii. In 5th place, Spain. And now, the World Team Championship medals will be presented by all of our dignitaries on stage today.
Ahora presentamos las medallas por equipo por todos nuestros dignatarios.
Winners of the copper medal with 5,678 points, Team Peru. Please come up to the stage.
Ganadores de la medalla de cobre con 5.678 puntos, el equipo de Perú. Por favor, suban al escenario.
un grito, ¿no?
Llegamos al podio, chicos, ¿ah? Muy bien. Buen trabajo, chicos.
Let's give it up one more time for Team Peru, copper medalists.
Fuerte el aplauso para el equipo de Perú, medalla de cobre.
¿Por dónde salimos? ¿Por acá atrás? Por allá.
And now, the winners of the bronze medal with 5,707 points, Team Brazil. Please come up to the stage, Team Brazil.
Ganadores de la medalla de bronce con 5.707 puntos, el equipo de Brasil. Por favor, suban al escenario.
Thank you very much, Team Brazil.
Muchas gracias, equipo de Brasil.
And now, the winners of the silver medal with 6,089 points, Team USA. Please come up to the stage.
Ganadores de la medalla de plata con 6.089 puntos, el equipo de los Estados Unidos. Por favor, suban al escenario.
Ryan, congratulations. Good job.
Great job. Felicidades.
Great announcing. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Great surfing.
Bring it in. Bring it in.
Thank you very much, Team USA.
Muchas gracias, equipo de los Estados Unidos.
And now, winners of the gold medal and the new world team champion for the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, Team Australia. Please come up to the stage.
Ganadores de la medalla de oro y el nuevo equipo campeón del mundo de la ISA World Junior Surfing Championship es el equipo de Australia. Por favor, suban al escenario.
And now, the national anthem of Australia.
Ahora el himno nacional de Australia.
And now the IPD President, Sergio Luis Ludeña Visalot, will say a few words and officially declare close the 2025 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
Ahora el presidente del IPD, Sergio Luis Ludeña Visalot, declarará oficialmente cerrado los ISA World Junior Surfing Championship 2025.
Muy buenas tardes con todos. Les hago llegar el saludo especial del presidente de la República, José Gerí Oré, quien no está con nosotros ahora por una agenda en Cusco. Tras una semana de competencia en las desafiantes olas de Punta Rocas, llegamos al cierre de este histórico Campeonato Mundial de Surf ISA 2025. Quiero saludar especialmente a las autoridades presentes, al señor Robert Fasulo, vicepresidente de la International Surfing Association, y al señor Elfri Navarrete Narro, presidente de la Federación Deportiva Nacional de Tabla. Desde el Instituto Peruano del Deporte sentimos que hemos cumplido el reto de ser un país anfitrión que brinda el soporte fundamental para un evento de esta magnitud. Este mundial ha sido un éxito rotundo, marcando un récord histórico con más de 450 atletas de 57 naciones. En estos días hemos sido testigos de determinación, deportividad y un talento excepcional. Ustedes, los atletas, demostraron que el surf es una disciplina que construye una verdadera hermandad global. Felicito a cada delegación extranjera que viajó miles de kilómetros para estar aquí. Su presencia en Punta Rocas ha enriquecido este campeonato y fortalecido la amistad entre nuestros países. Y por supuesto, felicitaciones a las campeonas y a los campeones. Este título no es solo una medalla, es el resultado de su voluntad inquebrantable, de incontables horas en el mar y de la perseverancia que hoy los consagra como los mejores del mundo. Antes de continuar, les pido un fuerte aplauso para nuestra tablista nacional, Catalina Sariquey. Ella, integrante del programa de apoyo al deportista PAT del Instituto Peruano del Deporte, nos demostró una garra impresionante en la final de la categoría sub-16. Catalina no solo mejoró su actuación anterior, sino que con su medalla se convierte en la primera peruana en la historia en subir al podio de un mundial juvenil ISA en esta categoría. Su desempeño es un ejemplo claro del camino de excelencia que queremos seguir. A todo el Team Perú, decirles que nos ha llenado de orgullo, han competido con honor, reafirmando que el Perú tiene un lugar ganado en la élite del surf y ustedes son los encargados de mantener esa grandeza hacia el futuro. Quiero reafirmar que en el IPD seguirá reforzando su apoyo al surf nacional, especialmente a las bases juveniles, para que tengan las condiciones necesarias y sigan triunfando en los escenarios más altos. Este mundial concluye, pero nos deja una gran certeza. El surf es un camino de desarrollo para nuestros jóvenes y una vitrina de excelencia para el Perú. Gracias a la ISA por su confianza y gracias a todas las delegaciones. Regresen a casa sabiendo que en el Perú el deporte siempre los recibirá con los brazos abiertos. Dejo clausurado el campeonato juvenil de surf ISA 2025. ¡Que viva el surf! ¡Y que viva el Perú! Muchas gracias.